Tianwang City, City Lord's Mansion. As the last rainy season came to an end, Tianwang City welcomed another summer. The slightly hot weather made most of the residents in Tianwang City drowsy, and even the guards in the City Lord's mansion were listless. Only Ye Bufan was full of energy, as if he would never get tired. He was wearing a gorgeous suit, had a thin figure, delicate features, and although he was not particularly handsome, he had clear features. His innocent eyes were particularly eye-catching, clear as a spring, without any impurities but with a hint of dullness. He is the eldest son of the Ye family and also a well-known fool in Tianwang City. At this time, Ye Bufan was wandering alone in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion. He seemed to be looking for something. He looked around with stupid eyes and murmured from time to time, "Baby, baby." Not long after, Ye Bufan pushed open a door and walked into a room. In the light curtains, the mist filled the air, as if one was in a fairyland. In the mist was a bathtub that was half a person's height. In the bathtub, Luo Chinmo was completely covered by the petals, with only her head exposed. The delicate, black long hair had already been soaked in clean water, making it look slightly soft. A pair of bright eyes, clear and bright as stars, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, fair and flawless skin with a faint blush, thin lips as tender as rose petals, and a pair of dimples evenly distributed on both sides of the cheeks. At this moment, Luo Chinmo was like a happy elf in the water. Her two tender lotus-like arms occasionally stretched out from the water, making a pleasant sound of water. The water droplets splashed down, like stars in the sky, sparkling and bright. Seemingly enjoying the feeling of bathing, Luo Chinmo couldn't help humming a little tune, and smiled lightly, with dimples looming on her cheeks, charming like a fairy. Between her frowns and smiles, her noble look was naturally revealed, making people marvel at her elegant and graceful radiance. As the seventh princess of the Xian Empire, Luo Chinmo not only possesses a distinguished status and stunning beauty, but she is also a martial artist with outstanding talent. At the age of 15, she has already reached a height that many people would never be able to reach in their lifetime: transcendence, the third transformation. On the path of martial arts, one can achieve 5 transformations of transcendence and 3 levels of concentration. 5 changes: refining the skin, strengthening the bones, washing the marrow, changing the tendons, and refining the internal organs. The third stage of transformation is marrow cleansing. 15-year-old warriors who have reached the marrow cleansing stage are rare, not to mention in Tianwang City, even in the entire empire. Luo Chinmo is definitely a well-deserved favored daughter of heaven. Ah, I seem to have forgotten to tell Aunt Wei when I came back just now. Suddenly, Luo Chinmo blinked, stuck out her tongue, exclaimed, and a sweet voice sounded instantly, and the angelic smile on her face also froze instantly. Pouting her little mouth, Luo Chinmo complained again, "This weather, it's just June, it wasn't that hot when I was in the imperial capital before. It's all my father's fault that he insisted I come here. Humph, there is also the Queen Mother. Forget it, let's go talk to Aunt Wei first, otherwise Aunt Wei will be anxious." Wow! Without any hesitation, Luo Chinmo stood up from the tub in an instant, making a splash of water. She tilted her head back again, and her long hair, like silk soaked in water, drew a water mark in the air, hanging down to her hips, splashing a piece of ice in the water. The weak sunlight shone through the light gauze curtains, caressing the girl's shoulders like golden silk, and brushing away the mist lingering around her. At the same time, water droplets on the girl's body, containing the sparkling sunlight, slid down from her fat skin. Luo Chinmo immediately walked out of the bathtub, twisted her waist slightly, and walked towards the clothes rack beside her, leaving a trail of water behind her. Paw, paw. A sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in the house, coming closer and closer. Luo Chinmo couldn't help but be stunned. "Aunt Wei?" Luo Chinmo asked suspiciously, looking through the curtains in the direction where the footsteps came from. "Pa, pa." However, no one answered Luo Chinmo, there was only the usual sound of footsteps. Luo Chinmo couldn't help but be shocked. "Aunt Wei, is that you?" Looking at the hazy figure outside the curtain, Luo Chinmo asked tentatively again. Still no one answered. Brush. Suddenly, the gauze curtain was torn open. Ye Bufan's handsome face instantly appeared in Luo Chinmo's sight. The fool and the princess looked at each other. The atmosphere was dead silent. "Sister, is Aunt Wei delicious? Is the sweet-scented osmanthus cake delicious?" Ye Bufan asked Luo Chinmo blankly, with nothing unusual in his eyes except curiosity and desire for the delicious, Ant Wei. Is the osmanthus cake delicious? Is it delicious? Luo Chinmo looked at Ye Bufan with eyes wide open, and Ye Bufan's words kept echoing in her mind. For a moment, Luo Chinmo was stunned by the question and had no idea how to answer Ye Bufan. Puff. After a moment, Luo Chinmo finally couldn't help it and laughed with her hands covering her mouth. Which one is better, Gui Mama or osmanthus cake? Luo Chinmo swore that this was definitely the funniest joke she had ever heard since she was a child. Sister, you look so beautiful when you smile. Ye Bufan said while looking at Luo Chinmo infatuatedly. It must be said that Luo Chinmo was really beautiful, so beautiful that even a fool like Ye Bufan couldn't help but praise her. Thanks. Luo Chinmo smiled slightly. Although she was beautiful, no one had ever praised her so directly in person. After Ye Bufan said this, Luo Chinmo couldn't help but blush. But at this moment, Luo Chinmo found that Ye Bufan was looking at her with strange eyes. She was stunned and then instinctively looked down. Boom. In an instant, Luo Chinmo's heart was shocked and her mind was buzzing. Only then did she remember that she had just come out of the bath. Ah! Immediately, Luo Chinmo screamed. Rogue! Facing Ye Bufan, she instinctively slapped out with her palm. Paw! A crisp sound was heard. Ye Bufan flew backwards instantly. Although Luo Chinmo was only a 16-year-old girl, she was already a third-level transformation marrow cleansing realm warrior with amazing strength. However, Ye Bufan was just an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts. How could Ye Bufan be able to withstand Luo Chinmo's palm? Bang! In an instant, Ye Bufan's body fell heavily 3 meters away. Puff! A mouthful of bloody liquid spurted out of Ye Bufan's mouth. Damn, this girl is really ruthless. Ye Bufan couldn't help but think in his heart, and his whole head seemed to be shattered, and the heart-wrenching pain instantly spread throughout his body. Then, Ye Bufan's neck tilted, and the whole person fainted. Chapter 2 I will never go home unless I marry the princess. The night killed the day, and the darkness was like a giant beast, swallowing up the sky and the earth and burying the city. At this time, most residents in Tianwang City had fallen asleep, but Luo Chinmo had not yet fallen asleep, or rather, she could not sleep at all. At this moment, she stood in front of her bed, looking at Ye Bufan, who was squatting in the corner of the bed, frowning as if he had been frightened and curled up into a ball. Just now, she panicked and knocked Ye Bufan unconscious with one blow, but at first she didn't care about Ye Bufan at all. It was not until she hurriedly put on her clothes that she realized that Ye Bufan was knocked unconscious by her. She thought about the whole thing, and then she didn't think about how much Ye Bufan took advantage of her, nor how much she suffered, but she knew very well that as a princess of the empire, if the news of Ye Bufan peeping at her bathing spread, her own reputation would be a small matter, and Ye Bufan and his family would be implicated and the whole family would be executed. Although they were just a chance acquaintance and she had suffered injustice, Luo Chinmo did not want to cause hundreds of lives to be lost because of it. God gave her a beautiful face and a kind heart. So, she helped Ye Bufan to her bed at that time, without saying anything, and she kept it a secret. Even until now, no one knew that in the boudoir of her, a princess of the empire, there was a strange man of the same age as her on her bed. This is a kind of protection. But who would have thought? Ugly freak. Damn bitch. Stinking bitch. A series of harsh voices rang out, and Ye Bufan stared at Luo Chinmo and kept cursing and roaring. A slap in the face, 3 hours of coma. Although frightened, he could not hide the anger and ferocity in his heart, and his insults became more and more unpleasant and more brutal each time. The world of a fool is simple. The insults rang in Luo Chinmo's ears, and she felt extremely wronged. She was a warrior at the marrow cleansing realm, but she was only a 15-year-old girl. Moreover, as the princess of the empire and the apple of the eye of the current emperor, she had never been humiliated like this. Most importantly, Ye Bufan was at fault this time, but Luo Chinmo not only did not pursue the matter, but also tried her best to cover it up and protect him. But what about Ye Bufan? Not knowing the kindness of others, repaying kindness with hatred. How could you do this? Luo Chinmo bit her red lips as she looked at Ye Bufan with her star-like eyes covered with a layer of mist. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Luo Chinmo's heart suddenly tightened, and her body trembled. The grievance in her heart was instantly replaced by tension. She turned her head to look at the closed door, and then looked at Ye Bufan. Like a thief, she placed her right index finger on her red lips and made a hush gesture to silence him. You damn bitch. But who would have thought that Ye Bufan would ignore her kindness and start cursing? Yu Luo Chinmo was furious, but also felt helpless. She immediately stopped paying attention to Ye Bufan and turned her head to look at the door. She took a deep breath, calmed down, and then said softly, "Who?" "Princess, it's me, Aunt Gui." A hoarse voice came from outside the door. "Madame Gui." Luo Chinmo was stunned, but said, "Madame Gui, is there something wrong? I'm already asleep." "Liar, big liar." After Luo Chinmo finished speaking, Ye Bufan said with contempt. Luo Chinmo stamped her feet, glared at Ye Bufan fiercely, and was furious. She was even more annoyed in her heart. This guy is really ungrateful. Doesn't he know that he lied to protect him? "Your Highness, I am Yi Hong." At this time, another powerful voice sounded outside the house. "Yi Hong." Luo Chinmo was stunned. "It is late at night now, and I should not have disturbed Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, my grandson Ye Bufan went missing a few hours ago. My Yi family has searched the entire Tianlong city, including the city lord's mansion, but still cannot find him. My grandson Ye Bufan is naughty, and I am afraid that he has hidden in the princess's residence, and if he disturbs the princess, my Yi family will be truly to blame. So, princess, you see outside the house," the voice of old man Yi Hong sounded again. Although he was respectful and only said half of his words, his meaning was already obvious. The Yi family wants to search the princess's boudoir. Buzz. In an instant, a buzzing sound rang in Luo Chinmo's mind. Tianlong City, Yi family. Luo Chinmo knew very well that in this era of numerous aristocratic families, not to mention the vast Shenwu continent, even within the Zishuan dynasty, there were at least 8,000 third-rate families like the Yi family. Even though the Yi family was an important existence in Tianlong City, even if they could cover the sky with one hand, the Yi family was really nothing. But, when Luo Chinmo left the imperial capital, her father, the emperor of the Zishuan dynasty, told her that she must not offend the Yi family after arriving in Tianlong City. If there is a chance, she can make friends with the Yi family, but she must not be too deliberate and let everything go with the flow. As for the reason, her father did not say it, but Luo Chinmo knew that this remote place, this small Yi family must have something extraordinary that is unknown to others, otherwise her father would not deliberately say such a thing to her. The eldest master of the Yi family, that fool, is lost. Suddenly, Luo Chinmo seemed to have thought of something. She trembled violently, opened her eyes wide and looked at Ye Bufan on the bed, pointing at him and said, You are not the idiot of the Ye family, Ye Bufan, right? You are the fool, your whole family is fools." Hearing this, Ye Bufan stood up from the bed, glared at Luo Chinmo fiercely, and said, "You are dead, dead, dead. Grandpa said that anyone who dares to say I am a fool will be beaten. You just hit me, I will tell Grandpa that I will marry you home as my wife, and then, I will beat you every day, and ask Ah Fu, Ah Wang, and Xiao Shuang to beat you together, and beat you to death, damn gossip." In an instant, Luo Chinmo was completely stunned. Is he really that fool? "Princess." At this time, the impatient voice of old man Yi Hong outside the house sounded again. Luo Chinmo came back to his senses instantly. Without waiting for Luo Chinmo to reply, Ye Bufan shouted, "Grandpa, help me, that bitch is trying to kill me, help me." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan jumped down from the instantly. Want to escape. The sudden change made Luo Chinmo stunned, dumbfounded, and panicked. When did she want to kill Ye Bufan? However, Luo Chinmo could not think too much at this moment. If Ye Bufan ran away like this, she would not be able to explain it even if she had a lot of things to say. Her father told her not to offend the Yi family, and even to make friends with them if she had the chance. But she wanted to kill the eldest son of the Yi family. How could that be tolerated? In panic, Luo Chinmo took a step forward. Bang! She instantly knocked Ye Bufan, who was trying to escape, to the ground. "You damn bitch, what are you doing? Let me go. Grandpa, help Wu." After failing to escape and being thrown onto the bed by Luo Chinmo, Ye Bufan's angry curses rang out instantly, but before he could utter the word, life, Luo Chinmo covered his mouth and he could only make sobs. Luo Chinmo was still in shock, and she pressed down on Ye Bufan. Her star-like eyes looked at him with a hint of panic. She took a deep breath and said, "Brother Bufan, I didn't mean to hit you just now, really, You just stop making trouble, okay? Bang! As Luo Chinmo finished speaking, a dull sound was heard at the door. Old Master Yi kicked the door open and entered. However, when Mr. Yi and an old woman rushed into the room and saw Luo Chinmo pressing Ye Bufan in an ambiguous posture on the bed, they were dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. What's going on? Two pairs of eyes, you look at me, I look at you, both with confused faces. Princess, what is this? The old woman asked after hesitating for a moment. The old woman was over 50 years old, with a weather-beaten face and two deep-set eyes that were deep, bright and looked very spiritual. Her long hair was tied into a bun, but it was already gray. The old woman was none other than Aunt Gui mentioned by Luo Chinmo earlier, a kind old woman who had watched Luo Chinmo grow up since she was a child. Buzz. Hearing the familiar voice of Nanny Gui, Luo Chinmo suddenly came back to her senses and her body trembled involuntarily. She turned her head and looked behind her. Two pairs of meaningful eyes were looking at him in infinite astonishment. Luo Chinmo was stunned. She turned around and looked at herself and Ye Bufan again. Ah! A high-pitched scream sounded, and Luo Chinmo instantly jumped off Ye Bufan, and took a few steps back to the side. She seemed to be frightened again. With her head down and her hands grasping the corners of her clothes, Luo Chinmo said shyly and nervously, "No, it's not what you think." We. Luo Chinmo was talking in a squeaky voice, but Ye Bufan took the opportunity to run down from the asterisk, ran behind old man Yi Hong, stretched out half of his head, glared at Luo Chinmo fiercely, pointed at her, and cried to old man Yi again, "Grandpa, she beat me, I want to marry her as my wife." Forehead. Ye Bufan's words stunned Madame Gui, and her thoughts short-circuited instantly. The princess hit you, and you still want to marry her. What logic? You. Luo Chinmo suddenly raised her head and glared at Ye Bufan with infinite annoyance. Others may not know, but she knows very well that Ye Bufan, this idiot, wants to marry her home so that he can beat her. Maybe in the idiot's world, it is natural for a man to beat his wife. Immediately, she looked at Mr. Yi again. She didn't want Mr. Yi to misunderstand, so she said nervously, "Grandpa Yi, no, it's not what he said." Old Master Yi Hong did not speak directly. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan who was hiding behind him with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Luo Chinmo became more nervous. She couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm herself down as quickly as possible. After a moment, she glanced at old Master Yi, then looked at Aunt Gui and said, "Aunt Gui, please step aside for a moment. For some things, the fewer people who know about them, the better." Princess. Upon hearing this, Nanny Gui was stunned and looked at Grandpa Yi Hong meaningfully. "It's okay," Luo Chinmo said with a smile. "Yes." Aunt Gui thought for a moment and said, then she left the room and closed the door, but she did not leave but stood outside the door. In this way, even if Mr. Yi was so rebellious as to attack the princess, she could stop him in time. After Nanny Gui left, Luo Chinmo looked at old Master Yi and said, "Grandpa Yi, this is what happened." There was no hesitation or reservation. Although what happened in the afternoon was a little difficult to talk about, in order to clear up the misunderstanding in Mr. Yi's mind, Luo Chinmo still told the whole story. She believed that Mr. Yi could understand the interests involved and naturally understand her good intentions. Unfortunately, Luo Chinmo completely underestimated Grandpa Yi. At his age and status, he not only heard the interests involved, but also saw the deeper problems that Luo Chinmo could not see, and these problems were enough to make the old man angry. Brush. As soon as Luo Chinmo finished speaking, a gleam of light flashed in old man Yi's eyes. Cold and deep. That was murderous intent, undisguised. Buzz. The sharp murderous intent made Luo Chinmo's body tremble. Tat. She stepped back involuntarily. Grandpa Yi. Looking at Grandpa Yi, Luo Chinmo's face was full of nervousness. Sensing Luo Chinmo's strangeness, old Master Yi knew that he had lost his composure, so he restrained his murderous intent and showed Luo Chinmo a kind smile, saying, "Your Highness, my grandson was naughty and disturbed the princess today. I will bring my grandson to apologize to you someday. Today, it's late, so I won't disturb you. Xiao Fan, let's go." After he finished speaking, without even waiting for Luo Chinmo to reply, Mr. Yi pulled Ye Bufan up and turned to leave. It is obvious that his respect for the royal family was just superficial. "Grandpa, Fenir hasn't married her yet, Fenir won't leave." But at this moment, Ye Bufan shook his body and said reluctantly, "You." Luo Qinmo was stunned and furious when he heard this. This idiot, he really wants to marry me and beat me behind closed doors. Nonsense. Old Master Yi shouted and glared at Ye Bufan fiercely. The princess is so noble, how can ordinary people like us marry her? Come back with Grandpa. If Xiaofan wants to marry a wife, Grandpa will find a few for you tomorrow. I guarantee that they are prettier than her and won't hit people. Bang. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan sat down directly on the ground. No, I want her, I want her, I want her sitting on the ground. Ye Bufan kept kicking his legs, pointing at Luo Qinmo and shouting without any questioning, without any room for negotiation, as if telling old Master Yi, if you don't bring the princess home to me today, I won't leave. Chapter 3 Who Gave You the Courage? Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. The door was pushed open and a sharp voice was heard. Protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. In an instant, a team of silver-armored soldiers filed in and instantly protected Luo Qinmo in the middle. The sharp swords in their hands were all unsheathed, and the long swords flashed with cold and murderous light, pointing directly at Grandpa Yi and Ye Bufan. Silver-armored soldiers, on full alert. At the command, they would draw their swords and kill people. Oh. Seeing this scene, Mr. Yi just sneered. Seems to be dismissive. Luo Qinmo was shocked. You. However, as soon as the name Luo Qinmo came out, Nanny Gui ran in with a complicated expression. She glanced at Grandpa Yi, then shook her head at Luo Qinmo, signaling Luo Qinmo not to speak. At this time, another man in silver armor walked in after Nanny Gui. The man had a stern look on his face. After entering the house, the man in silver armor glanced at Ye Bufan who was sitting on the ground and old man Yi who was standing on the side, then came to Luo Qinmo, bowed, clasped his fists and said, I am Lu Xuan, the commander of the guards of the city lord's mansion of Tianwang City. I am late in protecting you. Please forgive me, princess. After saying this, without waiting for Luo Qinmo to speak, Lu Xuan turned around and glared at Ye Bufan, pointing at him and said, Come here, arrest this assassin who tried to kill the princess. Assassin. Luo Qinmo widened her eyes upon hearing this and looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief. Ye Bufan is an assassin. An assassination attempt that even a fool could accomplish. However, just as Luo Qinmo was about to speak, or to defend Ye Bufan, she was pulled aside by Nanny Gui. Mammy. Luo Qinmo looked at Nanny Gui with a puzzled look. Nanny Gui shook her head at Luo Qinmo again and whispered something in her ear. In an instant, Luo Qinmo's face changed drastically. When she looked at Lu Xuan again, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. At this time, Ye Bufan, who was originally sitting on the ground, suddenly got up and ran behind Grandpa Yi again, grabbing Grandpa Yi, just like before, with only his head exposed. Looking at Lu Xuan as if a mouse saw a cat, Ye Bufan cried directly, Grandpa, he is so fierce, he also beats Fanner here hurts. As he spoke, Ye Bufan pointed to the back of his neck again. Mr. Yi frowned when he heard this. The next second, he looked directly at the back of his neck where Ye Bufan was pointing. Seeing this, Lu Xuan was slightly stunned, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Ye Bufan. Boom! At this moment, Mr. Yi's body shook violently, his pupils shrank, and a chill burst out. I saw a bruise on the back of Ye Bufan's neck. Without any hesitation, Mr. Yi looked suddenly at Lu Xuan. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. You hit him. The cold voice rang out, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by one level instantly. Lu Xuan was stunned when he saw this, but he said, Nonsense, I am a martial artist in the refining Zhang realm, the commander of the city lord's mansion guards. I have nothing to do. Would I beat up a fool? What's more, today, before this, I have never seen this fool, how could I beat him? After saying this, Lu Xuan did not hesitate at all. He looked directly at the city lord's mansion guards behind him and said, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who assassinated the princess. Yes, yes. The two soldiers immediately came to their senses and responded. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, two silver-armored soldiers immediately stepped towards Ye Bufan. Who dares? But at this moment, an angry shout rang out. Old Master Yi's deep eyes were staring directly at the two soldiers who were preparing to capture Ye Bufan. That look was like a knife cutting through bones. The look in his eyes was as bloodthirsty as a wild beast. Buzz. The two soldiers' souls trembled. They just felt as if their whole bodies were imprisoned and they could no longer move at all. They dared not to capture Ye Bufan at all. Even drops of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads involuntarily. Helplessly, the two soldiers could only turn their heads and look at Lu Xun. Seeing this, Lu Xun became furious. Yi Hong, do you want to rebel? Lu Xun roared angrily while staring at Old Man Yi. Oh, but Mr. Yi sneered. Rebellion. That's a serious crime. Without waiting for Lu Xun to answer, Old Master Yi looked at him and sneered. Are you still going to say that I was planning a rebellion? My grandson assassinated the princess, and the entire Yi family was plotting something bad, so we should punish all of our clans and kill them all. Buzz. Mr. Yi's words made Lu Xun tremble and his face changed drastically. You. Lu Xun was about to say something when Old Master Yi's face darkened and he took a step forward. One step, like a wolf or a tiger. An inexplicable pressure instantly surged towards Lu Xun. Lu Xun was startled. Gurgle. Looking at Mr. Yi's cold eyes, he took a step back, swallowed his saliva, and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. How dare you hurt my grandson? Are you so bold? After saying this, Grandpa Yi disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lu Xun. Seeing this, Lu Xun was shocked. You. As soon as Lu Xun's words came out, Old Master Yi had already slapped out with his palm. Call out. With one palm, the speed reached the extreme. Paw. In an instant, a crisp sound was heard, and Old Man Yi slapped Lu Xun directly in the face. Lu Xun didn't even have a chance to dodge. Puff. A mouthful of bloody liquid spurted out of Lu Xun's mouth, along with 3 white teeth. Bang. There was another loud noise. Lu Xun's entire body hit the ground heavily. The earth trembled. Hiss. Everyone gasped. The room was dead silent. Lu Xun was lying on the ground, motionless. Ye Bufan ran directly to Old Man Yi. Bang. He kicked Lu Xun directly in the face. I told you to hit me. Bang. The 4 words Ye Bufan sounded, and another kick came. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan kicked Lu Xun in the face, blood splattered everywhere, and everyone present felt a chill in their hearts, especially Luo Qinmo. Now she finally knew how vindictive this fool was. But Old Master Yi didn't care at all. He looked down at Lu Xun and said coldly, Captain of the City Lord's Mansion Guards. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the guts to hurt my grandson? Who gave you the guts to frame my grandson? Who gave you the guts to frame my Yi family? A cold voice sounded, and the entire space was dead silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yi Hong, you are too presumptuous. At this time, an angry voice sounded outside the house. You actually dared to commit a crime in public in front of Her Royal Highness the Princess and hurt the commander of the guards of the City Lord's mansion. Where do you put the laws of the Empire? Where do you put the imperial power? The next second, a man in a green robe walked in from outside. The man had his hands behind his back at this moment. He had a sturdy figure and a handsome appearance. His eyes were like cold stars and his eyebrows were as dark as painted. Tianwang City, City Lord, Lu Yang. Brush. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yang's solemn eyes fell directly on Mr. Yi, and he continued, Ye Bufan, a commoner, trespassed into the important area of the City Lord's mansion. This is a crime. Moreover, he broke into the princess's boudoir in the middle of the night. He is not a friend of Her Royal Highness, nor a relative of Her Royal Highness, and even less a guest of Her Royal Highness. So may I ask, what is his motive? Even if it wasn't an assassination, it was a malicious intention. If word gets out that a strange man sneaked into the princess's bedroom in the middle of the night, where will the princess's reputation be? He broke into the City Lord's mansion, sneaked into the princess's boudoir at night, had bad intentions towards the princess, and tarnished the princess's reputation. All 4 crimes must be punished together. Even if Ye Bufan is killed on the spot, it would not be too much. Lu Xun is the commander of the guards of our City Lord's mansion. He enforces the law impartially. How can he frame someone? It's you, Yi Hong. As Lu Yang spoke, a hint of amusement and mockery flashed in his eyes as he looked at Mr. Yi. He then said, you protected your grandson, openly defied the law, and seriously injured the commander of the guards of the City Lord's mansion and the law enforcer of the Empire. What is the difference between you and rebellion? Brush. After he finished speaking, Lu Yang pointed his right hand directly at Mr. Yi. He looked solemn and full of righteousness. Old Master Yi's eyes narrowed into a line as he looked at Lu Yang. The two looked at each other, and their conversation was tit for tat. The whole room suddenly became dead silent, and the atmosphere was extremely weird. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at Lu Yong with his innocent eyes, waved his hands and said, "No, no, Uncle City Lord, have you forgotten? It was you who brought Fanner here in the afternoon, and you also prepared a treasure for Fanner, which is hidden in this house. But there is a gossip in this house, and she beat me Fanner can't beat her." Having said that, Ye Bufan looked at Luo Chinmo again. Gave him a fierce glare. "Uncle City Lord, can you help me beat her up?" Chapter 4. Don't fool fools. Boom. Ye Bufan's words caused the entire room to fall into silence in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. All the strange looks instantly fell on Lu Yong, including Luo Chinmo and Nanny Gui, and even the guards of the city lord's mansion were no exception. "He brought Ye Bufan here. You." Lu Yong glared at Ye Bufan with an angry look on his face. At this moment, he even had the urge to hit the wall and strangle Ye Bufan to death. "I am good to you. I am good to you, so don't tear me down. Isn't this sentence pushing me into an irreversible situation? Isn't it letting everyone here know that all this was arranged by me? What else do you have to say?" At this time, Mr. Yi looked at Lu Yong and asked coldly. Snort. Lu Yong snorted coldly. "It's really ridiculous. Ye Bufan is clearly trying to exonerate himself, so he puts all the blame on me. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. How come I didn't even know that I brought him into the city lord's mansion and then brought him here?" Lu Yong said with disdain, his face firm. "Lu Yong, should I thank you for praising my son Fanner? It turns out that my son Fanner is so smart that he knows how to excuse himself and frame others." The cold voice, the look in Grandpa Yi's eyes when he looked at Lu Yong became deeper and more sharp. Puff. On the side, Luo Chinmo couldn't help but laugh. "Who is Ye Bufan? The stupidest person in Tianwang City. How smart can a fool be? Would a fool know how to excuse himself and frame others? It's a joke." Mr. Yi was clearly slapping Lu Yong in the face, and he denied everything he said in a mocking manner. At this moment, no matter whether it was Luo Chinmo, Nanny Gui, or the guards of the city lord's mansion, everyone could see that everything that happened today was probably directed and acted by the city lord himself to frame Ye Bufan and the entire Yi family. "You." Mr. Yi's words left Lu Yong speechless for a moment. At this time, Mr. Yi took a step towards Lu Yong. Lu Yong stepped back upon seeing this. Old Master Yi continued to ask, "Since you said that you didn't bring my grandson Bu Fan into the city lord's mansion, then please tell me how my grandson Bu Fan came to your city lord's mansion. Don't tell me that my grandson Bu Fan sneaked in. If so, are the guards in your city lord's mansion all raised on dog shit? You use such trash to protect the princess of the empire, what do you think? Where do you put the princess's safety? Or did you collude with the demon clan and do it on purpose?" Buzz. Mr. Yi's words made Lu Yong tremble, and cold sweat instantly soaked his whole body. Collude with the demon clan. This is a capital crime among capital crimes. Not tolerated by humans. Answer me. Suddenly, Mr. Yi shouted angrily again. Da da da. The sudden sound frightened Lu Yong so much that he stepped back repeatedly. Bang. Lu Yong slipped and fell to the ground. Puff. Seeing this, Luo Chinmo couldn't help but smile again. "Lu Yong, do you still remember what I said to you when you first came to Tianwang City to take office?" Old Master Yi ignored Lu Yong's embarrassment and asked him with deep eyes. Buzz. In an instant, Lu Yong's body trembled inexplicably. "If you want to be the city lord, do it well. If you don't want to, get out. Tianwang City is not a place where you can act recklessly. Don't lose your life because of your ignorance. It's not worth it." In Lu Yong's mind, a scene when he first came to Tianwang City to take office appeared in his mind again. This was what Grandpa Yi said when he first arrived and blackmailed the Yi family. Simple, yet unforgettable. "Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are a member of the Lu family?" Lu Yong was just recalling when Grandpa Yi's cold voice sounded again. "Never stop until your words shock people." Mr. Yi's words made three of the people present freeze in place for a moment. Lu Yong, Luo Chinmo, and Aunt Gui. The Lu family is one of the three most powerful families in the Xian Empire. It is a giant within the empire. Even the imperial family is wary of the Lu family. Luo Chinmo and Nanny Gui couldn't help but look at each other. Just now, Luo Chinmo was so shocked because Nanny Gui told her about Lu Yong's identity. And, it was also because of Lu Yong's identity that Nanny Gui had been dissuading Luo Chinmo from getting involved. But what they didn't expect was that Mr. Yi also knew Lu Yong's identity, and most importantly, he was still so unscrupulous even after knowing it. Luo Qinmo couldn't help but think of the reminder her father gave her when she left the imperial capital. Lu Yong sat on the ground with his eyes wide open, looking at Grandpa Yi in disbelief. How do I know your identity? Old Master Yi sneered and said, let me tell you, I know much more than you know. Then, Mr. Yi continued, this time, I won't bother with you because you are a descendant of the Lu family. But remember, don't use your little tricks to challenge my bottom line. In terms of means, 100 of you are not enough for me. This is the first time and the last time. If there is a next time, if you dare to make trouble with my grandson, no one can save you. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The cold voice was filled with anger, and Mr. Yi's words were heart-wrenching. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. Ye Bufan is Mr. Yi's Achilles heel. Whoever touches him will die. Buzz. Mr. Yi's words made Lu Yong's heart tremble. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yong stared at Grandpa Yi with an unwilling look. Lu Yong knew that this time, he would be defeated again. He has been in Tianwang City for 3 years. As the lord of a city, Lu Yong's idea is very simple, to make money, make more money. However, because of the existence of the Yi family, the whole Tianwang City does not buy into his account as the lord of the city, let alone his desire to make money, so he has always regarded the Yi family as a thorn in his side and wants to get rid of the Yi family. In the past 3 years, he and the Yi family have fought openly and secretly countless times, but in the end, the strong dragon cannot defeat the local snake, and he has never won a single battle in these years. This time, the 7th princess happened to come to Tianwang City, so he wanted to take this opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife and destroy the Yi family, but in the end, he still failed. Helpless, unwilling, all kinds of negative emotions emerged from Lu Yong's heart. Just stop here. Impossible. Lu Yong felt unwilling and even angry. But Mr. Yi ignored Lu Yong and didn't even look at him. In his eyes, Lu Yong was just a clown. He immediately looked at Ye Bufan and said, Xiaofan, let's go home. Don't want. After Mr. Yi finished speaking, Ye Bufan tilted his neck and refused. Xiaofan. Just as Mr. Yi was about to say something, Ye Bufan had already run in front of Lu Yong. At this moment, Lu Yong had just gotten up from the ground, and Ye Bufan pulled his clothes and said, Uncle City Lord, where is the treasure? Where is Fanur's treasure? Give it to Fanur, okay. Brush. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Lu Yong's face darkened. Baby, sir. Looking at Ye Bufan, Lu Yong was filled with anger. If it weren't for this idiot's stupid words that happened to expose his perfect plan, would he be so passive now? If it weren't for Mr. Yi and so many people present, Lu Yong would have scared this idiot to death with a palm. Puff. On the side, Luo Qinmo couldn't help but laugh. This fool is so stupid that he is still thinking about the treasure that doesn't exist at all. He doesn't know that he is being used and almost lost his life. Lord Lu, you are the lord of a city after all, and a member of the Lu family. What you say cannot be taken back. You may not care about breaking your promise, but what about your Lu family? As one of the 3 top families in the Xian Empire, I'm afraid the Lu family can't afford to lose this person, right? At this time, Old Master Yi said embarrassedly. Lu Yong's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Looking at Mr. Yi, a hint of anger emerged in his eyes. Luo Qinmo and Nanny Gui were also stunned. Losing trust. What a big hat. If it were an ordinary family, they would not care about these things, but the higher the status and the more prominent the identity, the more they would care about these things. As one of the 3 super families in the Xian Empire, the Lu family could not afford to lose this person. If the family members brought shame to the family because of this, they would definitely be severely punished by the family. Mr. Yi's simple words instantly pushed Lu Yong into a desperate situation. Even if it is false, you have to give this treasure to me. Don't give. Yes, everyone in the entire Xian Empire will know about this tomorrow, and then it will be your Lu family that will lose face. Snort. Immediately, Lu Yong snorted coldly, took out the jade pendant from his waist, threw it to Ye Bufan and said, here you go. After saying this, Lu Yong walked out of the house. He didn't want to stay here for even a second. He didn't even want to look at this fool. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan threw the jade pendant to the ground as soon as he got it. With a pop sound, the jade pendant instantly broke into several pieces. Before everyone could react, Ye Bufan pouted and looked at Lu Yong angrily and said, Uncle City Lord, you are lying. You said that the treasure can be exchanged for many, many osmanthus cakes, enough to fill up an entire city. But this jade pendant can only be exchanged for a box of osmanthus cakes. I have exchanged it before, but I don't want it. I want the treasure that can be exchanged for many, many osmanthus cakes. Lu Yong's steps suddenly stopped. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched again. Can you exchange it for a treasure of sweet-scented osmanthus cake? Lu Yong was just talking casually at the time. Who would have thought that this fool would take it seriously, and Lu Yong never thought about fulfilling his promise from the beginning to the end. He would fulfill his promise. But the current situation is he has to fulfill his promise. Thinking of this, Lu Yong suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Osmanthus cake is very cheap, only 1 copper coin each. But what about the osmanthus cakes that fill the entire Tianwang city? 1 million, 10 million. That is absolutely an astronomical figure, absolutely a sky-high price. Lu Yong is just the lord of a second-level main city. His monthly salary is only a few. Even if he is sold, he cannot come up with such a large sum of money. Suddenly, Lu Yong felt his feet hurt a lot. I smashed it myself. Chapter 0005. The fool has long passed away, but the hero is still alive. Lifting a rock and dropping it on his own feet, losing both his wife and his army, this is Lu Yong's situation at the moment. He is angry, mad, but helpless. Snort. With a cold snort, Lu Yong took the purse from his body and threw it into Ye Bufan's hand. He then looked at old man Ye and said, 46 gold coins, that's all. Take it or not. After leaving these words, Lu Yong did not hesitate anymore and walked out without looking back. Seeing this, the guards of the city lord's mansion also followed him out. The currency of Shenwu continent is universal. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, which is equal to 10,000 copper coins. Tianwang City was just a third-level main city of the lowest level. As the city lord, Lu Yong only received 5 gold coins a month. 46 gold coins were equivalent to Lu Yong's 9-month salary, and he had to save it without eating or drinking. This was all Lu Yong's savings as the city lord for 3 years. At this moment, he felt his heart bleeding. Wow, so many gold coins. Ye Bufan didn't care about Lu Yong's mood at all. He opened his purse and an excited exclamation rang out instantly. Hee hee. On the side, Mr. Ye smiled slightly. The Ye family didn't lack this little money, so they just considered it as a lesson for Lu Yong. Luo Chinmo and Nanny Gui looked at Ye Bufan and smiled bitterly. On the one hand, it was because of Ye Bufan's innocence and good fortune, and on the other hand, it was naturally because of the city lord Lu Yong. Except for Ye Bufan, everyone present at the scene probably saw the whole thing clearly. This time, Lu Yong could be said to have lost both his wife and his army. Xiao Fan, let's go. At this time, Mr. Yi spoke again. Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard this. He immediately put away the purse again, glanced at Luo Chinmo, and finally looked at old man Yi, pointing at Luo Chinmo and said, Grandpa, Fanur hasn't married her yet, Fanur won't leave. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Luo Chinmo's mouth twitched involuntarily. This fool actually still remembers it. Nonsense. But old Master Yi shouted loudly. Without giving Ye Bufan any chance, old man Yi grabbed the clothes on the back of his head, lifted him up and said, come back with Grandpa. After leaving these words, old man Yi didn't hesitate at all and walked out with Ye Bufan in his hand. Ye Bufan naturally didn't want to. Grandpa, let go of the sail, let go of the sail. Woo woo. Fanur wants to marry a wife. Fanur is going to beat this bitch to death. Ye Bufan struggled and let out loud howls. But Mr. Yi chose to ignore it. Call. Finally, Ye Bufan's voice disappeared, and Luo Chinmo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, after witnessing Mr. Yi's tyranny and his doting on Ye Bufan, Luo Chinmo was really afraid that Mr. Yi would snatch her back to Ye Bufan as his wife in a hurry. The city lord's mansion, on the attic. Lu Yong stood on the highest building of the city lord's mansion, watching old Master Yi carrying Ye Bufan out of the city lord's mansion. He instinctively clenched his fists together, and a trace of murderous intent and hatred flashed in his eyes. Yi Hong, we'll see. One day, I will trample you and the entire Yi family under my feet. In the endless night, only Lu Yong's cold voice remained. That is unwillingness. That is perseverance. That is hatred that goes deep into the bone marrow. Actually, you just want the Yi family to be destroyed. How difficult is that? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the darkness, and then a man in a black robe appeared in Lu Yong's sight. Who are you? Lu Yong was startled when he saw the person coming, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. It was really scary that this person could appear in the city lord's mansion and appear beside him without anyone noticing. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can help you. The man in black robe said with a smile. In the darkness, under the black robe, Lu Yong couldn't see the other person's face at all. You help me. Why should you help me? Lu Yong was stunned again, and asked with a frown as he looked at the man in black robe. It's very simple. I help you because I want to cooperate with you. You want money, and I want people. You want someone. Who? You don't need to know this for now. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I will help you destroy the Ye family. How about it? How do you destroy the Ye family? Kill all the people in the Ye family. No, it's easy to kill other members of the Ye family, but the old man of the Ye family, the man in black robe, paused and said, I can't see through him, and he gives me a very dangerous feeling. It's not a good idea to do it myself. Then how can you help me destroy the Ye family? It's simple. Frame someone. Framed. That's right. Didn't you do the same thing today? However, your method is wrong. In my opinion, you should just kidnap Luo Chinmo and put the blame on the Ye family. What? Hearing this, Lu Yong exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the man in black robe with an incredulous look. Kidnapping the princess of the empire. Are you crazy? Even if it really succeeds, I will be the first one to bear the blame. After all, I am the lord of Tianwang City. No. If the princess is lost and cannot be found, of course you are guilty. But what if the princess is lost and then found by you? Then you are not guilty, but meritorious. Of course, the premise is that we need to successfully kidnap the princess. But don't worry, I will arrange this matter. Even if it fails, it has nothing to do with you. What you need to do is to search for the princess's whereabouts in Tianwang City with your city lord's mansion and the princess's accompanying guards after the princess is kidnapped. Of course, you will find the lost princess in the Ye family in the end. Hearing this, Lu Yong fell into endless silence. Old Master Ye didn't know about this. After bringing Ye Bufan back to the Ye family, Old Master Ye acted out of character and ignored Ye Bufan's crying and making a fuss. He directly locked Ye Bufan in the room and ordered 2 guards of the Ye family to watch over him. Ye Bufan was not allowed to leave the room without his permission. This move shocked the entire Ye family. You know, Mr. Ye's doting on Ye Bufan has reached an extreme, and he would care about even the slightest emotional fluctuation of Ye Bufan. But now, he actually ordered Ye Bufan to be locked up and sent someone to guard him, which was incredible. The night sky is like a navy blue curtain, dotted with twinkling stars, which makes people deeply intoxicated. It is late at night and everyone is asleep. In the Bufan courtyard, among the houses. The guard outside the door thought that Ye Bufan was tired of making noise and had fallen asleep. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ye Bufan was standing in front of a bronze mirror, touching his chin with his right hand, supporting his bent right elbow with his left hand, and looking at himself in the bronze mirror with a frown. His eyes are deep and his expression is stern. At this moment, he no longer looked like a fool. I am not dead, and I have traveled to such a completely strange world. Ye Bufan was extremely shocked, even unbelievable. He knew very well that he was not from this world at all, or his soul did not belong to this world at all. He came from a blue planet called Earth. He is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. When he was young, Ye Bufan longed for the life of a local hegemon in novels, and was determined to become a local hegemon one day. When he was 13, he followed a gangster near the orphanage and started to hang out in society. After that, he was out of control and left the orphanage completely at the age of 15. When he was 17, he had more than 30 people under him. It was also at that time that he founded a gang, 7 Kills. Afterwards, Ye Bufan began to conquer the Chinese underground world with 7 Kills. In the midst of blood and gore, it took 15 years to reach the top. At the age of 32, 7 Killers unified the Chinese underground world, and Ye Bufan became the undisputed Dark Overlord. However, unifying the Chinese underground world is not the end for Ye Bufan, but just the beginning. He has greater ambitions and goals. He wants to go abroad and unify the underground forces of the whole world. Moreover, he has begun to take action, and the disciples of the 7 Killers have infiltrated abroad. But who would have thought? Just this afternoon, Zhang Kui, the deputy commander of the 7 killers and Ye Bufan's most trusted brother, actually betrayed Ye Bufan and poisoned his food. After being poisoned, Ye Bufan thought he was going to die. Just when he was angry and desperate, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. If I can save your life and let you kill the person in front of you with your own hands, are you willing to make a deal with me? It was a girl's voice that sounded like the sound of nature. Even now, Ye Bufan still remembers it clearly. In Ye Bufan's opinion, he would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. When people are desperate, they always do things that they can't even imagine. Ye Bufan is just like that. At that time, after hearing this voice, Ye Bufan agreed without even thinking about it. What happened afterwards was even more incredible, completely overturning all of Ye Bufan's cognition of more than 30 years. Zhang Kui is dead. Ye Bufan killed him with his own hands. Ye Bufan died, but he was reborn in this strange world, in the body of this fool. A fool may be stupid, but he is not an idiot. From the fool's memory, Ye Bufan learned that this was a world called Shenwu continent, a completely unfamiliar world. There is no technological civilization, no modern weapons, and even fewer high-rise buildings. What we have here is only the confrontation of cold weapons, just like in ancient China, where martial arts are prevalent and everyone practices martial arts. The physical fitness of people in this world is far beyond that of people on Earth. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child can beat many adult men on Earth. Moreover, Ye Bufan has already verified it from Luo Qinmo, whose strength is simply amazing. And this world is full of battlefields, but they are not wars between people, but wars between humans and alien creatures such as monsters. However, a fool's cognition is limited after all, and Ye Bufan can only understand so much from his memory. In short, this is a strange world and a crazy world. Martial arts flourish here and the strong are respected. There is racial hegemony and war here. There is no distinction between good and evil here, only the strong and the weak. Here, as long as you are strong enough, killing people is not a crime. When Ye Bufan received this information, he was dumbfounded, confused, and shocked. Everything overturned all his cognition. However, after the shock came excitement. At least he was not dead, he was still alive, and he came to such a crazy world. Perhaps, in the eyes of people in this world, war is cruel and killing is bloody, but for Ye Bufan, this is no different from the conquest of the underground world. The so-called battlefield fighting and racial hegemony are nothing more than killing people and grabbing territory. He has been doing this for more than half of his more than 30 years on Earth. The strong prey on the weak, this is the world of the strong. The most important thing is that there are no hot weapons in this world, and force is above everything. Although Ye Bufan has just arrived in this world and is still unfamiliar with everything in this world, but with just this information and just a breath, Ye Bufan found that he has deeply fallen in love with this world. This is the world that belongs to Ye Bufan. This is the world ruled by the 7 killers. The heart is beating, the blood is not cold. Just when Ye Bufan was about to make a big move in this alien world, he sadly discovered that the fool did not die of natural causes but was killed by someone. The most ridiculous thing was that the person who killed the fool did not even know that the fool was dead. This person was naturally the lord of Tianwang City Lu Yong and the guard commander Lu Xuan. Moreover, Ye Bufan also overheard that they held the fool hostage in order to use him to harm the Ye family. When Ye Bufan heard this, he almost jumped up and cursed, but after all, Ye Bufan was also a great hero, so he naturally knew that doing so was courting death. Therefore, Ye Bufan could only continue to play dumb and cooperate with Lu Yong, and find ways to resolve the crisis. This led to what happened later. After recalling what happened today, Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, his expression darkened again. He looked at himself in the bronze mirror and said in a deep voice, "My predecessor, you can go with peace of mind. Since I have inherited your body, I will live well for you. From now on, the Ye family is my home. The people of the Ye family are my relatives. I will protect them and this family for you. Moreover, I will make the Ye family the strongest and most prosperous family in the world. Also, I will avenge you. I will kill Lu Yong, the lord of Tianwang City. 7 Assassins Commander, Ye Bufan, I swear to you." Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp murderous intent flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes. The fool is dead, and the hero is here. This world is destined to no longer be peaceful. Chapter 6 Gukan Emperor Jade. But suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned again and murmured, "This Ye family is really strange. If the predecessor's memory is correct, then he has never even seen his biological parents. This is too abnormal. Moreover, apart from the servants and guards, the entire Ye family has only two male descendants, the old man and the predecessor. The most important thing is that the predecessor is a fool. In this way, the entire Ye family has only one male descendant, the old man. It's abnormal, too abnormal." Ye Bufan was frightened by the fool's memory. Now, in the Ye family, excluding servants and guards, there are only 5 real direct members. The first one was naturally Ye Bufan himself, the second one was Old Master Yi, and the remaining 3 were all women, all younger than Ye Bufan. They were Ye Jingyi, Ye Jingru, and Ye Jingshuan, all of whom were Ye Bufan's sisters. The youngest, Ye Jingshuan, and Ye Bufan had the same father and mother, and the remaining Ye Jingyi and Ye Jingru were the daughters of Ye Bufan's eldest uncle and third uncle respectively. Ye Bufan's biological father, uncle, and third uncle. According to this calculation, the Ye family should be prosperous, but these people seemed to not exist at all, and there was no impression of them in the memory of the predecessor. If it was the predecessor, he was just a fool and naturally would not care at all, but Ye Bufan was not. It was impossible for such a large number of people in a family to disappear inexplicably. The only explanation was that the Ye family had experienced some great changes. Ye Bufan even suspected that if his predecessor was not a fool, he might have disappeared in the Ye family as well. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. It seems that I have to continue pretending to be stupid in the future, at least until I figure out what is going on. Before I have enough ability to protect myself, I must not let anyone find out that I am no longer a fool. Then, Ye Bufan murmured in a deep voice again. However, fools also have their own advantages and benefits. Just like today, if it were a normal person, how could there be so many conveniences? Ye Bufan smiled evilly, and then his expression suddenly became serious, and then he said, "Shenwu continent, since I am here, then there must be a place for me, Ye Bufan, here. Looking down on the world, the emperor has a heart, and the hero has an unyielding ambition. No matter if you are a human or a demon, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Call out." After he finished speaking, a hint of determination flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes. The heart of a king, full of heroic spirit. A dog crawls 1,000 miles to eat shit, a wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. Ye Bufan is a wolf, a very ferocious wolf. No matter on Earth or in Shenwu, the wolf nature will never change, wolves only eat meat. What a heart of an emperor that looks down on the world, and the ambition of a hero that never gives up in battle. It seems that I did not choose the wrong person. Moreover, you seem to have gotten used to your new identity now. Suddenly, a voice inexplicably sounded in Ye Bufan's ears. Who? Ye Bufan was startled. However, he looked around and did not see any figure. Call out. At this moment, a purple light burst out from Ye Bufan. The light beam stopped 1 meter away from Ye Bufan. Looking at the purple light in front of him, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Gukan Emperor Jade. 4 words rang out from Ye Bufan's mouth. He had a look of shock on his face. At this moment, a purple jade pendant was seen floating in the air 1 meter in front of Ye Bufan. The jade pendant is round and dark purple in color. Ye Bufan was not only familiar with the jade pendant in front of him, but also felt very familiar with it. The 4 words, Gukan Emperor Jade, were even the name Ye Bufan gave to the jade pendant. This is because the material of the jade pendant is very special, not even any of the known jade species on Earth, but it is very precious. Not only that, there is a golden Gukan in the center of the jade pendant. The Gukan and the jade pendant are integrated, as if the Gukan existed when the jade pendant was formed. Therefore, Ye Bufan named it, Gukan Emperor Jade. When Ye Bufan was on Earth, he had 4 good things: money, territory, women, and the last one was antiques. This jade pendant was something Ye Bufan carried with him during his lifetime. This jade pendant was Ye Bufan's favorite thing during his lifetime. This jade pendant was also given by the 7 Killers traitor Zhang Kui before his death. But how did it get here? Buzz. Suddenly, a purple light shot up into the sky from the Gukan Emperor Jade. In the blink of an eye, a human-shaped shadow appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. That was a woman. Her eyes were like water, yet they were slightly cold, as if they could see through everything. She has a pair of red lips, and her smile is sweet. Her every move seems like she is dancing. Her eyebrows are lightly drawn, and her face is not made up, but her stunning beauty cannot be concealed. There is a crystal necklace around her neck, which makes her collarbone look even clearer. Her long hair falls to her ankles, her waist is slender, and her limbs are long. She has the otherworldly temperament of a fairy. Wearing white clothes, keep away from dust. This is a stunningly beautiful woman, far superior to Luo Qinmo. However, at this moment Ye Bufan had no intention of blasphemy or appreciation. You pointing at the woman in white, Ye Bufan opened his eyes wide, instinctively took several steps back, and wanted to speak, but he only said the word, you. Reborn and traveling through time, a strange world, everything strange, Ye Bufan had just accepted it, but a stunning woman emerged from the ancient jade in front of him. How could Ye Bufan continue to stay calm and not panic? The woman in white smiled slightly, bowed and said, "Hello, Ye Bufan." Buzz. Ye Bufan's body trembled violently. "Who are you?" Mustering up his courage, Ye Bufan said with a look of horror. "I'm Qin Xin, we've met before." "Qin Xin, have you met her?" Ye Bufan was stunned when he saw the woman in white. He was certain and firmly believed that he had never seen the woman in white, let alone knew her. "To be exact, I have seen you, but you have not seen me, and we have communicated before, on Earth, in your hometown." Seeing Ye Bufan's suspicious and even questioning look, Qin Xin explained, and then said, "It was me who gave you the opportunity to kill your enemy with your own hands, and it was also me who brought you to this world." Boom. After Qin Xin finished speaking, Ye Bufan's soul was shaken. "Never stop until your words shock people. It's you." A horrified voice rang out. "If I can save your life and let you kill the person in front of you with your own hands, are you willing to make a deal with me?" Above the earth, when he was dying, those words that inexplicably appeared in Ye Bufan's ears, now rang in Ye Bufan's mind again. Ye Bufan didn't expect that the woman in white was the owner of that voice. "It's me." Looking at Ye Bufan, Qin Xin smiled slightly. Ye Bufan was shocked and even more moved. "Call." After a moment, he let out a long breath and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. Then, Ye Bufan looked at Qin Xin, bowed again, and said, "Thank you for letting me kill my enemy with my own hands, and thank you for saving my life. Life and death are ruthless, and gratitude and grudges are clear." Ye Bufan never hesitates to express his gratitude to those who have done him a favor. "You don't have to thank me, because this is just a deal between you and me," Qin Xin said with a smile. Ye Bufan was stunned. "Yes, deal. Since it's a deal, you have already done what you promised me. What else do you need me to do?" Soon, Ye Bufan's face returned to normal. He frowned slightly and asked Qin Xin. His tone was gentle, his expression was calm, without the slightest bit of nervousness, and certainly not any fear. Although Qin Xin's strength was infinitely terrifying, and such people only existed in novels, since it was a transaction, both parties must be equal. Moreover, since the other party had chosen him and had gone to such great lengths to bring him to this world, he must have something to ask of him. In this case, Ye Bufan did not need to be afraid or nervous, nor did he need to lower his posture. Even a great hero would not easily lower his posture. "You don't have to do anything," Qin Xin said with a smile. Ye Bufan was stunned again. "Don't you have to do anything?" Ye Bufan asked, looking at Qin Xin with a suspicious look. Ye Bufan didn't think that such a good thing would fall on him inexplicably, and as a hero of his generation and the former overlord of China's underground world, Ye Bufan knew one thing very well: there is no free lunch in the world. To be exact, you don't have to do anything right now, because you are too weak. After Qin Xin finished speaking, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched involuntarily. It's so discouraging. Too weak. Yes, it is true. It was a great shame and humiliation for Ye Bufan that a young girl like Luo Qinmo could make him fall asleep for several hours with just one palm strike. Of course, you don't have to underestimate yourself. Seeing Ye Bufan's mouth twitching, Qin Xin smiled slightly. "Since I chose you, you are destined to be extraordinary. I will do my best to help you become the strongest in this world and stand at the top of this world. You help me." Ye Bufan looked at Qin Xin with suspicion. Without waiting for Qin Xin's response, Ye Bufan raised his right hand and said, "Wait, why did you choose me?" "No comment." "So what exactly do you want me to do for you? I mean in the future." "No comment." "Grass." Qin Xin said, "No comment" twice, which made Ye Bufan furious. "No matter what I ask you, you always say, no comment. Since you have no sincerity, I think we should just give up on the cooperation." What's more, you helped me. Haha, I, Ye Bufan, have been a gangster since I was 13 years old. It has lasted for 19 years. I have experienced all kinds of ups and downs. I have earned my current status with my own hands. Do I need your help? Are you sure? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qinshin smiled instead of getting angry. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to answer, she smiled and said, although there are some things I can't tell you, there are some things I can, such as my identity. Your identity? What identity? Ye Bufan asked suspiciously. Do you see this piece of purple jade? It is what you call the Gukan Emperor Jade. Qinshin did not answer Ye Bufan directly, but pointed to the purple jade pendant beside her and said, there is a golden Gukan in this purple jade pendant, and this Gukan is my true body. What? As Qinshin finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed. His expression remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This world has completely overturned Ye Bufan's cognition. Even a generation of heroes can't keep calm. It's fine that he was reborn after death, but now a Gukan can become a human and can even speak. What the hell is this? Is it a novel? Yes, to be exact, I am the spirit of this, Zhu Tianquan. Qinshin nodded, and then said, and, what I want to tell you is that the Zhu Tianqin is one of the 3 great artifacts in ancient times. Maybe you don't know what the artifact is, but I can tell you that the power of the artifact is enough to destroy the world, far beyond the nuclear weapons of your world. Once it comes out, all the strong people in this world will go crazy for it and will grab it at all costs. Moreover, except for this, Zhu Tianqin, the other 2 of the 3 great artifacts in ancient times have been damaged, which means that this, Zhu Tianqin, is the only artifact in this world now. Ye Bufan was stunned and confused. The only divine weapon, the Zhu Tianqin. More powerful than nuclear weapons. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to come back to his senses, Qinshin continued, and, what is now in front of you is an opportunity for the artifact to recognize its master. Not only that, this, Zhu Tian Lute, also contains my master's martial arts heritage. Martial arts heritage is particularly important to a martial artist. The value of my master's martial arts heritage is no less than that of the Zhu Tian Lute, and it may even be a few points higher. The heart of an emperor overlooking the world, the ambition of a hero who never gives up after 100 battles, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. This is no longer the world you live in. Military force determines everything. I am not trying to strike you down, but you have already passed the best period for practicing martial arts. Even if you work harder and get greater opportunities, without my help, you are destined to be mediocre in your life. But it's different with me. Whether it's the heaven-slaying harp, or my master's martial arts heritage, they are both priceless treasures in this world. Now as long as you acknowledge the artifact as your master, you will be able to obtain my master's martial arts heritage. In the future, well, in the words of your world, you will be promoted to general manager and marry a rich and beautiful woman. With the artifact and my master's martial arts heritage, you can rob money, land, and women. In this world, you can do whatever you want. Now, are you sure you don't need my help? After saying this, Qinshin's lips curled up with an undisguised smirk. Ye Bufan was speechless for a moment. This was naked. Chapter 7. Martial Arts Inheritance, Physical Baptism. Give it to me. After shouting angrily, Ye Bufan stretched out his right hand towards Qinshin and said sternly. Qinshin was slightly stunned when she saw Ye Bufan's right hand reaching out to her. Her watery eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment as she asked, "What? Didn't you ask me to recognize the main artifact? Since you asked me to recognize the main artifact, how can I recognize the main artifact if you don't give me the artifact, that is, the ancient Zither Emperor Jade? You even call yourself the spirit of the artifact, how can your IQ be so low?" Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said with contempt. Qinshin's mouth twitched slightly. As a divine weapon spirit, it was the first time that she was despised by a mortal. However, she did not argue with Ye Bufan, but looked at him curiously. Do you know how to recognize the master of a divine weapon? Nonsense. How do you know that? Isn't it just a drip of blood to recognize the master? Do you think the artifact is such a high-end thing? In our place, this knowledge has long been popularized. It's just some basic common sense. Do you understand common sense? From an 80-year-old grandmother to a 3.5-year-old child, as long as you read novels, who doesn't know it? Qinshin was speechless and even more convinced. Although she didn't want to admit it, the method used by this artifact to recognize its master was indeed the most effective way. dripping blood to recognize the master. It seems that I have underestimated the people in that world, Qin Shin thought. Looking at Qin Shin's wonderful expression, Ye Bufan looked relaxed. As a newcomer, Ye Bufan was still very unfamiliar with this world. However, Ye Bufan had to admit that Qin Shin was right. In this world where martial arts flourished, strength and opportunity were equally important. Especially for Ye Bufan now, how could he refuse the opportunity to recognize a divine artifact and inherit the martial arts of a peerless master? After all, he has nothing now. However, Ye Bufan couldn't stand Qin Shin's arrogant attitude and the way she tried to bully him, so he couldn't help but want to fight back and suppress her. Ye Bufan was just guessing about the blood-dripping recognition as the master. After all, many novels on Earth were written in this way. Unexpectedly, he guessed it right. Ye Bufan couldn't help but admire those novel writers on Earth, they were simply amazing. Now that he finally had a chance to criticize the spirit of a divine weapon, Ye Bufan would not let it slip easily. He immediately looked at Qin Shin with a look of doubt and said, "Such a simple method of recognizing the master by dripping blood, is it still some shocking secret in your world?" Although Qin Shin didn't want to admit it, that was the fact. "No way, is this really the case? Tisk tisk, I didn't expect your world to be so backward. But you are really stupid. You are the spirit of a divine weapon, so why don't you teach the people in your world some basic common sense? If one day you accidentally lose your memory, and the people in your world don't know how to recognize the divine weapon, wouldn't that be like burying a divine weapon? This is simply a waste of resources. Fortunately, you met me this time. Okay, it's almost time. Let's quickly recognize our master. We've been busy all day. Even if you are not tired, I am." Seeing that he had almost finished scolding, Ye Bufan shook his hands and said embarrassedly. Snort. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Shin stamped her feet, snorted angrily, and turned into a ray of purple air and drilled into the ancient Zither Emperor Jade. With a pop, the Emperor Jade that was originally floating in the air fell directly to the ground. Forehead. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned by Qin Shin's reaction. Is this little girl angry? Shaking his head, Ye Bufan bent down and picked up the Emperor Jade that had fallen to the ground. Looking at the golden Gukan in the Emperor Jade, Ye Bufan had a sly smile on his face again, and murmured, after recognizing the master of the artifact, "Doesn't that mean I am the master of that little girl? Since I am the master, she shouldn't refuse to sleep with me, right? That figure, that face, tisk tisk, this world is still good." Money, status, women, and antiques, Ye Bufan's four major hobbies in his previous life naturally would not change because of time travel. In fact, due to the unique madness of this world, Ye Bufan's pursuit of these four hobbies became even more intense. Of course the antiques became artifacts, and the other three remained unchanged. Tick-tock. Afterwards, Ye Bufan bit his finger without any hesitation. A drop of scarlet liquid dripped directly from his finger and finally fell on the Emperor Jade. Buzz. The moment Ye Bufan's blood touched the Emperor Jade, a purple light emerged from the Emperor Jade. The Emperor Jade flew out of his hand and hovered above Ye Bufan's head. The purple light then enveloped Ye Bufan's entire body. Ye Bufan didn't know that under the nourishment of this purple light, his entire body was undergoing a tremendous transformation and his basic strength was constantly increasing. Ordinary people have a basic strength before they practice martial arts. This strength is between 1 and 100 and varies from person to person. Everyone's basic strength is completely different. After setting foot on the path of martial arts, through practice, the body will continue to strengthen and the strength will gradually increase, but the basic strength cannot continue to change after setting foot on the path of martial arts. The 5 transformations of the mortal realm: refining the skin, refining the flesh, forging the bones, washing the marrow, and refining the organs. Each major realm is divided into 10 minor realms, and each breakthrough in a minor realm can increase 10 kilograms of strength. In other words, each major realm can gain 100 kilograms of strength, and the entire mortal realm can gain 500 kilograms of strength. This is the same for everyone, and the only difference is the basic strength. It can be said that the greater the basic strength, the greater the advantages in the future. Ye Bufan's originally weak body had only 12 kilograms of strength, which was simply the scum among scum. But now, after the baptism of his physical body, his basic strength has reached the extreme, one punch, with a force of 100 kilograms. You country leopard, this has nothing to do with the artifact recognizing its master. This is the first inheritance left by my master, the baptism of the body. After this baptism, your body will undergo a qualitative change. Cherish it well. Even the divine martial lord does not receive such treatment. At this time, Qin Shin's contemptuous voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's ears. Body baptism. Ye Bufan was stunned, then his face changed again, and he said, "Wait, you have already entered that, heaven-slaying harp. How can you still hear me talking?" Unfortunately, Qin Shin did not answer Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan felt a sense of confusion and a chill in his heart. There was no doubt that Qin Shin had heard him asking her to sleep with him. As if he had thought of something, Ye Bufan's expression changed again. "Hey, I'm your new master, don't take this opportunity to take revenge. If I get possessed by mistake, where can you find an outstanding new master like me?" An anxious voice sounded. Ye Bufan felt so regretful in his heart. If he had known that Qin Shin could hear him talking after entering the artifact, he would have kept quiet just now. Unfortunately, Qin Shin still ignored Ye Bufan. "Call out." At this moment, the Emperor Jade suddenly turned down from midair and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. Before Ye Bufan could react, the Emperor Jade had already sunk into his body. Ye Bufan was shocked. He thought Qin Shin was deliberately making things difficult for him. However, just as he said 3 words, his body trembled violently and his voice stopped abruptly. Then, some strange memories flooded into his mind frantically. Tiger and leopard thunder sound power. Those 5 words were clear but carried a hint of majesty. Still like a rooster, moving like a dragon's waist, smart like a monkey, divine like an eagle's eyes, shoulders loosened and ribs stretched, strength penetrating the joints, hands like meteors, arms like threads rolling, entanglement, penetration, shaking, inch, bounce, drill, close, with the momentum of a tiger or leopard, using the power of thunder. Strange memories, strange state. Ye Bufan was even more horrified to find that his body seemed to no longer be his own and was no longer under his control. "Fuck, you little bitch, what on earth did you do to me?" In fear, Ye Bufan's angry roar rang out. "Don't you call yourself a great hero? Why are you scared now?" This time, Qin Shin did not remain silent, and the contemptuous voice sounded directly. Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel confused and mad. He was a great hero, and he was not afraid of danger. But now his body was controlled by someone else, who knew what would happen. How could he not panic? "Don't worry, I didn't do anything. This is just my master's martial arts inheritance. I helped you complete your first practice. It will be much easier for you to practice the second time. And this can help you maximize the effect of the baptism of your physical body." Qin Shin's voice sounded again in the chaos of Ye Bufan, comforting him. Martial arts inheritance. However, before Ye Bufan could think or ask more, his body began to move strangely. "Call out." Starting posture. Stand upright, relax your whole body, look straight ahead, and focus your mind. Loosen your palms, slowly raise your hands, and then gradually lower them. Raising your hands is inhaling, and lowering your hands is exhaling. Punch. Banksai side kick, upper right support punch, Bangda side kick, right crushing punch, turn around and chop palm, insert step and chop palm. Strange memories and uncontrolled movements, the two combined perfectly together and were firmly engraved in Ye Bufan's mind. Boom 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 boom. With every punch and kick, there was a rumbling sound of thunder inside the body. With the strength of a tiger or leopard, and the force of thunder. Buzz. After a while, Ye Bufan clearly felt that the membranes all over his body began to tremble slightly. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that under the trembling of the membranes, his body became hotter and hotter, as if a flame was burning. Not only that, the power of each movement, punching, palming, kicking, and sweeping, was actually increasing and strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sudden change made Ye Bufan terrified, but at the same time he was extremely excited. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, isn't power exactly what he wants? And he wants it very urgently. Boo! Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from within the membrane. In an instant, as if a layer of shackles in the body was broken, a new force emerged from Ye Bufan's body. The power increases dramatically. After the baptism of the flesh, Ye Bufan's punch had already reached a force of 100 kilograms, but now his punch had reached a force of 110 kilograms. Breakthrough. The brand new feeling and abundant power made Ye Bufan couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 8. This is a trap. Banksai side kick, upper right support punch, bangda side kick, right crushing punch, turn around and chop palm, insert step and chop palm. Under the cover of night, Ye Bufan continued to practice the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force in his room. He was originally worried about alarming the guards at the door, but fortunately Qin Shin said that when the martial arts were passed down, there was the protection of the artifact barrier, so no matter how loud the noise was, people outside would not be able to hear it. Only then did Ye Bufan feel completely relieved. Punching, palming, smashing, kicking. With the repeated practice of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force, Ye Bufan's own strength is constantly improving, and his martial arts realm is constantly breaking through. Leather Refining Grade 1. Leather Refining Grade 2. Leather Refining Grade 3. The changes in his body and the increase in strength made Ye Bufan feel unprecedented excitement and joy. It was at this moment that Ye Bufan truly realized the magic of this world. The night quietly fades away, and the dawn awakens all things. Call. Ye Bufan let out a long breath. The martial arts training had just ended and he regained control of his body. After a night of training, Ye Bufan did not feel tired. On the contrary, he felt that his physical condition was better than ever before. His whole body was full of strength, as if he could kill a cow with one punch. It turns out that martial arts training is so simple. After feeling the changes in his body again, Ye Bufan couldn't help but sigh. According to Qin Shin, he has now officially stepped into the first stage of transformation and reached the 5th level of skin refining. Simple. At this time, Qin Shin's contemptuous voice suddenly sounded. Isn't it? Ye Bufan asked in surprise. He advanced directly to the 5th level of skin refining from a person who didn't know how to practice overnight, and broke through 5 times in a row. Isn't this simple? Oh. Qin Shin sneered when she heard this. In the martial arts, there are 5 levels of transformation and 3 levels of concentration. Most people cannot break through the level of transformation and advance to the level of concentration in their entire lives. What's more, after the 3 levels of concentration, there are Zhodian and Shenwu. How dare you say that it's easy? Moreover, do you think that your 5 consecutive breakthroughs overnight were your own credit? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my master's martial arts inheritance, you wouldn't even think about it. Despite the contemptuous voice, Qin Shin continued to ruthlessly trample on Ye Bufan. All men are born equal. If you want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, you must have perseverance and a spirit of persistence. Like you. Ha ha. Ye Bufan suddenly felt confused. Although he did not deny what Qin Shin said, Qin Shin's tone and attitude made Ye Bufan feel very uncomfortable. Ye Bufan immediately said, "After all, I am your master now, can you be more polite?" "Master? When did you become my master?" Qin Shin asked in surprise. Ye Bufan was puzzled. "Haven't I already acknowledged the master of the artifact? And you are the artifact spirit. Since I am the master of the artifact, then aren't I your master?" "Haha, you think too much. Am I overthinking?" Pointing at himself, Ye Bufan looked stunned. At the same time, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Your blood is only the first step in recognizing the artifact as your master. It is also the key to unlocking the first seal of the artifact. There are 9 more seals after that. Only when you unlock all the 9 seals can you truly recognize the artifact as your master. Only then can you become my master. Do you understand? At this time, Qin Shin chuckled again and said, 9-layer seal. Damn it, why didn't you say it just now? With a slight twitch of the corner of his mouth, Ye Bufan's angry shout rang out again. You didn't ask. Ye Bufan suddenly felt like he was being played by Qin Shin. This feeling made him feel very unhappy, so he angrily said, 9-layer seal, right. I don't want to play anymore. Qin Shin didn't care at all, she just said in a very shy and awkward manner, well, I'm sorry, there's something I forgot to tell you before. Although it was said to be awkward, the words were full of teasing. Is there something I forgot to mention? Ye Bufan shuddered, and suddenly felt an ominous feeling rushing towards him madly. Yes. Qin Shin responded, when you shed blood to acknowledge the master, unlocked the first seal of the artifact, and accepted the first inheritance from the master, your fate was firmly tied to the Zutian Quan. My fate is tied to the artifact. Yes, you may not understand what I am saying, so let me put it another way. Haven't you already accepted my master's first martial arts inheritance and obtained the practice method of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force? Is that correct? That's true, but what does this have to do with my destiny? Ye Bufan nodded and asked dully. Of course it is related. Although, Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force is only a martial art for transcendent realm cultivation, its uniqueness and power are far beyond the reach of other martial arts. Practicing Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force, and then practicing other martial arts will have no effect. Moreover, even if you have the great opportunity to obtain a higher level transcendent realm martial art than Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force, because of the artifact, you can only practice to the 10th level of skin refining. If you want to advance to the 2nd level of transcendent realm, you must unlock the 2nd seal of the artifact and accept the 2nd inheritance from my master. The same applies to every advancement in the future, you must unlock the seal of the artifact. After Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. On board a pirate ship. Brush, brush, brush. In an instant, his face changed drastically, becoming gloomier and gloomier, colder and colder, and even Ye Bufan clenched his fists tightly together, and the blue veins on the back of his hands were exposed. Fuck, you little bitch, you cheated me. After a moment, Ye Bufan roared angrily. Heaven-killing artifact, 10 layers of seals. Unlock once, advance once. In other words, now he was a fish on Qin Shin's chopping board. If he wanted to continue to become stronger, he had to unlock the seal of the artifact again and again. If he couldn't or didn't want to unlock the seal of the artifact, then his cultivation would only be able to stay where it was and stagnate. Pit, this is a huge pit. Paw. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but slap himself. You obviously know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, but you still want to eat it. Now you've caused trouble, right? Ye Bufan, you were once a hero, why did you let your greed blind you? After a fierce self-blame, Ye Bufan felt so regretful. Qin Shin said softly, you don't have to do this. After all, this will only benefit you, not harm you. You just shut up, and it only brings benefits and no harm. Should I thank you? I strongly suspect that you planned all this in advance, just to make me a laborer and help you remove the seal of the artifact. After a roar, Ye Bufan's face was full of anger. Qin Shin didn't care about Ye Bufan's anger and dissatisfaction at all. I didn't lie to you. Except for the first seal, the remaining 9 seals are tests left by my master for you. Although it takes a certain amount of time and energy to lift the seal, it is not difficult. Moreover, every time you lift the seal, you can obtain my master's martial arts inheritance. All in all, the benefits you get are far more than what you pay. Forgot. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He didn't believe what Qin Shin said about her forgetting to remind him before. This was definitely something he did on purpose and concealed. Although Ye Bufan couldn't see Qin Shin now, he was sure that Qin Shin must be asking for a beating. What's that? Hit me with a stick and then give me a candy. Ye Bufan soon calmed down and said with narrowed eyes. Then what else do you want? Qin Shin asked. You cheated me before, but I was magnanimous and didn't bother with you. Now, you asked me to unlock this damn seal, and I am doing something for you. You should at least give me some benefits, right? Since there is no way out, young Master Yi will naturally seek more benefits for himself. Qin Shin suddenly felt speechless and confused. As early as when she was observing Ye Bufan on Earth, she had discovered that this guy was not only ambitious but also extremely greedy. However, she didn't expect this guy was so greedy that he was not satisfied with the inheritance and artifacts of a peerless strong man. However, Qin Shin was also helpless. Now that Ye Bufan had already unlocked the first seal, Ye Bufan had no choice, and so did she. What do you want? Qin Shin had no choice but to ask. You, me. Qin Shin was stunned. That's right. Ye Bufan smiled wickedly. Look, you brought me from such a faraway place to such a barbaric place. My young heart has been severely traumatized. I am terrified, scared, and uneasy for a while. I couldn't adapt to anything in this world. If I can't adapt, I can't work. If I can't work, I can't help you remove that seal. Stop! Ye Bufan was talking in a long-winded way, and Qin Shin hurriedly stopped him. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. The point is that I want you. Ye Bufan said without waiting for Qin Shin's response. He added, you also know that for men, the best elixir to heal the trauma of the soul is a woman, and I am no exception. If you dare to cheat me, I will take you in. You want me to sleep with you? Qin Shin was stunned. Don't say such harsh words. Since you said you have observed me for many years, you should know that I am not the kind of person who would forcibly seize a woman or force others to do something against their will. We can still slowly cultivate our relationship first. Ye Bufan said embarrassedly. He still remembered Qin Shin's peerless beauty clearly. In his previous life, no matter on TV or in real life, all the beauties Ye Bufan had seen were simply not in the same league as her. Since he was reborn, in this new world, Ye Bufan's demands were not high. He wanted the country and the beauty. Just you. Faced with Ye Bufan's request, Qin Shin was not angry at all. Instead, she chuckled and said, I'm not trying to discourage you. You're just a warrior in the transcendent realm. Even if I want you to do something to me, you can't do it. What do you mean? Ye Bufan was stunned by Qin Shin's words. I am the spirit of a divine weapon. I don't have a physical body. In the words of your world, I am just a ghost. What do you think you can do with a ghost? Qin Shin said with a chuckle. At the moment when Ye Bufan was dumbfounded, she changed the subject and said, of course, if you can cultivate to the divine martial realm, it will be different. What? If I cultivate to the divine martial realm, I can be with you. Ye Bufan's excited voice sounded immediately, as if he saw a dazzling dawn in the endless darkness. That's the theory. Are you trying to fool me again? Once bitten, one becomes afraid of ropes for 10 years. Ye Bufan was really afraid that he would fall into Qin Shin's trap again. Do you think I need to lie to you? That's right. Ye Bufan nodded, but then said, but forget it, after all, humans and ghosts are different. Forehead. Ye Bufan's words made Qin Shin slightly stunned. She thought to herself, has this guy suddenly changed his nature? Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan spoke again at this time. By the way, how do we remove that seal? Suddenly, Qin Shin was confused, as if 1,000 horses were galloping in her heart. If Ye Bufan had asked this question at the beginning, she would definitely not have had any other ideas. But now, Qin Shin highly suspected that the reason why this guy was so eager to know how to unlock the seal of the artifact was to reach the divine martial realm as soon as possible, and then be with her. Must be so. Chapter 9. Something happened. The first seal. Drip blood to recognize the master, and the seal will be automatically lifted. The second seal. Absorb the essence and blood of 10 one-star beasts or 10 members of the demon clan in the skin refining realm, and the seal will be automatically lifted. The third seal. Absorb the essence and blood of 100 two-star beasts or 100 flesh-refining demon clan members, and the seal will be automatically lifted. The fourth seal. Absorb the essence and blood of 1,000 three-star beasts or 1,000 monster members in the marrow cleansing realm, and the seal will be automatically lifted. By analogy, according to Qin Shin, if Ye Bufan wants to unlock the 10th seal, he needs to absorb the essence and blood of 1 billion 9-star beasts or 1 billion Jodian realm demon clan members. For a moment, Ye Bufan felt extremely confused and crazy, even about to collapse. 1 billion 9-star beasts. 1 billion Jodian realm demons. Are there so many 9-star beasts or Jodian realm monsters in the entire Shenwu continent? Although Ye Bufan had just arrived and did not know much about this world, he was certain that there were definitely not so many level 9 warriors among the wild beasts and monsters on the Shenwu continent. Otherwise, the battle between humans and monsters and barbarians would not have lasted until now. The human race would have been destroyed long ago and swallowed up by the monsters and barbarians. Are you kidding me? Ye Bufan could not help but shout angrily, even if I slaughtered the demons and barbarians to extinction, I'm afraid I can't gather so many 9th level warriors, right? How can I unlock the artifact? Of course there aren't that many level 9 experts, let alone now, even in the ancient times. But who told you that you must hunt down level 9 monsters and wild beasts when the 10th seal is applied? Qin Shin retorted immediately after hearing this. What do you mean? Ye Bufan was stunned. It's very simple. For example, the 5th seal is not only effective with the essence and blood of 4th level monsters and wild beasts. The essence and blood of 3rd level monsters and wild beasts can also be used, but the effect is slightly worse and the amount required is slightly larger. Similarly, if you absorb the essence and blood of 6th level monsters or wild beasts during the 5th seal, the effect will be much stronger and the amount required will be much smaller. To put it bluntly, as long as it is the essence and blood of monsters and wild beasts, it can be used to unlock the artifact, but different levels of monsters and wild beasts have different effects on different levels of seals. Qin Shin explained patiently, but Ye Bufan's mouth twitched again and again. According to Qin Shin, he really didn't have to worry about the level of the demons and wild beasts, but what about the number? The 10th seal was most effective on the 9th level demons and wild beasts. At this time, the effect of the essence and blood of the demons and wild beasts below the 9th level would inevitably be weakened. A full 10 billion level 9 demons and wild beasts are needed. If they are level 8, or demons and wild beasts with even lower strength, wouldn't the number needed be even greater? Do we really want to massacre the demons and barbarians to the point of extermination? You know, even the entire human race cannot do this. After all, if the human race really has this ability, the war between the two sides would not have continued to this day. Can it be done on one's own? However, Ye Bufan is not someone else after all. He is the leader of the 7 killers. A mere challenge is nothing to be afraid of, and a mere monster cannot make him retreat. In just a moment, a hint of determination flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes. Done. 2 words, firm and resolute. However, as a former hero, Ye Bufan was not a reckless man. He knew very well that his 5th grade leather refining skills were just a drop in the bucket in this world. Not to mention trying to destroy the demon and barbarian tribes, he didn't even have the most basic ability to protect himself. The top priority is to improve your own strength. However, thinking of this, Ye Bufan felt embarrassed again. If he were a normal person, there would be no problem. The key is that he has to continue pretending to be a fool. At least before he understands the situation of the Ye family and has enough ability to protect himself, he cannot let people know that he is no longer a fool. In this way, Ye Bufan's cultivation becomes a big problem. A fool practicing martial arts. It's impossible to even think about it. Therefore, if Ye Bufan wanted to practice martial arts, he couldn't let others know, let alone let others see him, otherwise it would definitely cause trouble. However, the reason why Ye Bufan could practice unscrupulously in his room last night was that the previous owner of the artifact had the protection of the barrier when he passed on the martial arts, so he didn't attract other people's attention, but it won't work in the future. Actually, this problem is easy to solve. At this time, Chin Chin's voice sounded in Ye Bufan's mind again. Do you have a solution? Ye Bufan was delighted when he heard that. Of course, Chin Chin responded, and then said, although I am only the spirit of the artifact, the master has given me the right to use part of the power of the artifact in order to let me protect her inheritor to a certain extent. As long as you can obtain some blood essence from the demon race or wild beasts, I can activate the artifact to set up a barrier around you. However, this barrier is only the lowest level of barrier. Of course, if you just want to practice in your room without being discovered, it is enough. The blood essence of a 1-star wild beast can last for about half an hour. That's great. Ye Bufan's excited voice sounded. As long as his secret could not be discovered, it would matter if he consumed some essence and blood of monsters and wild beasts. Da. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the house, getting closer and closer. Hurry, open the door. Then, a hurried and panicked voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Ye Fan frowned slightly and turned to look at the closed door. Awang, what are you doing? Don't you know that the master gave the order himself yesterday? No one is allowed to let the young master out without the master's permission. We know that you care about the young master, but you can't make things difficult for us. At this time, another voice said. Fuck, you know nothing. Today is the beginning of the month. The master took the 2nd and 3rd young ladies out early in the morning. If you don't let the young master out, something bad will happen. It's a big deal. Human life is at stake, don't you know? Hurry up, open the door, hurry up, what are you still standing there for? What's the big deal? What human life? The 4th young lady took the golden knife to kill the princess. Do you think this is a big deal? Do you think this is a matter of life and death? The master is not here, who can stop her except the young master? You stop her, or you stop her. This. 4th Miss, Yi Jingshuan, Shaoshuaner. She took a knife to chop Luo Chinmo. So awesome. Inside the room, Ye Bufan was also shocked. A lively and beautiful face appeared in his mind, but he was stunned again. The old man is not here. Where did he go? According to the memory of the predecessor, at the beginning of every month, Mr. Yi would disappear for 3 to 5 days, and along with him, Yi Jingyi and Yi Jingbru also disappeared. Moreover, this situation has lasted for almost a year, and no one knows where these 3 people went or what they did. This is a mystery in the Yi family, but no one cares. Not good. Suddenly, Ye Bufan cried out in his heart again. Yesterday, that bastard Lu Yong used me to persecute the Yi family, but failed. Now Xiao Shuaner is going to kill Luo Chinmo. Isn't this exactly what Lu Yong wants to see? This guy will definitely take advantage of the situation and take the opportunity to attack the Yi family. No, I have to think of a way. Bang! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound and the door was slammed open, and Ye Bufan's thoughts were suddenly withdrawn. Chapter 10. Martial Academy Assessment. Tianwang City, the martial arts arena, which is 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, and is made of special materials. In the Xian Empire, every human race main city has such a martial arts arena, funded by the imperial family and provided for martial artists to compete and resolve conflicts. Of course, due to the different levels of the main cities, martial arts arenas also vary in size. The 100 by 100 martial arts arena like the one in Tianwang City is considered the smallest one. In the hot summer, there was not a single cloud in the sky, nor was there any wind. Even in the morning, the weather was already somewhat hot. However, this hot weather could not dampen the enthusiasm of the residents in Tianwang City. At this moment, the martial arts arena is surrounded by a sea of people, men and women, young and old, simply because today is the day that the Martial Arts Academy is recruiting students. Above the Empire, the Human Martial Arts Academy. Once you enter the Martial Arts Academy, you will transform from a phoenix into a dragon. As a holy place for the entire human race to cultivate strong people, any student who can enter the Martial Arts Academy will definitely become a strong person in the future. However, the conditions for entering the Martial Arts Academy are also very harsh. At present, there are only two ways to enter the Martial Arts Academy. First, the Martial Arts Academy publicly recruits students. Second, battlefield meritorious service. The Martial Arts Academy publicly recruits students once every 3 years, and is managed by the royal families of the major empires. During this period, no matter you are a noble or a poor person, even if you are a beggar, you can participate. As long as you pass the first round of assessment, you can enter the Martial Arts Academy. Every student who can enter the Martial Arts Academy is an important asset for the royal family and the entire empire, so the royal family attaches great importance to it and does not allow others to be excluded or suppressed. Therefore, the selection of each class of students is personally responsible by the princes and princesses, which is also a disguised opportunity for the royal family members to win over these future strong men. In addition, the royal family will give certain rewards to some of the members who participate in the Martial Arts Academy assessment. There are two types of rewards: basic strength rewards and pass rewards. The passing reward naturally refers to those who have passed the Martial Arts Academy's assessment. The rewards for this kind of people are not announced to the public. The remaining basic strength rewards are public. When the basic strength reaches 50, 10 gold coins will be awarded. And so on. When the strength reaches 60, the reward is 20 gold coins. When it reaches 70, the reward is 50 gold coins. When it reaches 80, the reward is 100 gold coins, and when it reaches 90, the reward is 500 gold coins. Of course, if one's basic strength reaches over 50, even if one fails to pass the assessment of the Martial Academy, one can choose to be recruited by the royal family. As for battlefield merits, one must enter the battlefield. Nowadays, there are constant wars between humans, demons and wild beasts. As long as the members of the combat unit kill demons and wild beasts, they can obtain corresponding merits. Merits represent military ranks. As long as the rank reaches 1-star officer, one can apply to enter the Martial Arts Academy. However, compared to the open recruitment of students, entering the Martial Arts Academy based on merit and military rank is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Not to mention the cruelty of the battlefield and the uncertainty of life and death, the number of merits required for an officer of this star is a terrifying astronomical figure, and there is no room for falsehood. One must rely on one's own hands to fight one's way out bit by bit. Of course, if one can enter the Martial Arts Academy based on merit, one can naturally obtain benefits that ordinary students cannot enjoy. This time, Luo Qinmo came to Tianwang City for the Martial Arts Academy selection, and Tianwang City was just one of the main cities that Luo Qinmo was in charge of. At this moment, Luo Qinmo was sitting on the viewing platform. She leaned slightly to the left, leaning against a table, supporting her chin with her left hand, and looked at the martial arts stage below with a depressed expression. Standing on Luo Qinmo's right was Nanny Gui, and sitting on her left was Tianwang City Lord Liu Yang. Both of them were looking at the martial arts stage below. On the martial arts stage, a guard accompanying Luo Qinmo stood in the center of the martial arts arena. Beside him was a strength testing tool provided by the Martial Arts Academy. It was a 2-meter high milky white crystal that looked like a stone tablet. Depending on the amount of force it could withstand, the crystal could accurately measure the punching power, basic strength, and level of transcendental realm cultivation of the attacker. The requirements for the Martial Arts Academy to recruit students every 3 years are that the age must be under 16 years old, the basic strength must be above 50, and the cultivation level must reach the second stage of the transcendent realm, the fifth level of flesh refining. If we look at these three conditions separately, even if they are combined in pairs, it is not difficult to achieve them, but it is not so easy to meet all three at the same time. In the path of martial arts, the foundation is particularly important, especially the basic strength, which is the foundation of the foundation, because once you start practicing, the basic strength will no longer be improved. The limit of basic strength is only 100. Even if everyone's basic strength is different, or even just a few pounds apart, these few pounds may not be a big deal in the early stage of the transcendent realm, and even compared to a small realm of 10 pounds of strength, it is even more insignificant. However, as the martial arts skills become higher and higher, these few pounds, even 1 pound, will produce earth-shaking changes. Therefore, the entire Shenwu continent attaches great importance to basic strength. No one will practice martial arts before the age of 13, but will polish their bodies and improve their basic strength. After all, before the age of 13, they are still children. How much strength can a child have? 10 pounds? 20 pounds? Naturally, they can only rely on polishing their bodies to improve their basic strength. You can start practicing martial arts after the age of 13. Of course, you can also choose to continue to hone your body and improve your basic strength. After all, this is not absolute. However, 13 is the best age to start practicing. Practicing at this time can greatly tap and stimulate one's own martial arts potential, and it also has a great impact on future practice. If you continue to polish your body and improve your basic strength at this time, but lose the opportunity to stimulate your body's potential, then even if your basic strength is increased to 100, you will not achieve much in the future, because your martial arts potential has not been stimulated, and your practice speed will inevitably be very slow. Age, basic strength, and martial arts skills complement each other and are indispensable. As long as you can meet the minimum requirements of the Martial Arts Academy, no one will deny that you are a little genius. After all, there are not many such people. Sometimes there may not be one in a second-level main city or even a first-level main city, let alone a third-level main city in a remote area like Tianwang City. As a result, now that the test is halfway through, there are more than 100 testers but not even one who has met the requirements of the Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, as the examiner personally appointed by Luo Qinmo, the guard did not dare to slack off at all. He held a list of boys and girls under the age of 16 in Tianwang City in his hand. Seeing a tester walk down the martial arts stage with a frustrated look on his face because he did not pass the assessment, he did not hesitate at all and looked directly at the crowd gathered under the martial arts stage and said, "Next, Wang Chang." I am Wang Chang." As the guard finished speaking, a childish voice was heard from the crowd below the martial arts stage. A thin young man in plain clothes jumped up from under the martial arts stage with his right hand raised high. Plop! Ouch! However, the moment the boy jumped onto the martial arts stage, he did not stand firmly and fell headfirst onto the stage. This scene should have caused a round of laughter, but the entire martial arts arena was dead silent, and everyone remained silent, or rather nervous. From the beginning of the test to now, the entire assessment has been halfway through, but none of the more than 100 people who have participated in the assessment have passed. You can imagine how strict the assessment standards of this martial arts academy are. This is no longer a matter for one person, but it concerns the glory and fate of the entire Tianwang City. Every student who can enter the martial arts academy is capital and resources for Tianwang City, because as long as one person can enter the martial arts academy, the imperial royal family will increase the monthly training resources for all children in the city. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Who can still laugh now? Are you okay? Seeing this, the guard took a few steps forward, helped Wang Chang up and asked. No, it's okay. Haha. Looking at the boy's appearance, the guard smiled slightly. He knew that the boy was nervous, so he patted the boy's shoulder gently and said, "It's okay, just keep a normal mind." This test crystal was refined by a great master of the martial academy. It is very accurate. Your strength is what it should be. It will not be affected or deviated by your state and performance. Kindness. Wang Chang nodded when he heard that, calmed himself down and came to the test crystal. Seeing this, the guards also stepped aside. Call. Take a deep breath. Drink. The next second, Wang Chang shouted loudly. Lunge, turn sideways, raise arms, clench fists, punch. Bang. With one punch, he smashed hard on the crystal. Call. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena was dead silent. All the residents of Tianwang City stared at the crystal in front of the young man with wide eyes, or looked at the guards in charge of the test on the martial arts arena. They were expectant, and they were even more nervous. Did you pass, sir? Wang Chang also looked at the guard. The guard did not hesitate at all. He glanced at the test crystal stone, then at Wang Chang, sighed helplessly, and announced in public, Wang Chang, male, 15 years and 8 months old, strength 207 caddies, basic strength 47 caddies, flesh refining level 6, failed. The realm is high enough and the age is suitable, but the basic strength is not enough, and the difference is only 3 kilograms. A slight mistake can lead to a huge loss. It is cruel but true. Buzz. When Wang Chang heard this, his body shook violently, as if he could not accept this fact at all, and he just stood there in a daze. A difference of 3 pounds leads to 2 completely different destinies. Why? Countless people couldn't help but sigh at this moment. I feel lost and helpless. Chapter 11. Loli resists the knife and angrily cuts the princess. Zhang Long, male, 15 years and 9 months old, strength 123 caddies, basic strength 53 caddies, leather refining level 7, unqualified. Lu Shuangshuang, female, 15 years and 5 months old, strength 190 caddies, basic strength 40 caddies, flesh refining level 5, unqualified. Chu Tianfeng, male, 15 years and 3 months old, strength 131 caddies, basic strength 51 caddies, flesh refining level 8, unqualified. Hu Feier, female, 14 years and 8 months old, strength 100 jin, basic strength 60 jin, 4th level of leather refining, unqualified. The test was still going on, but no one passed the next test as usual. Either the basic strength was enough but the realm was not enough, or the realm was enough but the basic strength was not enough. As for age, all the people who took the test were selected by the city lord's mansion before, so naturally they all met the requirements. Fail, fail, fail. Repeated failures made the atmosphere around the martial arts arena extremely dull and depressing. Even Luo Qinmo looked frustrated, especially when he saw those young faces filled with disappointment and decadence after not passing the assessment. Luo Qinmo felt helpless. She wanted to help, but she was powerless. The assessment conditions of the Martial Academy are not something she can change. The royal family is only responsible for screening. Even if she lets these people pass now, they will still be retested when they arrive at the Martial Academy. At that time, they will still not pass and will still be sent back. Make way, make way. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded in the crowd, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the dead silence. Who is Luo Qinmo? Then, another loud shout came from behind the crowd, and that childish voice was mixed with a hint of undisguised anger. The sudden sound startled everyone and interrupted the martial arts selection that was in full swing. For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of the sound behind them, even Luo Qinmo and others on the viewing platform were no exception. The crowd retreated to both sides, and soon, a piece of open space appeared in the crowd under the originally crowded martial arts stage, and a little girl instantly caught everyone's attention. The girl was about 1.23 meters tall. She was wearing a pink dress and her black hair was tied up with a pink bow on her head. Her bare face looked particularly simple and innocent. Fair and tender skin, rosy little face, slightly playful little nose, slightly pursed cherry mouth, big twinkling eyes. She is like a lovely little angel. However, below the martial arts stage, the people on both sides of the girl looked at her with something strange in their eyes. Even Luo Qinmo, who had already walked down the viewing platform and stood on the martial arts stage, looked at the girl with a frown. Just because, a little girl of such age and such a cuteness had a fierce look in her eyes, and she was carrying a golden sword on her shoulder. The sword was 3 feet long and 3 inches wide, not much shorter than the girl's height. There was a faint dragon pattern printed on the sword, and the blade was cold, flashing with cold light. Girl, killing weapon, misfits. At this moment, there was a man and a woman beside the little girl, whose age was almost the same as Luo Qinmo. They looked bitter and anxious, but always kept 2 steps away from the little girl, especially the girl. She seemed to be persuading the little girl, but the little girl ignored her. The little girl was none other than Ye Jingxuan, the fourth daughter of the Ye family and Ye Bufan's sister. The boy and girl were Ye Fu and Ye Shuang, along with Ye Wang who had previously sought Ye Bufan's reinforcements. The three of them were orphans adopted by Mr. Ye since childhood. With Ye Jingxuan's light footsteps, she had already arrived at the martial arts stage. Her pair of big, flickering eyes were filled with rippling blue like water. Her originally pure gaze without any impurities now swept over Luo Qinmo and others on the martial arts stage with a hint of anger. Finally, Ye Jingxuan's eyes fell on Luo Qinmo. She raised her eyebrows, held the golden knife in both hands, pointed at Luo Qinmo and said, "Are you Luo Qinmo?" A 12-year-old girl, but she speaks like an adult. Luo Qinmo was stunned instinctively, and looked at Ye Jingxuan with a suspicious look. "I am Luo Qinmo, who are you?" "Your Highness, she is the fourth daughter of the Ye family, Ye Jingxuan." After Luo Qinmo finished speaking, Lu Yong beside her hurriedly said, "Those who come with ill intentions will not come." Looking at Ye Jingxuan holding a weapon and looking like she was going to call for an explanation, a hint of mockery flashed in Lu Yong's eyes. The fourth young lady of the Ye family. Luo Qinmo was slightly stunned when she heard this. She looked at Ye Jingxuan with suspicion and asked, "What do you want from me?" "You're the one who caused my brother to be locked up by Grandpa." Forehead. Luo Qinmo was stunned again when he heard this. "Ye Bufan was locked up. Xuaner will chop you to death." Before Luo Qinmo could think about it, Ye Jingxuan shouted angrily. 5 words, neat and clean. After she finished speaking, Ye Jingru jumped directly onto the martial arts stage. She held the golden sword in both hands and chopped down at Luo Qinmo in one smooth move. "Miss 4, don't. Miss, you can't do that." Ye Fu and Ye Shuang, who were beside Ye Jingxuan, were shocked when they saw this and screamed. They wanted to stop it but it was too late. Luo Qinmo was shocked by the sudden change. She didn't dare to stop for a moment and took a few steps back in an instant. Bang! Ye Jingru's knife missed and hit the surface of the martial arts stage directly. A dull sound was heard, and a deep knife mark instantly appeared on the solid martial arts stage. Hiss! This scene made everyone gasp. Assassinate the imperial princess in public. Everyone was stunned, even Ye Fu and Ye Shuang who were accompanying Ye Jingxuan were stunned where they were. They stared blankly, at a loss as to what to do. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The space seemed to freeze at this moment. Quiet, deathly quiet, kill you. Ye Jingxuan did not stop at all. After missing the first attack, she held the knife with both hands, took a few steps closer to Luo Qinmo, and slashed at Luo Qinmo with a thunderous knife. Fourth miss, no. Miss, stop it now. Ye Fu and Ye Shuang suddenly came back to their senses, and then they jumped onto the martial arts stage again, trying to stop Ye Jingxuan's behavior. Bold. Seeing this, Lu Yong on the side roared first, and in an instant he was in front of Ye Jingxuan again. Stop. Seeing this, Luo Qinmo also exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yong faced Ye Jingxuan, stretched out his right hand, grabbed the back of the knife, and then exerted force again. Buzz. A huge force instantly swept through the blade. Ye Jingxuan's hands holding the knife were instantly shaken away, and even her body was instantly shaken back. After 3 steps of da, 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 Ye Jingxuan sat down on the martial arts stage with a thump. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Pain. Ye Jingxuan cried out in pain. Fourth miss. Fourth miss. Ye Fu and Ye Shuang had just run onto the martial arts stage when they saw their young lady being knocked down. They were both shocked and immediately ran towards Ye Jingxuan. Oh. Lu Yong looked at this scene and sneered. Yesterday, he tried every possible means to frame the Ye family, but was finally discovered, causing his plan to fail. Even though he was severely blackmailed by Ye Bufan in the end, he had nothing to say. Now, he hasn't taken the initiative yet, and the little girl from the Ye family has come to him. The fourth young lady of the Ye family attacked and killed the princess in public. This was not planned by Lu Yong, nor was it fabricated by him. Moreover, so many people at the scene saw it, and Luo Qinmo herself was the target of the attack. This time, even if the Ye family had hundreds of people, it would be difficult to prove it. Once the Ye family is destroyed, Tianwang City will be the world of Lu Yong alone. He will be able to get whatever he wants, and he will have money all of it. Lu Yong, what are you doing? This princess told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Just when Lu Yong was fantasizing about the wonderful life after the fall of the Ye family, Luo Qinmo's angry and slightly rebuking voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yong suddenly came back to his senses. He threw the golden knife in his hand to the ground, looked at Luo Qinmo again, clasped his fists, and said, "Your Highness, this woman attacked and killed a member of the royal family in public. This is simply an unforgivable crime. I think this matter should be reported to His Majesty and the Ye family should be severely punished. Otherwise, where is the face of the royal family and the majesty of the empire?" Brush. Afterwards, Lu Yong ignored Luo Qinmo again and looked directly at Ye Jingxuan who was sitting on the ground. He waved his hand and said, "Come here, bring the assassin who assassinated the princess to this city lord and wait for his punishment." This scene is so similar to last night. How dare you? How dare you? Yi Fu and Yi Shuang helped Ye Jingxuan up and glared at Lu Yong. "I don't dare." Lu Yong sneered at this, "Why shouldn't I dare? You, the fourth young lady of the Yi family, attacked and killed my imperial princess in public. So many eyes were watching. You can't deny it this time even if you want to. I think your Yi family is simply a group of traitors and traitors. You are simply lawless. What are you all doing? Capture them all. Anyone who dares to resist, kill them." This. In an instant, everyone around fell into endless silence, even Yi Fu and Yi Shuang were no exception. Assassinating the princess is indeed an unforgivable crime. Bang! But at this moment, a slender little hand suddenly hit Lu Yong's left cheek. A crisp sound was heard, and a bright red palm print was left directly on his cheek. For a moment, the whole audience was stunned. Chapter 12. Teizu's Golden Sword, killing him is a waste of life. Princess, you. Lu Yong covered his left cheek with his left hand, and looked at Luo Qinmo with a dull, stunned look, full of confusion. He was clearly protecting Luo Qinmo, but now not only did he not get a reward, but he was slapped by Luo Qinmo. What was going on? Lu Yong was puzzled, and so were the others present. Lu Yong, I don't care what conflicts and grudges there are between you and the Yi family, but you are not allowed to act presumptuously in front of me, even though you are a member of the Lu family. Without any hesitation, Luo Qinmo looked directly at Lu Yong and scolded him solemnly. Seeing Luo Qinmo's reaction, Lu Yong was stunned again. On the side, Aunt Wei frowned. This palace. Aunt Wei started to take care of Luo Qinmo when she was very young. It can be said that Aunt Wei watched Luo Qinmo grow up, and she also knew Luo Qinmo's character very well. This time, and the only time, she heard Luo Qinmo call herself, this palace. At the moment, Luo Qinmo was really angry, but Nanny Gui just couldn't understand why Luo Qinmo was so angry. Are you dissatisfied? Looking at Lu Yong who was in a daze and confused, Luo Qinmo shouted angrily again. Clothes. Lu Yong naturally disagreed, but he didn't dare to say it. Snort. Luo Qinmo didn't pay much attention to Lu Yong's reaction. He snorted coldly, pointed at the golden sword that fell on the martial arts stage, and said to Lu Yong, "Do you know what this is?" Luo Qinmo's words stunned Lu Yong. His confused and puzzled eyes instantly turned to the golden knife. The golden knife gave him a familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember it for a while. The same was true for everyone else present. They all looked at the golden sword on the martial arts stage with confusion and puzzlement. Could it be that this golden sword had some extraordinary origin? This is Teizu's golden sword. At this time, Luo Qinmo said in a stern voice again. Boom! Lu Yong's body trembled involuntarily, and his pupils shrank as he looked at the golden sword on the martial arts stage. Aunt Wei was also shocked. The residents of the surrounding Tianwang city were all confused and had no idea what the Teizu golden sword was. Even Yi Fu and Yi Shuang were the same, because they knew very well that this golden sword was just used by old Master Yi for Ye Jingxuan to practice her strength. It was said to be the property of second Master Yi, the biological father of Ye Jingxuan and Ye Bufan. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. Teizu's golden sword, what is that? Holding the golden knife, it's like the Emperor Teizu himself is here. In the empire, he beheads the tyrants and the traitors. Even if this golden knife does not belong to her, it is in her hand. How dare you hurt her? You are blaspheming the Emperor Teizu. As the lord of a city, don't tell me that you don't recognize this knife. Then, Luo Qinmo pointed at Ye Jingxuan beside her and scolded Lu Yong. Xian Empire, Teizu Luo Baichuan, the father of the current emperor, Luo Qinmo's grandfather, and now the only Shenyuan realm powerhouse in the royal family of Xian Empire. The golden sword was something he carried with him in the past. Listening to Luo Qinmo's scolding, Lu Yong's face was in a mess. Taizu's golden sword. How could he have imagined that a mere third-rate family in a remote borderland would actually possess such a thing? From beginning to end, he did not care too much about this golden sword. At this moment, Lu Yong was in tears. Is this the disaster you mentioned, a matter of life and death? In the distance at the back of the crowd on the martial arts stage, Ye Bufan looked at the thin Ye Wang beside him and asked with a twitch of his mouth. Ye Wang looked bitter when he heard this. Originally, attacking and killing the princess was indeed a capital crime, but who would have thought that such a heaven-defying change would happen because of a golden knife? Most importantly, Ye Wang actually knew such an astonishing secret of the young master, which made Ye Wang even more uneasy at the moment. Young master, you won't kill me to silence me, right? Thinking of this, Ye Wang looked at Ye Bufan and asked tremblingly. Killing to silence the witness. Well, that's a good suggestion. Ye Bufan touched his chin, squinted his eyes and said with an evil smile. Master, okay, I'm just kidding. With your courage, how are you going to follow me, the young master, in the future? Seeing Ye Wang's panic-stricken look, Ye Bufan said with an embarrassed smile. In fact, even if this incident had not happened, Ye Bufan would have found a spokesperson for himself. After all, although the identity of a fool is a good disguise, it is not convenient to show up for many things. However, Ye Shuang, Ye Wang, and Ye Fu are orphans adopted by Mr. Ye since childhood. They grew up with Ye Bufan and are absolutely loyal to the Ye family. If Ye Bufan wants to find a spokesperson, these three are naturally the best choices. Master, you scared Wang to death. Hearing this, Ye Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the way Ye Wang looked at Ye Bufan was completely different from before. The eldest master had been pretending to be stupid for more than 10 years without being discovered. In comparison, who was the fool? Although I won't kill you to silence you, you must remember my previous reminders and instructions to you, do you understand? Looking at Ye Wang, Ye Bufan said with a serious expression. Yes, master. Wang understands. Yes. Ye Bufan nodded, then looked at the martial arts stage and said, now, tell me what's going on with the golden sword. This Ye Wang glanced at the martial arts arena in the distance after hearing this, hesitated for a moment and continued, in fact, we don't know what this Taizu golden sword is. We only know that this golden sword is used by the master to train the fourth lady. It is said that this golden sword used to belong to the second master. Second master? My father. Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard that. Yes. This. Ye Bufan was slightly surprised. Now, Ye Bufan became even more curious about the Ye family. Not only had all the second generation of the Ye family disappeared, but now such a miraculous golden sword had appeared. Taizu's golden sword is basically an alien version of the imperial sword. With such a heaven-defying thing, Lu Yong would not dare to resist even if Ye Bufan raised his sword to chop him. Since there is such a treasure, if we don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste of heaven's gift? Thinking of this, Ye Bufan looked at Lu Yong on the martial arts stage and smiled evilly. Mr. Lu, you have harmed my Ye family time and time again. This time, I will show you how I will destroy you. Wang, follow my instructions, understand? Yes, master. As soon as Ye Wang finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already squeezed towards the crowd in front and shouted, Uncle City Lord beat Xuaner, Uncle City Lord is a bad guy. Ye Wang's mouth twitched when he heard that, but he still followed. Wow! Ye Bufan's voice instantly caused a commotion among the crowd, and the residents of Tianwang City who were originally blocking Ye Bufan's way took the initiative to make way. Young master! Young master! Young master! Seeing Ye Bufan coming, the residents of Tianwang City stood on both sides, bowed and greeted him. There was no falsehood in their words, only sincerity and kindness. Even if Ye Bufan is just a fool. The reputation of the Ye family in Tianwang City is absolutely terrifying, which is one of the reasons why Lu Yong wants to deal with the Ye family. Previously, if Ye Jingxuan's assassination of the imperial princess was not too shocking, Lu Yong's repulsion of Ye Jingxuan would have been enough to cause the wrath of the residents of Tianwang City. In an instant, Ye Bufan arrived at the edge of the martial arts stage. Elder brother. Ye Jingxuan was delighted when she saw Ye Bufan. Ye Fu and Ye Shuang were relieved to see Ye Bufan coming. Although Ye Bufan was a fool, he was definitely effective in dealing with Ye Jingxuan. In the Ye family, the little witch Ye Jingxuan only listened to Grandpa Ye and Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan climbed onto the martial arts stage without any hesitation. Then, in front of everyone's sight, Ye Bufan ran directly to the front of Taezu's golden sword. Bend down and pick up the knife. With a golden sword in hand, who can compete with me? Brush. Holding the golden knife, Ye Bufan looked directly at Lu Yong again. I smiled in my heart. Suddenly, an ominous premonition emerged from the bottom of Lu Yong's heart, and Ye Bufan even shouted directly, Uncle City Lord hit Shuaner, Uncle City Lord is a bad guy, Faner wants to kill the bad guy. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan ran out and ran towards Lu Yong. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. Lu Yong's face changed drastically when he saw this. Who is a fool to dare to chop him? It's just asking for death. However, at this moment, thinking of the origin of the golden knife in Ye Bufan's hand, Lu Yong's heart was in a mess. When he dealt with Ye Jingxuan just now, he could be said to have not seen the origin of the golden knife, but what about now? This is Taezu's golden sword. Just as Luo Chinmo said, holding the golden knife, it is like the Emperor Taezu himself. Maybe, on weekdays, you can curse Emperor Taezu countless times in your heart, but now, in front of the princess of the empire, if you dare to humiliate Emperor Taezu, it is tantamount to seeking death. Oh. Looking at Lu Yong's almost distorted expression, Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. The lord of a city. With the golden sword in hand, if Taezu were here in person, even if I killed you, the lord of this city, your death would be in vain. New grudges and old grudges, just wait and see how I will kill you today. Call out. In an instant, Ye Bufan came in front of Lu Yong and slashed at him with a knife without any hesitation. Picking up a knife and chopping people, what a familiar feeling. Chapter 13 Ye Wang is out, Lu Yong is injured. Call out. Ye Bufan's knife came down, not fast or heavy. Lu Yong did not hesitate at all and dodged the knife. Holding Taezu's golden sword, it was as if Taezu himself was present. Although Lu Yong did not dare to openly resist in front of so many people in Luo Chinmo, it did not mean that he would sit and wait for death. Bite. The golden sword and the martial arts stage collided, making a crisp sound. The knife missed, and Ye Bufan was furious, but without the slightest hesitation, he raised the knife again and ran towards Lu Yong. Bad guy, don't run. Lu Yong's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he was even more angry and mad. Don't run. If you don't run, just stand there and let me chop you down. Are you stupid? This city lord is not stupid. Call out. In an instant, Lu Yong touched the ground with his toes and retreated several meters. Brush. Ye Bufan's knife missed again. The knife falls, the knife comes out. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Bufan wielded Taezu's golden sword and slashed at Lu Yong again and again. Although Lu Yong was furious, he did not dare to resist and could only run away. The lord of a city, a Ningyuan warrior, was now like a rat crossing the street in front of a fool, feeling embarrassed and awkward. Come on, brother. Kill him, kill this bad guy. On the martial arts stage, Ye Jingxuan stood between Ye Fu and Ye Shuang, watching Ye Bufan chasing Lu Yong. She waved her pink fists and shouted excitedly. Kill him, kill him. The people around him twitched their lips when they heard this. This is a violent lowly son of a bitch. Lu Yong couldn't help but curse in his heart and hated the Ye brothers and sisters. Call out. Ye Bufan attacked again with his knife. Lu Yong dodged again. Bite. The knife missed. Mr. Lu, just run away. Hee, this is just the appetizer. The real show is yet to come. The knife missed again, but Ye Bufan was not discouraged. He thought secretly in his heart, and at the same time, he raised the knife again to chop at Lu Yong. A fool cannot hurt the city lord if he attacks him. Asshole, are you done yet? Seeing that Ye Bufan was unyielding, Lu Yong could no longer bear it and shouted angrily. Brush. What answered him was a head-on blow from Ye Bufan. Lu Yong was helpless and crazy, but he could only dodge. Bite. The knife missed again. Bang. Ouch. Ye Bufan accidentally fell headfirst onto the martial arts stage, landing on his face like a dog eating shit, and a cry of pain followed. Elder brother. Master. The sudden scene stunned everyone around. HMPH, it would be better if you let this city lord fall to his death. Lu Yong stood 3 meters away from Ye Bufan, thinking viciously in his heart as he watched Ye Bufan fall to the ground, feeling extremely happy. Master, are you okay? Master, you can chop people, but be careful. That's right. Hurting Lu is a small matter. If you hurt yourself, that's a big deal. Mr. Liu, why are you running? You bastard, the young master is holding Taezu's golden sword. The princess said that holding the golden sword is like Taezu himself. You actually dared to run and made the young master fall. You deserve to die. At this time, the residents of Tianwang City began to speak out in anger. Asshole. Lu Yong was furious when he heard this. Just now, a fool was chasing me with a knife and no one cared. Now, this fool fell down and it became my fault. Who is the victim? Is there still law in this world? At this time, Ye Bufan climbed up and sat down on the martial arts stage again, looking at Lu Yong with an innocent face. Fanur is so tired, Fanur doesn't want to play anymore. Awang, you come and chop him. As he said that, Ye Bufan threw the golden knife in his hand directly towards Ye Wang. Ding dong. In an instant, the golden knife fell directly in front of Ye Wang, and everyone's eyes fell on Ye Wang. Yes, master. Ye Wang responded upon hearing this. Bend down and pick up the knife. Hey hey. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled evilly in his heart, and the show began. You dare, little bastard. You are just a servant of the Ye family. I am the lord of this city. How dare you kill me? At this moment, Lu Yong glared at Ye Wang and said harshly. Why not? Ye Wang sneered in his heart. If Ye Bufan was just a fool, Ye Wang might have considered it. After all, a fool's words and deeds are all based on his preferences, and Lu Yong is the lord of Tianwang City, which may cause trouble for the Ye family. But now, Ye Wang knows that his young master is not a fool. Since he is not a fool, these issues have naturally been considered. If that's the case, what is there to be afraid of? Brush. The next second, Ye Wang rushed out with a knife. Ye Wang is not like Ye Bufan, who only has the 5th level of skin refining and is still playing dumb, so it is impossible for him to exert his full strength. But Ye Wang is different, he is not a fool, he does not need to hide, and his strength is far above Ye Bufan. Call out. The sword comes out with the force of thunder. Seeing this, Lu Yong's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Call out. Facing Ye Wang's oncoming knife attack, Lu Yong did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He instantly took several steps back to avoid Ye Wang's knife. Bang! The sword missed and the golden sword hit the martial arts stage. A dull sound was heard, and the entire martial arts stage trembled slightly, with countless pieces of gravel flying. Hiss! Looking at the hideous knife mark where he was originally standing, Lu Yong couldn't help but take a breath. If this knife had been cut on him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Call out! Before Lu Yong could think any more, Ye Wang attacked again with his knife in hand. Lu Yong could only dodge. Lu Yong dodged and Ye Wang chased. On the martial arts stage, Ye Wang chopped with his sword again and again. The force of the sword disappeared, but the blade was endless. Yin. Suddenly, the sound of a knife inexplicably rang out, like the roar of a dragon. What's that sound? The people watching on the scene couldn't help but be stunned. Buzz. Suddenly, a cold light flashed on the Taezu golden sword in Ye Wang's hand, and in an instant, the Taezu golden sword in Ye Wang's hand broke into 3. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Up, left, and right, 3 knife shadows instantly rushed towards Lu Yong. Lu Yong was shocked, but did not dare to hesitate at all. He retreated instantly to avoid Ye Wang's fatal blow. Puff. Caught off guard, a knife shadow directly slashed across Lu Yong's left arm, and a stream of blood spurted out instantly. Lu Yong felt the pain and immediately covered the wound on his left arm with his right hand. 3 meters away, he stared at Ye Wang with flaming eyes. How dare you use martial arts? The lord of a city, a powerful condensed yuan master, was actually injured by a 15 or 16-year-old boy. How could Lu Yong not be angry? If Ye Wang had not held the Taezu golden sword, Lu Yong would not have dared to resist. If Ye Wang had not suddenly used martial arts and Lu Yong had not been able to check, Ye Wang would not have been able to hurt Lu Yong. Good. Suddenly, someone shouted from below the martial arts stage. Good, wonderful, beautiful, come on, Awang, keep going. Pa, pa, pa. Then, another round of intense applause followed. Shut up. Hearing this, Lu Yong looked directly at the residents of Tianwang City below the martial arts stage. A roar rang out. These unruly people, did they think this is an acrobatic performance? When the lord of a city was injured, these people dared to applaud. Lu Yong was almost so angry that he vomited blood. Good. At this time, another sound was rang out. Who? Lu Yong was furious when he heard this. I have already told everyone to shut up, but there are still people who defy the rules and contradict me at this time. They are simply courting death. Lu Yong looked in the direction of the sound. Ye Bufan was sitting on the martial arts stage, looking at Ye Wang with his eyes sparkling and excited. Then, under Lu Yong's fiery eyes, Ye Bufan clapped his hands and said, "Awang is so powerful, come on, Awang, chop him to death." This fool. Seeing this, Lu Yong gritted his teeth and couldn't help but clench his fists. Call out. Ye Wang rushed out again. The master has ordered, chop. Mammy, did you see that? On the other side of the martial arts arena, Luo Qinmo frowned as she watched Ye Wang chasing Lu Yong, with a look of worry and shock on her face. Yes. Aunt Wei nodded, her eyes also locked on Ye Wang. The sword skills are at the great perfection level, and judging from the force of his sword, his total strength is probably over 300, and he has definitely reached the third level of transcendental. I just don't know what his basic strength is. But no matter what, such a person would be a leader even in the martial academy, but he is just a servant of a ninth-rate family in this small town of Desolate. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. A small town in the borderland, a ninth-rate family. Luo Qinmo disagreed. The Yi family is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. His father's reminder and explanation, plus the Teizu golden sword, are enough to explain everything. Of course, what Luo Qinmo cares about at the moment is not these, but Ye Wang's strength. The methods of cultivation in the Shenwu continent are divided into martial arts tactics and martial arts skills. Martial arts tactics are used to improve cultivation. Of course, only when you enter the concentration realm can you practice martial arts tactics. They are of no use at all in the transcendent realm. As for martial arts, they are divided into training martial arts and combat martial arts. The purpose of practicing martial arts is naturally to practice and improve one's cultivation. This kind of martial arts has no attack power and can only be used for cultivation in the transcendent realm. Combat martial arts are used for combat, and martial artists generally refer to combat martial arts. This type of martial arts is divided into knife skills, sword skills, boxing skills, palm skills, body skills, defense skills. There are many types. The practice of combat martial arts is divided into 5 levels: entry, minor success, major success, perfection, and artistic conception. The same martial arts, the same strength, different levels, the power is naturally different. The higher the level, the greater the power. The higher the martial arts are practiced, the harder it is to improve. The great success level of sword skills is nothing, but it is not easy for Ye Wang to practice a sword skill to the great success level at his age. At least, as the number 1 talent of the younger generation of the Xian Empire, Luo Qinmo has not yet done so. The few martial arts she is practicing now are only at the minor success stage. Just for this reason, Luo Qinmo admits that he is not as good as Ye Wang. Bang! At this time, another dull sound was heard from the martial arts stage. Boy, you are so cruel. Lu Yong looked at Ye Wang with fiery eyes and roared. At this moment, Lu Yong was angry and frustrated. As a warrior in the condensation realm, it would be easy for him to kill Ye Wang, but he was chased by the other party and fled, looking extremely embarrassed. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. If Ye Wang had not been holding Teizu's golden sword in his hand, and if Luo Qinmo, the imperial princess, had not been present, Lu Yong would have fought back long ago, and Ye Wang would have been killed long ago. Lu Yong hated and Lu Yong was angry. Call out. The next second, Lu Yong no longer hesitated. He left the martial arts arena with a few jumps and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. He even ignored Luo Qinmo, the imperial princess. If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? Cut. The lord of a city fled in despair. Tisk tisk, how shameful. Ning Yuan realm. Ha ha. I think Lu will be too embarrassed to go out again. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Yong fleeing in panic, all the residents of Tianwang City immediately burst into wild laughter, without any reservation or hesitation. Puff. In the distance, Lu Yong listened to the harsh laughter coming from behind him, his heart boiling with anger, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You bunch of unruly people, just wait for me, the city lord. The next second, Lu Yong's figure disappeared in the direction of the city lord's mansion. HMPH, you're lucky you run fast. Today, if you don't run, I'll at least cripple you even if I can't kill you. Looking at Lu Yong going away, Ye Bufan finally stood up, narrowed his eyes, and thought secretly in his heart. However, you can escape today but not tomorrow, you can escape the monk but not the temple, Lu Yong, the competition between us has just begun, just wait. Hee hee. Chapter 14. The princess accompanies him, and the black robe reappears. Wow, Brother Awang is so awesome. As soon as Lu Yong ran, Yi Jingxuan jumped to Yi Wang and said excitedly. Hee hee. Yi Wang lowered his head and looked at Yi Jingxuan, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. In fact, Yi Wang knew very well in his heart that if it were not for Teizu's golden sword that made Lu Yong dare not fight back, he would not be Lu Yong's opponent at all. Soon, Yi Jingxuan's tone changed again, with a hint of displeasure and disappointment flashing across her face, but he still got away. He bullied Xuan'er, so we should catch him and let Xuan'er ride him like a horse. Yi Jingxuan's words left everyone present speechless. The lord of a city is your horse to ride on. Children speak without restraint, and obviously no one cared about what Yi Jingxuan said. But there are exceptions. Looking at Yi Jingxuan, Ye Bufan smiled foolishly. At the same time, he also kept Yi Jingxuan's words in mind. What's wrong with letting Lu Yong be Yi Jingxuan's horse? In his previous life, Ye Bufan was an orphan. Even though he was a great hero with thousands of brothers around him, he had never truly enjoyed the love of his family. In his new life, Ye Bufan had already regarded the Yi family as his own home, and the people of the Yi family as his own family. People always have goals to pursue. People always have to protect something. The Yi family and the people of the Yi family are what Ye Bufan wants to protect in this life. Family affection is hard to come by, and Ye Bufan does not want to lose it again. Lu Yong is still determined to harm the Yi family, so he will have to pay the price for it. What's more, Yi Jingxuan dared to pick up a knife and chop the princess just because of a little grievance. No matter whether she was ignorant or fearless, Ye Bufan was moved by this friendship. With a sister like this, what else could I ask for in this life? In the past, you protected me from the wind and rain. In the future, I will hold up the sky for you, not to mention, it's just Lu Yong. Recalling the 16 years of memories of his predecessor, Ye Bufan looked at Yi Jingxuan and made a secret vow in his heart. Brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Ye Bufan's ears. Yi Jingxuan came to Ye Bufan without knowing when. She pulled Ye Bufan's hand and said, Grandpa is not at home today. Let's go shopping, okay? Good. Ye Bufan responded without thinking. It just so happened that he needed to buy some medicinal herbs to prepare the potion inherited from the divine artifact. Okay, let's go shopping. Xuan'er hasn't been shopping for a long time. Yi Jingxuan didn't hesitate at all. After getting Ye Bufan's permission, he immediately took Ye Bufan's hand and walked towards the martial arts stage, like a happy elf. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled foolishly, and Yi Wang and the other two followed closely. Wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Luo Qinmo and Nanny Gui came directly in front of Ye Bufan and his group of 5. Bad guy. Looking at Luo Qinmo, Yi Jingxuan glared at her fiercely. Luo Qinmo felt helpless. She naturally knew why Yi Jingxuan was so hostile to her. She even suspected that if Ye Bufan had not come out, Yi Jingxuan would still chop her with a knife. However, she did not care too much about it. After taking a look at Ye Bufan and the others, Luo Qinmo's eyes finally fell on Yi Wang and said, Your name is Yi Wang. Are you interested in entering the martial arts academy with me? Yi Wang's talent does not need to be tested at all, and he definitely meets the requirements of the martial arts academy. In Luo Qinmo's opinion, Yi Wang's talent should be admitted to the martial arts academy, otherwise it would be a waste of his talent. However, Luo Qinmo was only asking for Yi Wang's opinion at this moment. Even if Yi Wang finally agreed, she would still ask for Mr. Yi's final opinion. HMPH, Brother Awang doesn't want to go with you. Yi Jingxuan said as she let go of Ye Bufan's hand and stood in front of Yi Wang, as if she was afraid that Yi Wang would be snatched away by Luo Qinmo. Luo Qinmo was speechless for a moment when he heard this. I'm sorry, Your Highness Princess, I don't want to go to the martial arts academy. At this time, Yi Wang looked at Luo Qinmo and said, neither humble nor servile. Hee hee hee. Hearing this, Yi Jingxuan snorted softly. She raised her head high with a smug look on her face, as if telling Luo Qinmo, see, Brother Awang won't go with you. But Luo Qinmo was slightly stunned. She looked a little embarrassed, but she said again, Martial Academy is the holy place for human beings to practice martial arts. Only by entering the Martial Academy can you get better training. Don't you want to become a strong man in the future and protect the human race? In no mood. 2 words, firm and unwavering. This For a moment, Luo Qinmo stood there in a daze. She could never have imagined that someone would directly reject the martial academy, and be so direct and firm. Let's go shopping. At this time, Yi Jingxuan's excited and joyful voice sounded again, and then she did not stop. She held Ye Bufan in one hand and Yi Wang in the other and walked towards the distant street, as if she was afraid that Luo Qinmo would snatch Yi Wang away. Seeing this, Yi Shuang and Yi Fu smiled awkwardly and followed. Madam, let's go too. Looking at Ye Bufan and his group going away, Luo Qinmo came back to her senses and stamped her feet. She must convince Yi Wang to enter the martial arts academy, and she also needs to find out the unknown extraordinary things about the Yi family. Damn fool, damn Yi family, and these unruly people in this desolate little city, just wait for me, the city lord. One day, I will make you live a life worse than death. On the street leading to the city lord's mansion, Lu Yong's vicious voice rang out again and again. He was angry, he hated, he was unwilling. Everything that happened today was a great humiliation for Lu Yong. Call out. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the street in front of Lu Yong and blocked his way. It's you. Looking at the black-robed man in front of him, Lu Yong was slightly stunned. Haha, respected Lord City Lord, it's me. The man in black robe said to Lu Yong with a smile, and then he teased, originally, I thought that as the lord of a city, Lord City Lord should be respected by all the people, but I didn't expect the residents of Tianwang City dared to ignore the Lord City Lord and even dared to laugh at the Lord City Lord. It is true that poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. Lord City Lord, are you going to tolerate it like this? Tolerate? How can I bear it? This is simply unbearable. Quack. Lu Yong couldn't help but clench his fists together, his anger rose again, and his eyes were boiling with rage. Haha, I don't know what does the city lord think about the cooperation I proposed last night. Looking at the furious Lu Yong, the man in black robe said with a smile. As far as I know, the reason why the residents of Tianwang City ignore the lord of the city and even dare to laugh at him is because they have the support of the Yi family behind them. I think this is also the reason why the lord of the city wants to eradicate the Yi family, right? Think about it, as long as we cooperate, the Yi family will definitely be destroyed. At that time, without the Yi family to support these unruly people, who in Tianwang City dares to disobey you, the lord of the city? Here, you can get whatever you want. Brush. Suddenly, Lu Yong's eyes darkened. How sure are you? Although the black-robed man proposed cooperation last night, Lu Yong did not rush to agree, but said that he would think about it. After all, kidnapping the princess of the empire was not a trivial matter, and Luo Qinmo's status in the royal family was very high, even surpassing all the princes. Lu Yong was afraid that something unexpected would happen and provoke the royal family's powerful divine Yuan realm, which would not be fun. But now, the anger is enough to drive Lu Yong crazy. 100%. 100%. Lu Yong was stunned by the words of the man in black robe. Yes, it's 100%. I never do anything without confidence. It's just kidnapping an imperial princess. It may not work in the imperial city, but here there is only a 4-star old woman in the condensation realm by his side. Even if I don't take action, it will be easy to kidnap her. The black-robed man's tone was infinitely confident. You promise not to implicate me even if you fail. My lord city lord, you want to kidnap the princess of the empire. What good will that do you? What's more, this Tianwang city is under your jurisdiction, my lord city lord. You wouldn't be stupid enough to kidnap a princess in your own territory, right? The black-robed man's meaning was very clear. Regardless of success or failure, Lu Yong would not be implicated. After all, Lu Yong would not be stupid enough to attack a princess of a country in his own territory. Lu Yong frowned when he heard this. He was thinking and weighing the pros and cons. Besides, Lord City Lord, you didn't do it yourself. To catch a thief, you need to be dirty. Even if you really fail, Lord City Lord yourself won't admit it. Who can do anything to you? Looking at Lu Yong, the man in black robe continued to persuade. Good. As soon as Lu Yong heard the word, he had made up his mind and no longer hesitated. Looking at the man in black robe, Lu Yong said directly, when will we act? At any time. At any time. That's right. Everything is under my control. I am just waiting for the city lord's nod. Now that the city lord has agreed, we can start at any time. Then do it as soon as possible. Okay, Lord City Lord, please wait for good news from me in the city lord's mansion, hee hee. The man in black robe smiled embarrassedly and turned away. Yi Hong, this time, your Yi family will be destroyed. Lu Yong clenched his fists, his eyes turned cold, and he left without stopping after saying this. He returned to the city lord's mansion as if nothing had happened. A conspiracy began to take shape. Chapter 15. Kidnapping a princess to be my wife. Tianwang City is just a lowest level third level main city in the Xian Empire, and it is located in a border area, so the area of Tianwang City is not large. The entire Tianwang City is centered on the city lord's mansion and is divided into two major areas, the south and the north. The south is the commercial area and the north is the residential area. Fengyang Street connects the city gate and the city lord's mansion, and runs through the entire southern commercial district of Tianwang City. It is the largest and only main street in the commercial district. On both sides of the street, there are cloth shops, jewelry shops, noodle shops, tea houses, iron shops, pawn shops. All kinds of shops can be seen everywhere, and in front of the shops are piles of small vendors selling snacks and small toys. Beautiful sister, this candied haws is so delicious. On Fengyang Street, Yi Jingxuan held Luo Qinmo's slender hand, and held a large bunch of candied haws in the other hand. She opened her little mouth and swallowed one at a time, filling her entire mouth. She chewed it with relish, and her words were unclear. Haha, sister will buy you everything delicious later. If you want anything else, sister will buy it for you too. Luo Qinmo looked at Yi Jingxuan and said with an embarrassed smile. I want some marshmallows too. Okay, let's go buy it. Behind Luo Qinmo and Yi Jingxuan were Ye Bufan, Yi Wang, Yi Fu and Yi Shuang. As for Nanny Gui, she was at the end of the group. At this moment, Ye Bufan was holding a string of candied haws in each hand, eating them happily. However, Ye Bufan felt speechless and confused. This sister had just called Luo Qinmo a bad person and was hostile to her. Now, she was bought off by a few strings of candied haws and even abandoned her own brother. It was really. Why? Ye Bufan sighed helplessly in his heart. Ye Bufan knew very well that Luo Qinmo did this for other purposes, most likely because of the Teizu golden sword. However, Luo Qinmo should have no ill intentions. Beautiful sister, do you have a lot of gold coins? Suddenly, Ye Bufan ran up, stood in front, looked at Luo Qinmo and asked. Luo Qinmo and Yi Jingxuan both stopped walking. Yi Jingxuan looked at Luo Qinmo with shining eyes, and looked like a little money grubber. I guess so. Looking at Ye Bufan, Luo Qinmo smiled slightly. If Fan'er defeats you and you become Fan'er's wife, then all those gold coins will belong to Fan'er, and can Fan'er buy a lot of delicious food with them. After Luo Qinmo finished speaking, Ye Bufan asked again. At this point, not only Luo Qinmo, but also Yi Shuang, Yi Fu, and Gui Ma were all stunned. What kind of logic is it that if you defeat the princess, you can marry her? Yi Wang looked at Ye Bufan with curiosity. What did the young master want to do? Only Yi Jingxuan was shocked after hearing this, and looked at Luo Qinmo with a hint of joy and excitement in her eyes. Her brother had a lot of gold coins, which meant that Xuan'er also had a lot of gold coins. Who said that? Luo Qinmo suddenly asked with a smile. Yesterday this idiot wanted to marry me, but for the purpose of beating me. Today he wanted to marry me again, but for my gold coins. Luo Qinmo felt helpless just thinking about it. Grandpa said so. Grandpa Yi. It's not Grandpa Yi, it's Grandpa. Grandpa said yesterday that as long as Fan'er defeats the pretty sister, Fan'er can marry the pretty sister as his wife. Luo Qinmo knew what was going on after hearing this. Last night at the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan refused to leave no matter what, just to marry her. Later, although Ye Bufan was forcibly taken away by old Master Yi, he still cried and made a fuss at the time. I think old Master Yi said this to appease Ye Bufan. After figuring this out, Luo Qinmo looked at Ye Bufan and smiled, saying, yes, as long as you defeat me, I will be your wife. But she didn't know that Mr. Yi had never said these words before, and that they were simply fabricated by Ye Bufan himself. Don't lie. After Luo Qinmo finished speaking, Ye Bufan hurriedly said. I don't lie. What if you cheat? Playing tricks. Luo Qinmo was speechless. Did she need to cheat? Or was she, a warrior in the marrow-cleansing realm, unable to defeat Ye Bufan, a scumbag with a strength of 15? Then what are you going to do? Luo Qinmo then looked at Ye Bufan and asked, as if she was coaxing a child. Write a document. Write a document. Yes, Fan'er saw that others would write a written agreement before fighting, so they couldn't cheat. You are so mean. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Shin's voice immediately rang out in his mind, and there was nothing but contempt in that voice. Despicable. I'm just pursuing my own happiness, how can that be despicable? You're not jealous, are you? Tisk tisk, it seems that you are really jealous. But you can't blame me. You also said that I'm a human and you're a ghost. Even if you want me to do something to you, I can't do anything about it for the time being. Ignoring Qin Shin's contempt, Ye Bufan said secretly in his heart. A scoundrel, a megalomaniac. Qin Shin left 5 words and then had no response, but Ye Bufan smiled wickedly in his heart. It was also a kind of pleasure in life to tease Qin Shin. You want me to write a document for you. At this time, Luo Qinmo looked at Ye Bufan speechlessly. In her opinion, this was totally unnecessary. Yes, then beautiful sister can't cheat. Ye Bufan calmed down and looked at Luo Qinmo and replied, as if he would definitely be able to defeat Luo Qinmo. Luo Qinmo was speechless again and shook her head. She looked at Ye Bufan again and asked, what if you lose? Fanur will not lose. Ye Bufan tilted his head, full of confidence. Luo Qinmo was immediately furious. She really didn't know where this fool got his confidence from. However, she couldn't get. She could only look at Ye Bufan and said softly, what if? If I lose, I have to marry you. If you lose, you don't have to do anything. Wouldn't that be very unfair to me? If that's the case, I won't compete anymore angry. Then if I lose, I will give you a piece of osmanthus cake. Looking at Luo Qinmo's determined face, Ye Bufan thought about it, and as if he mustered up his courage, he said with an extremely reluctant look on his face. Puff. On the side, Ye Wang couldn't help but laugh. The young master was so bad. If he lost, he would only lose a piece of osmanthus cake, but if he won, he would get a princess as his wife. This deal was a good deal no matter how you looked at it. Seeing this, Ye Fu and Ye Shuang glared at Ye Wang fiercely, as if warning Ye Wang not to laugh at the young master. Ye Wang suddenly felt very aggrieved. He didn't laugh at the young master, because the young master was not a fool at all. Unfortunately, he would never tell Ye Fu and Ye Shuang. In front of him, Luo Qinmo's heart was in a state of despair. She is a princess of the empire, but in the eyes of this fool she is only worth a piece of osmanthus cake. No. Then, Luo Qinmo said instinctively. So 2 pieces. Luo Qinmo's mouth twitched again. She was angry and mad. She was extremely worried that if she continued to argue with Ye Bufan, she would go crazy. Okay. Helplessly, Luo Qinmo could only agree directly. She really didn't want to continue arguing with Ye Bufan. After all, it was meaningless. Nanny Gui, Ye Fu, and Ye Shuang shook their heads helplessly. In their opinion, Ye Bufan had no chance of winning. Only Ye Wang opened his mouth into an O shape at this moment, looking at Luo Qinmo in disbelief. Others didn't know, but Ye Wang knew clearly that the young master was not a fool at all. Since he dared to make such a bet, the young master must be absolutely sure. Once you win. Thinking that his young master was going to marry an imperial princess, Ye Wang's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. After that, Ye Bufan and his party found a shop near the street and borrowed pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the shop owner. Then Luo Qinmo wrote the first bet in her life. As for Ye Bufan, Luo Qinmo didn't ask him to write at all. It was still a question whether a fool could write, not to mention that he couldn't win. Today, I, Luo Qinmo, the 7th princess of Xian Empire, make this agreement. As long as Ye Bufan, the eldest son of the Ye family in Tianwang City, can defeat me, I, Luo Qinmo, will marry him. I make this agreement and use it as proof. I have no regrets and will never break my promise. A line of fresh and elegant words appeared on the snow-white paper, signed by Luo Qinmo. Not only that, Luo Qinmo even pressed his own fingerprints on it. Looking at the document in his hand, Ye Bufan smiled in his heart, then carefully folded the document and put it in his arms. Girl, I can't beat you now, but what about 1 year later, 2 years later? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited. I will accept you as my wife. Chapter 16 Buying Medicinal Materials. I've already written the agreement for you. Should we compete on the martial arts arena or here? Ye Bufan was still daydreaming, but Luo Qinmo said immediately. Comparing what? Ye Bufan looked at Luo Qinmo in surprise. What did you say to compete? A martial arts competition, didn't you say so yourself? Luo Qinmo stamped her feet and said angrily. Although she disdained to bully a fool, Ye Bufan was too bullying. He just proposed a martial arts competition and even wrote a bet, but turned around and ignored her. What was this? Was he playing tricks on her? Hee, Fanatic is not as stupid as you. Now Fanatic can't beat you, so I won't compete with you. I will wait until Fanatic becomes very powerful, and then I will compete with you. After saying this, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Luo Qinmo and the others, and pulled Ye Jingxuan directly out of the store. Luo Qinmo just stood there in a daze. I am a princess of the empire, a proud daughter of heaven, but I was despised as a fool by a fool. The most important thing is that I am unable to refute it. After all, Ye Bufan was right. Why should I fight with you if I can't beat you now? But, will we be able to win in the future? For a moment, Luo Qinmo was extremely confused. Snort. Luo Qinmo stamped her feet, then followed. She has not yet figured out the origin of the Ye family's Teizu golden sword, and she still has to convince Ye Wang to go to the martial academy, so it is naturally impossible for her to leave so easily. Seeing this, Aunt Wei followed with a smile. The same goes for Ye Shuang and Ye Fu. As for the agreement and bet, it has been ignored and is destined to be forgotten, no matter whether it is Luo Qinmo or Nanny Gui. Even in the eyes of Ye Shuang and Ye Fu, this bet has no meaning at all. Ye Wang just stood there in a daze. The document, the bet, the young master has deceived an imperial princess. Ye Wang really couldn't imagine what Luo Qinmo would feel and what expression she would have when the young master found Luo Qinmo with this document in the future. Outside the shop. How can I become really, really powerful? Ye Bufan walked on the street holding Ye Jingxuan's little hand, thinking with his head tilted. Brother, Xuaner knows that if you want to become powerful, you have to become a warrior. At this time, Ye Jingxuan beside Ye Bufan immediately said. She hoped that her brother would defeat Luo Qinmo immediately so that she could have lots and lots of gold coins. What is a warrior? Is it delicious? Ye Bufan looked at Ye Jingxuan and asked. Brother, warriors are not for eating. Warriors are very powerful people. Xuaner is not a warrior yet, but Sister Xuanzhi and the others are warriors, and they are very powerful. Ye Jingxuan rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan and said, brother only knows how to eat. Wow, then I want to become a warrior too. Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan jumped up and cheered, then stopped and looked at Ye Jingxuan and asked, but how can I become a warrior? This Ye Jingxuan hesitated slightly, and then said according to her understanding, if you want to become a warrior, you need to make your body stronger through exercise and medicinal baths. What is a medicinal bath? Can I eat it? Brother, medicinal baths are not for eating, they are for soaking the body. Then I want to soak too. But Xuaner doesn't have any medicinal herbs. Grandpa prepared Xuaner's medicinal bath, but Grandpa is not here now. Then let's go buy it. Luo Qinmo, who had just walked out of the store, happened to hear the conversation between Ye Bufan and Ye Jingxuan. Her cheeks couldn't help but twitch slightly. Buy some herbs, take a medicinal bath, and you can become a warrior and defeat me. Really, after all, she, Luo Qinmo, is also a warrior in the marrow cleansing realm, and her basic strength is over 80. With Ye Bufan's current situation, it is impossible for him to surpass himself in his lifetime. However, she didn't have the heart to expose Ye Bufan. In her opinion, it wouldn't take long for Ye Bufan to completely forget about this matter. Kaomutang, a time-honored herbal medicine store that has been in business for nearly 100 years, is the largest and most comprehensive herbal medicine store in Tianwang City. It is also the herbal medicine store with the best reputation in Tianwang City. You don't have to worry about buying fake herbs here. Ye Bufan and his group of 7 walked into Kaomu Hall, and suddenly, all kinds of aromas, fishy smells, rotten smells, all kinds of strange smells hit their noses. However, today was the day of the Martial Arts Academy assessment, and most people gathered at the martial arts arena, so that the first herbal medicine store in Tianwang City was deserted at the moment, without a single customer. Seeing Ye Bufan and his group, a thin waiter came up to them and said, Master, 4th Miss, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you too. I want to become very powerful. I want to buy a lot of medicinal herbs. After the waiter finished speaking, Ye Bufan gestured with his hands and said. The waiter was stunned when he heard this, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, I wonder if the young master has a prescription. I will prepare it for you right away. I want to choose for myself. Ye Bufan said this and walked directly towards the rows of medicine cabinets. The guy just stood there in a daze. Choose by yourself. The young master also knows about medicinal herbs. Ye Bufan certainly didn't know about medicinal herbs, but just because he didn't know didn't mean that others didn't know either. Qin Xin was a divine spirit that had existed since ancient times, and her previous owner was a martial arts expert, so she naturally knew a lot about various medicinal herbs. With Qin Xin around, even if Ye Bufan doesn't understand medicinal herbs, he won't choose the wrong ones. This time, Ye Bufan wanted to buy the medicinal materials in the potion formula in the artifact inheritance. With the cooperation of this potion, Ye Bufan's practice will be twice as effective with half the effort. Of course, Ye Bufan will also choose more other medicinal materials, naturally to conceal his true purpose. In fact, Ye Bufan could find an opportunity to let Ye Wang buy it, but now there is an opportunity, so it's okay to buy it. Wow, what is this? It looks like a little doll, so cute. Fanur wants it. After a moment, Ye Bufan's excited voice suddenly rang out, awakening the dazed boy. Looking at the medicinal herb in Ye Bufan's hand, the guy couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was a 300-year-old ginseng. Because it's cute, so you want it. The guy's heart suddenly felt like tens of thousands of alpacas were galloping wildly, extremely messy and crazy. Luo Qinmo and Nanny Gui also twitched their lips, but Yi Jingxuan, Yi Fu, and Yi Shuang didn't care. Only Yi Wang looked curious, wondering what his young master was going to do. Wow, these flowers smell so good. I want them. Hey, what is this? It's so beautiful. I want this sale too. This one is also very nice, I want it too. And this? This looks delicious. I want one too. Ye Bufan kept talking, and the waiter was stunned. He kept wiping his forehead with his right hand, but the big beads of sweat continued to seep out. He saw that young Master Yi only bought herbs that were good-looking, fun, and smelled good. If it was something else, it would be fine, but this was a herbal medicine. If you took the wrong one, it might cause death. Fourth miss. In desperation, the guy could only ask Yi Jingxuan for help. What? Yi Jingxuan looked at the waiter and asked. Well, fourth miss, the young master selected so many medicinal herbs. Are you afraid that we don't have money? Let me tell you, my beautiful sister has a lot of money and can buy everything from you. At this moment, Yi Jingxuan had obviously regarded Luo Qinmo as her personal wallet. Hearing this, the guy's mouth twitched again. Is this a money thing? Helplessly, the waiter could only look at Yi Shuang and the other two behind Yi Jingxuan, hoping that they could stop it. Otherwise, the waiter couldn't afford to lose a life if someone ate it. Hey, boss, business is good at this time, an extremely discordant voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chapter 17, Gangsters from Another World. Shocking change. Hey, boss, business is good. The sudden voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the herbal medicine store, and even Ye Bufan instinctively looked towards the door. A group of big men filed in from outside the door. There were about 15 to 20 of them. The leader was a burly middle-aged man with a big bald head. He squinted his eyes and scanned the herbal medicine store and asked, "Who is the boss?" "Gentlemen, what can I do for you?" Seeing this, the waiter hurriedly came forward and said with a slight bend in his waist. It was obvious that this group of people in front of him were not easy to deal with. "Are you the boss?" the bald man asked the waiter after glacking at him. "No, Pa." Without waiting for the waiter to say anything, the bald man slapped him directly on the face. The burning pain instantly left a red palm mark on the waiter's face. At this time, the bald man glared at the waiter and said angrily, "You are not the boss, what are you talking about? Get your boss out right now." Cruel, overbearing and unreasonable. The bald man's words and actions made the waiter cover his face and stand there in a daze. Even Luo Qinmo and others were stunned. What happened? Could it be that the herbs in this pharmacy killed someone, and now they are coming to the door? If this is true, even Luo Qinmo, as a princess of the empire, has no right to ask, let alone interfere. Just as Luo Qinmo was about to step forward to ask, the bald man kicked the waiter again and said viciously, "What the hell are you still standing there for? Why don't you call your boss out? Do you want me to invite him?" Bang! The waiter was kicked by the bald man, and he took a step back and fell to the ground. Looking up at the bald man, the waiter felt extremely wronged, and said with tears in his eyes, "Uncle, boss, our boss is not here." "Not here?" The bald man was stunned. Yes, our boss went out to purchase goods, and he won't be back for 3 days," said the clerk as he got up from the ground, covering his face. The bald man frowned when he heard that, then looked at the waiter and said, since your boss is not here, we can only look for you. Ah! The guy screamed and was stunned for a moment. Master, why are you so panicking? Let me tell you, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to find you because I have something good to give you. At this moment, the bald man walked a few steps to the waiter, put his arm around the waiter's shoulder again, and said with an embarrassed smile. Ah! The guy was stunned again, looking at the bald man, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Is there any benefit in not causing trouble? Even Luo Chinmo and others were stunned. Why, you don't believe it? The bald man glared at the waiter and continued, Tianwang City has not been peaceful recently. There are always people making trouble. I can't bear to see you merchants suffer losses in vain, so I spontaneously organized my brothers to protect your lives and property from threats. What do you think, is this a good thing? Ah! The guy looked at the bald man and exclaimed again. Protect them. This is indeed a good thing. However, the man was extremely surprised and confused, because he had never encountered the troublemaker mentioned by the bald man, let alone any threat to his life and property. If there was any trouble, it was only today when he was slapped and kicked by the big man. Apart from that, the man really couldn't remember any trouble. But at this time, the bald man smiled and said, of course, you know, it's not easy for brothers, after all, we have to support our families. There was no problem before, but now all our time is spent protecting you. So, while we protect you, we will also charge a certain amount of compensation accordingly. It's not much, 3 gold coins a month. What? When the bald man finished speaking, the guy was shocked. 3 gold coins a month. You know, as the largest herbal medicine store in Tianwang City, the biggest profit of Kaomutang is only 5 to 6 gold coins in a month. This is when business is the best. If business is not so good, the profit of a month is even less than 1 gold coin. Now they are asking them to hand over 3 gold coins directly, which means 36 gold coins a year. How can Kaomutang afford it? Not only the servants, but also the imperial princess Luo Chinmo was shocked. 3 gold coins may not be a big deal for the royal family, but for ordinary people, it is definitely an astronomical figure. You have to know that the monthly salary of Lu Yong, the lord of Tianwang City, is only 5 gold coins, and this income is already very, very high. Luo Chinmo originally thought that there was something wrong with the herbs sold in this herbal medicine store, so these people came to the store to ask for punishment. But now it seems that things are not what Luo Chinmo thought. The bald man in front of him asked for 3 gold coins every month. This is clearly extortion and naked robbery. A cluster of anger instantly rose up from Luo Chinmo's heart. Luo Chinmo was like this, and so were Ye Jingxuan and others. Oh. In the distance, Ye Bufan, who was next to the medicine cabinet, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene, but the smile was fleeting, Anne's attention was on the bald man at the moment. No one paid attention to Ye Bufan at all, and no one noticed Ye Bufan's change. Protection fee. A gangster from another world. Ye Bufan had not expected that there would be gangsters in the Shenwu continent. However, these gangsters were unlucky enough as they actually collected protection fees in front of Luo Chinmo. Who is Luo Chinmo? Imperial princess, royal aristocrat. Collecting protection money in front of the princess of the empire is simply a blatant provocation to the royal family, a slap in the face of the royal family, and courting death. However, Ye Bufan did not pay too much attention to it. While everyone's attention was on the bald man and his gang, Ye Bufan quickly selected the medicinal herbs he needed. As expected, Luo Chinmo stepped forward and glared at the bald man's back. Who are you? The people of the empire are protected by the royal family, and Tianwang City has the city lord's mansion and the city guards. Do you need to do this? You are simply blackmailing and robbing, openly defying the laws of the empire. Once the city lord's mansion investigates, can you bear the consequences? Luo Chinmo's sudden questioning and rebuke stunned the bald man and the group of people who were with him. The city lord's mansion is nothing. The bald man turned around and looked at Luo Chinmo with an angry shout. The same was true for the others. When they saw Luo Chinmo's peerless beauty, they were shocked again. Oh, what pretty girls, and 3 of them at once. Why didn't I notice it before? How about, 3 girls, come and have some fun with me for a while. I promise to make you feel extremely happy. Looking at Luo Chinmo, and glancing at Ye Jingxuan and Ye Shuang again, the bald man said with a lewd look on his face, and the possessiveness in his eyes was not concealed at all. Ha ha ha. The dozen or so people behind the bald man also laughed. Brush. Luo Qinmo's face suddenly darkened. Bad guy. Yi Jingxuan also shouted angrily. Bad guy, ha ha ha, my little sister has said so. If I don't show you how to be bad, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to you? The bald man laughed loudly, then took a few steps forward and stretched out his hand to Luo Qinmo's cheek. Come on, little girl, have fun with me. Bold. An angry shout was rang out, and Nanny Gui instantly stood in front of Luo Qinmo, glaring at the bald man with her deep eyes, and instantly threw a punch to kill him. Molest the princess, die. The bald man saw Nanny Gui punching towards him, with even a hint of murderous intent in that punch, and a rage suddenly emerged in his eyes. Old woman, you are looking for death. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man also threw a punch. Fist to fist. Boom. In a flash of lightning, the two fists collided and a dull sound instantly rang out. Da da da. Nanny Gui took 3 steps back instantly. Kindness. The bald man didn't move at all, but frowned as he looked at Nanny Gui. One strike and the winner is decided. Mammy. Seeing this, Luo Qinmo was shocked and immediately supported Mammy Gui. Mammy Gui ignored her and suddenly raised her head, looking at the bald man with a flash of shock in her eyes. Ningyuan realm, who are you? Boom. With just one word, Luo Qinmo, Yi Shuang, Yi Wang, Yi Fu and others were stunned in an instant. Even Ye Bufan, who was selecting herbs in front of the medicine cabinet in the distance, was startled. In the path of martial arts, there are 5 stages of transformation from the mortal realm to the 3 stages of concentration of the mind. The condensation stage is the second stage of concentration of the mind in the path of martial arts. Although one has just entered the stage of concentration of the mind, he is still far from being comparable to the martial artists in the transcendent stage. It is definitely not a simple matter that a warrior at the nascent soul realm suddenly appeared in the small Tianwang city. Aren't you also in the condensation realm? Who are you? Looking at Nanny Gui, the bald man smiled awkwardly, with a look of mockery and amusement on his face, without any nervousness at all. The previous attack had already fully demonstrated that the person in front of him was not his opponent. Immediately, the bald man glanced at Aunt Gui, then looked at Luo Qinmo, and said with a smile, to have a warrior of the condensation realm protecting her closely, I guess this young lady's identity is probably not simple, right? Hee hee. Without waiting for Luo Qinmo and his group to speak, the bald man smiled and said, if that's the case, then if I kidnap you, I should be able to get a lot of ransom, right? You. When the bald man finished speaking, Aunt Gui was stunned. The next second, the bald man didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and said, tie them all up. You, how dare you? Do you know who my young lady is? Seeing this, Nanny Gui stood directly in front of Luo Qinmo and shouted angrily at the bald man. In fact, Nanny Gui knew in her heart that she was no match for the guy in front of her, otherwise she would have taken action long ago. Hey, the bald man sneered and said disdainfully, who? Could it be that these little girls are princesses of the empire? Or maybe they are some imperial concubines? It's your fault. Just as Aunt Gui was about to say something, the bald man's face darkened and he said, I don't care who your young lady is. If she is really a princess or an imperial concubine, that would be even better. I can even ask for more ransom. Brush. After saying that, the bald man waved his hand again. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and tie them up. These are all fat sheep. Yes. 16 big men surrounded them in an instant. You. Upon seeing this, Nanny Gui's face instantly became extremely ugly. Chapter 18. Melee, burning the herbal medicine store. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, the person in front of you is the 7th princess of the empire, Luo Qinmo. If you dare to attack her, aren't you afraid of being implicated with your entire clan? Seeing a group of people surrounding them, Nanny Gui glanced at the dozen people, then looked at the bald man and shouted angrily. If she was alone, Nanny Gui would naturally not be afraid. Even if she couldn't win, she could just run away. But there was also Luo Qinmo by her side. In the current situation, the enemy was strong and we were weak. Once a fight broke out, Luo Qinmo would inevitably be affected. Princess. Nanny Gui's words stunned the bald man, and the other 16 men also paused, glanced at Luo Qinmo, and finally their eyes fell on the bald man. The bald man frowned. The atmosphere was dead silent in an instant, and it was even more weird. Brother, she can't really be a princess, right? I heard that a princess did come to Tianwang City recently to preside over the examination of the Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, a big man looked at the bald man, and a trembling voice sounded. The bald man's expression became more and more solemn. Are you really a princess? The bald man asked with a frown, looking at Luo Qinmo. Of course. Now, considering that you are not aware of it, we can let it go. As long as you leave now, we will pretend that nothing happened. Seeing the bald man's hesitation, Nanny Gui said hurriedly. The previous confrontation had clearly told Aunt Gui that she was absolutely no match for the bald man in front of her, and that the other side had nearly 20 men. Once they fought, her side would undoubtedly lose. Now she could only rely on her identity as a princess to scare off the other side. The bald man hesitated slightly. Brother, what should we do? If this is really the princess of the empire, then we really can't afford to offend her. If anything happens to her, then we're all doomed, right? Yeah, big brother, what should we do? We're dead. We actually provoked an imperial princess. We're definitely dead now. I'm so scared. I'm scared to death too. My heart is beating so fast. What should I do? What should I do? Brother, let's run. Behind the bald man, there were 16 people, all talking to each other. They all said they were afraid, but they didn't look afraid at all. There was even a teasing and playful smile on each of their faces. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely weird. Aunt Gui also frowned. The more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the 17 people, including the bald man, looked at each other again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from their mouths again. Playful and amusing. Looking at the group of people in front of her, Nanny Gui's face became extremely ugly. She was not a fool, and she was also a warrior in the condensation realm. How could she not see that the group of people in front of her were simply playing tricks on her, and they were simply fearless? You have already known the princess's identity. You are here for the princess. Who are you? Immediately, Nanny Gui looked at the bald man and asked angrily. Ha ha ha. The bald man laughed loudly, then looked at Aunt Gui with a gloomy expression and said in a cold voice, Who is it? Is it important? Brush. After saying this, the bald man waved his hand again. All tied up. You dare. I don't dare. What are you still standing there for? Tie him up. Aunt Gui was furious, but the bald man immediately shouted angrily. Superior. Upon hearing this, the 16 big men no longer hesitated, and pounced on Nanny Gui and her group like hungry wolves. Damn it. Upon seeing this, Nanny Gui shouted angrily. This is a group of desperados. Princess, run. Then, Nanny Gui shouted again, and without stopping at all, she rushed towards the 16 big men who were rushing towards her. Bang, bang, bang. Dull sounds were heard between fists and feet. Although Nanny Gui was a strong man in the condensation realm, she still felt extremely exhausted when she had to intercept 16 big men alone. Bang! Caught off guard, Nanny Gui was hit and her defense line collapsed in an instant. Several big men broke through the defense line in an instant and killed Luo Qinmo and his group. War. Seeing this, Luo Qinmo did not back down. She is a princess of the empire, but she is not a decorative vase. On the contrary, she is a martial arts genius. She is less than 16 years old, has a basic strength of 85, and is at the 8th level of marrow cleansing. Her total strength has reached 365 kilograms, which is definitely not worse than these big men. Call out. Facing the big man who was rushing towards him, Luo Qinmo instantly punched out. Boom. Fist to fist, after one blow, the big man felt his palms go numb and was even more shocked. However, Luo Qinmo did not give him a chance to hesitate, and struck again and again. The stunning step and the flying dragon palm. Luo Qinmo mastered the body movements, attacks, and all the martial arts to perfection. He advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and attacked the big man in front of him frantically. Bang, bang, bang. In a one-on-one fight, the big man was beaten by Luo Qinmo and could only defend but not attack, and he kept retreating. On the other side, 3 big men also rushed towards Yi Fu, Yi Wang, Yi Shuang, and Yi Jingxuan. Yi Jingxuan was excited to see the sudden battle, but Yi Fu and the other 2 looked solemn. Xuanzhi, protect the master and the young lady. Awang, follow me. After Yi Fu shouted, he did not hesitate at all and rushed out directly. Locking on 2 big men, 1 against 2, Yi Fu was not afraid at all and punched out. Bang! With one blow, the big man was knocked back. Call out. Yi Fu did not hesitate or stop at all. He defeated one of the big men with one blow and immediately attacked the other one. 16 years and 7 days old, with a basic strength of 82, the fourth transformation of the Transcendental Realm, the first level of Yi Jin, and a total strength of 392 kilograms, Yi Fu is definitely the strongest among them. War. Yi Wang did not hesitate and went straight into the fight. He was 2 months and 9 days away from turning 16, had a basic strength of 82, and was at the 8th level of marrow cleansing. His total strength reached 362 kilograms, which was only 3 kilograms less than Luo Qinmo, the number 1 genius in the empire. The younger generation of the Yi family is no less talented than any other genius. Brush. Yi held Teizu's golden sword and swung it directly. The power of his sword skills in the Great Perfection realm was amazing and should not be underestimated. Yi Wang fights against the big man, while Yi Shuang protects Yi Jingxuan. Come on, brother Afu, come on, brother Awang, beat them to death, beat these ugly monsters to death. Yi Jingxuan was standing next to Yi Shuang, her little hands clenched into fists, her big watery eyes looking at the melee in front of her with extreme excitement. She was even jumping and cheering. It must be said that this was a violent loli. Yi Shuang was helpless about this, but she always stayed by Yi Jingxuan's side. At the same time, she looked solemn and frowned. Come on, beat them to death. Brother will come with Shuaner to cheer for brother Afu and brother Awang. Hey, where are my brothers? Yi Jingxuan, who was cheering excitedly, was suddenly stunned. At this time, she finally realized that her brother was missing. Master. Yi Shuang was also shocked. Brush. Without any hesitation, she turned around and looked behind her. She originally thought that Ye Bufan was behind her, but there was no trace of Ye Bufan in front of her. In an instant, Yi Shuang's face changed drastically. My brother is there. At this moment, Yi Jingxuan suddenly screamed. Yi Shuang did not hesitate at all and immediately looked in the direction Yi Jingxuan pointed, and finally found Ye Bufan's trace. At this moment, Ye Bufan was with the clerk from the herbal medicine store. The two of them were holding their heads and squatting under a table filled with earthenware jars. It seemed that some medicine was being boiled in those jars, so much so that sparks were emitted from the small stoves under the jars. Medicinal herbs were scattered all over the floor and under the medicine cabinet. There was no doubt that these were the herbs that Ye Bufan had picked out earlier. Because of the sudden fight between the two sides, he was so scared that he dropped the herbs and hid under the table. Call. Seeing this scene, Yi Shuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Ye Bufan was frightened at the moment, and even separated from Yi Shuang and Yi Jingxuan by the melee in front of him, at least young Master Yi was fine for the time being. Don't kill Fanur, ah. Ye Bufan's trembling voice continued to sound, and after a moment, as if his inner fear had reached its limit, a scream rang out. Call out. This shock made Ye Bufan jump up. Bang. In an instant, Ye Bufan's head collided with the table above his head, making a dull sound, and even the whole table was knocked up and almost overturned. Ouch, that hurts. Ye Bufan felt pain and screamed. Seeing this scene, Yi Jingxuan and Yi Shuang in the distance were both stunned. Bang, bang, bang. As Ye Bufan cried out in pain, the sound of earthenware jars breaking was heard again. Because of Ye Bufan's violent impact, the earthenware jars for cooking medicine on the table above his head all flew out and broke into pieces on the ground. The medicine residue and juice were scattered all over the floor. At the same time, the small stoves were also knocked away, and the charcoal burning in the small stoves was also scattered all over the floor. Some of the burning charcoal fell onto the medicinal juice and was instantly extinguished, some fell onto the empty ground, some were scattered on the table, but some also fell onto the piles of medicinal materials. If you look closely, you will find that these medicinal herbs have one thing in common: they are flammable. Boom! When the burning charcoal fell on the herbs, a blazing fire started. As the medicinal materials were burned by the blazing fire, the surfaces of the rows of medicine cabinets painted with tung oil on the outside also caught fire and spread madly to all the medicine cabinets. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the fire was out of control. Chapter 19 Ye Family Prestige, My Territory. The fire spread and raged wildly. The sudden scene stunned Yi Jingxuan and Yi Shuang. They really couldn't imagine that Ye Bufan's shock would actually cause a fire. Huff, huff, huff. The fire was still spreading madly. Elder brother. Master. In an instant, Yi Jingxuan and Yi Shuang screamed again. They wanted to rescue Ye Bufan, but they were blocked by the melee in front of them and were completely unable to do anything. Snort. At this time, the bald man looked at the battle situation in front of him and snorted angrily. What a bunch of trash, let me deal with this old woman, you go and deal with those youngsters. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man attacked Nanny Gui. Call out. A punch was thrown, full of murderous intent. Nanny Gui was startled and hurriedly punched the bald man. Boom. Fist to fist. Da da da. Nanny Gui suddenly took several steps back and hit the table beside her with a bang. The table instantly broke into pieces. With a pop, the vase on the table also broke into countless pieces. The bald man did not hesitate or stop at all, and rushed towards Nanny Gui again. Seeing this, Nanny Gui could only fight back hastily. Kill. However, without Nanny Gui's obstruction, the remaining men did not hesitate and rushed towards Luo Qinmo, Ye Wang and Ye Fu. 16 people besieged 3 people. Luo Qinmo and others were not as strong as Nanny Gui, who had reached the state of concentration. 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and the original battle situation was instantly overturned. Bang, bang, bang. As fists and feet clashed, dull sounds were heard. Melee, chaos, and group battles. Bang, bang, bang. Every minute and every second, Luo Qinmo, Ye Fu and Ye Wang would be hit several times by the big men in front of them. In just a moment, the 3 of them became extremely embarrassed. Although they have not been defeated for the time being, it is only a matter of time. Nanny Gui's situation is not optimistic either. As both of them are warriors in the condensation realm, the bald man in front of her is obviously much stronger than her. The situation is extremely bad and defeat is only a matter of time. If you lose, you die. Boom. Suddenly, a heat wave swept over everyone's head. In just a breath of time, everyone clearly felt the temperature in the herbal medicine store rise sharply. What's going on? The sudden change stunned everyone, and both sides instinctively stopped fighting. Swish, swish, swish. A pair of astonished eyes instinctively looked up. Boom. In an instant, everyone trembled. His eyes were wide open and his expression was horrified. Above their heads, the wooden beams were burning with raging flames, and everyone finally realized that the rows of medicine cabinets in the herbal medicine store had already been engulfed in flames. Not only that, the fire was still spreading wildly throughout the herbal medicine store. The wooden building, the hot weather, at this moment, the raging fire had occupied half of the herbal medicine store and was completely out of control. Huff, huff, huff. The raging flames were like roaring ferocious beasts. Rampant and crazy. Everyone was in the sea of fire. The temperature rose sharply. Run. Seeing this scene, the bald man spoke without thinking, and then ran out the door again. He didn't want to be buried in the sea of fire. Seeing this, the other big men also fled frantically. Princess, run. Nanny Gui also screamed. Elder brother. Master. Without the obstruction of the melee between the 2 sides, Ye Jingxuan and Ye Shuang screamed and ran towards Ye Bufan, which also alarmed Luo Qinmo, Afu, and Awang. At this time, Luo Qinmo and the others discovered that Ye Bufan and the waiter were hiding under a table. They were trembling with fear. Not only that, there was a raging fire on the table. Once the whole table was burned, Ye Bufan and the waiter would be burned to death. Bang! Ye Jingxuan and Ye Shuang came to the table where Ye Bufan was. Ye Shuang kicked the burning table away without any hesitation. Elder brother. Ye Jingxuan even pounced directly at Ye Bufan. Call. No one noticed that Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief at this moment, but then he pushed Ye Jingxuan away without any hesitation. Don't kill me, Fanur, don't die. Crying and shouting, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He stood up and ran towards the door. He was so fast. The sudden scene stunned everyone, but then they were relieved. This time, young Master Yi was probably quite frightened. Run. At this time, Ye Wang shouted loudly. 4th miss, the fire is out of control. We must leave here immediately, hurry up. Seeing this, Ye Shuang did not hesitate at all. He grabbed Ye Jingxuan, and then pulled the frightened and trembling guy towards the door. The whole process seemed long, but it only took a few breaths. Luo Qinmo, Nanny Gui, Ye Fu, and Ye Wang did not stop and ran out one after another. Outside the herbal medicine store. At this moment, the blazing flames on the roof of the herbal medicine store of Kaomutang had attracted the attention of all the pedestrians on the surrounding streets. Because it was the period of the Martial Arts Academy assessment, the streets seemed quite deserted, but even so, there were people gathering in front of the herbal medicine store. There are no less than 100 people. At this moment, these people were surrounding the herbal medicine store, pointing and talking. Led by the bald man, a group of 17 people ran out of the herbal medicine store before Ye Bufan and others. At this moment, including the bald man, they were all still in shock. Although the warriors are strong, they are still just mortal bodies. Even if the bald man is already a warrior in the nascent soul realm, he cannot withstand the ravages of the fire. If they escaped from the herbal medicine store a little later, they would surely be burned to death. Thinking of this, the bald man felt a lingering fear. Suddenly, the bald man looked at the herbal medicine store burning in front of him, and then looked at the crowd of onlookers around, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. An inexplicable fire disrupted all their plans. Mission failed. Guard the door and don't let anyone inside out. Kill them all. Then, the bald man pointed at the herbal medicine store in front of him and roared. The order given by the black-robed man was to kidnap Luo Chinmo without attracting attention. If they failed, they would be killed without mercy. At the moment, the bald man wanted to burn Ye Bufan and his party alive in the store. As for the onlookers around, the bald man didn't care at all. He was a warrior in the condensation realm, who dared to disobey him. Unfortunately, it's too late. Call out. After the bald man finished speaking, the other 16 people were still in shock and had not yet reacted when Ye Bufan ran out of the herbal medicine shop before them. Not only that, Ye Bufan was shouting while running, "Help, don't kill Fanner, Fanner doesn't want to die." Seeing Ye Bufan, a murderous intent flashed in the bald man's eyes. He didn't know that Ye Bufan was a fool. He only knew that no one in the herbal medicine store could be spared, otherwise he would surely die. However, he did not notice that the moment the more than 100 people around him saw Ye Bufan, a strange look flashed in their eyes. "Assholes, what are you still standing there for? Kill him for me." Immediately, the bald man glared at Ye Bufan and roared. Boom! Hearing this, the people around him trembled violently. As they looked at the bald man and his group, endless anger and cold murderous intent instantly emerged in their eyes. "That's the eldest master. Assholes, these outsiders want to kill the young master. Those from Tianwang City, fight them. Kill these bastards. Kill. Protect the young master." Voices rang out one after another, and before the bald man and his group could figure out what was going on, the more than 100 people who were originally watching rushed towards them like crazy, with eyes that seemed to want to eat them alive. At the same time, several residents of Tianwang City instantly surrounded Ye Bufan and protected him tightly. The attack and defense were orderly and completed in one go. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sound of fists and feet colliding was heard. Although the strength of these Tianwang City residents is not very strong and cannot be compared with the bald man and his group, in this era of universal martial arts, the weakest among these people has the cultivation level of the first or second level of skin refining, and there are many warriors in the flesh refining realm. Moreover, they have the advantage of numbers. The outcome of the battle, who will win or lose, is still unknown. Asshole. Seeing more than 100 people attacking him for no reason, the bald man roared, took 2 steps forward, and threw 3 punches in succession at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 residents of Tianwang City who were at the front were instantly repelled. Boom. A dull sound was heard, and the bodies of the 3 Tianwang City residents instantly collided with the later resident of Tianwang City. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 of them vomited blood at the same time. Zhang Chang. Wang Long, are you okay? The sudden scene stunned all the residents of Tianwang City. Everyone stopped in their tracks, and the originally crazy offensive also stopped instantly. Are you looking for death? At this time, the bald man glanced at the residents of Tianwang City who surrounded him and roared. At the same time, his 16 men also moved closer to him, and each of them had a look of surprise and vigilance in their eyes. Damn it, don't be impulsive. These guys are all experts. Surround them first and call for support immediately. A middle-aged man among the residents of Tianwang City said to the bald man and his group with a vicious look. All go. All go. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 voices sounded at the same time, and then 2 figures rushed out from the crowd at the same time. If you can't beat them, just call for help. Looking at the scene in front of them, the bald man and his group were stunned. Boss, what's going on? Among the group of 17 people, a thin man couldn't help but look at the bald man and asked, his voice trembling slightly. The bald man's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. What's going on? How could he know what was going on? He also wanted to know why these people attacked him for no reason. The bald man swore that he didn't know any of these people in front of him, and he had no grudges against them. But they looked at him as if they were the murderers of their fathers. This made the bald man feel very confused and aggrieved. It would have been bad enough that an inexplicable fire ruined their kidnapping plan, but now they were inexplicably attacked by more than 100 people. It was simply God going against them. At this time, Luo Chinmo and his group also ran out of the herbal medicine store. However, when they saw more than 100 residents of Tianwang City surrounding the bald man and his group, they were all stunned. What's going on? Oh, Ye Bufan, who was protected by 5 Tianwang City residents, was the only one watching this scene. Looking at the bald man and his group, a sneer flashed across his lips. Do you really think that I set this fire in vain? Tianwang City, that is the Ye family's territory, it is my territory. How can I allow you to run rampant here? If you want to touch me, you must be prepared to die. Chapter 20, Escape. One arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops come to meet. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is completely consistent. The Ye family's appeal in Tianwang City is absolutely terrifying and insane. Perhaps even the imperial royal family cannot be compared with it. In Tianwang City, if there is a fight, no one will intervene even if you beat up the city lord. But if someone touches the fool of the Ye family, then they will have to bear the wrath of the entire Tianwang City. These are the information that Ye Bufan obtained from the fool's scattered memories. Although Ye Bufan doesn't know and is very curious why this is the case, this is the fact. In Tianwang City, you can touch anyone except a fool. Whoever moves will die. In the herbal medicine store, facing the kidnapping by the bald man, Ye Bufan's side had no chance of winning. Even if Ye Bufan revealed the truth that he was not a fool, it would be meaningless. Of the store, a big fire will inevitably attract onlookers, and if there are onlookers, there will be helpers. And the fact was just as Ye Bufan had expected. At this moment, facing the siege of more than 100 residents of Tianwang City, it was impossible for the bald man and his group to take action. No matter what their purpose was, they would fail in the end. Brother. Looking at the scene in front of them, looking at the bloodthirsty eyes of the residents of Tianwang City staring at them like ferocious beasts, the bald man's 16 men were shaking their bodies and their legs were trembling. They were afraid, they were even more terrified. What did we do to provoke the wrath of the whole city? A bean-sized bean of sweat rolled down the bald man's forehead. As a warrior in the Ningyuan realm, he did not take any of the residents of Tianwang City seriously. In fact, these people were just ants to him and killing them was as easy as killing chickens. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. There are already more than 100 people in front of them, and some of them have just left. I believe that more people will come to reinforce in a short time. At that time the bald man knows very well that he and his group have no chance of winning and no hope of survival. Thinking of this, he glanced at Ye Bufan who was being protected by 5 Tianwang City residents outside the crowd. At this moment, as a strong man in the condensation realm, the bald man could see that all the changes, including the inexplicable attacks on him by the Tianwang City residents, were caused by the stupid boy in front of him. Who is he? However, the bald man had no time to think about these things at this moment. Run! The next second, the bald man shouted loudly and made a decisive decision. If he didn't run now, he would not be able to escape later. Call out! As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man took a step forward. Move your body and throw a fist. Get lost. Bang! A resident of Tianwang City was knocked away instantly. The bald man's idea was simple. Now that he was surrounded by this group of people, since they refused to let him leave, he might as well kill them. Kill. Seeing this, the 16 men did not hesitate and rushed out. Want to run? Damn it, everyone, come on, let's fuck him. Seeing the bald man and his 16 men attacking frantically and trying to escape, the residents of Tianwang City were also furious. Fuck him. Bang, bang, bang. A melee broke out again between the 2 sides. Unfortunately, although there were more than 100 people in Tianwang City, the strongest among them were only at the 3rd or 4th level of flesh refining, and could not compare with the bald man and his group. Especially the bald man, as a warrior in the condensation realm, he was like a wolf among sheep at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. The residents of Tianwang City were constantly knocked back by him. No one could resist his fists. However, the residents of Tianwang City showed no intention of retreating after seeing this. If one was knocked back, they would rush forward with 2 more. If 2 were not enough, they would rush forward with 3 more. Even if it means flying into a flame, we must fight. Damn it. Faced with the madness of the residents of Tianwang City, the bald man was extremely crazy, angry, and felt confused. This group of people, your opponent is me. At this moment, an angry voice rang out. Call out. It was unknown when Aunt Gui had appeared in the camp of Tianwang City residents. Looking at the bald man, she punched him without any hesitation. The bald man was shocked when he heard this and rushed to fight. Bang! There was a dull thud, and the bald man was caught off guard and defended himself hastily. He was hit by the bald man and took several steps in an instant. Old woman, you! Bang, bang, bang! Before the bald man could finish his words, the residents of Tianwang City around him had already attacked. Although the attacks were not fatal, they still made the bald man furious. Call out! The bald man's anger had not yet subsided, but Nanny Gui had already attacked again. Son of a bitch! At this moment, the bald man was angry, helpless and frustrated. In terms of strength, he was definitely the strongest, but facing the siege of so many people, especially the participation of Aunt Gui, he became infinitely passive. He had no chance to attack and could only defend. However, even so, he would still be hit by a few punches and kicks from time to time. If this continues, he will surely fail and perish. The bald man was in such a miserable state, and the 16 men under him were even more miserable. At this moment, Luo Qinmo, Yi Wang and Yi Fu have also joined the battle. They were previously besieged by the other side, and now they are besieging the bald man and his group. The situation has completely reversed. Bang, bang, bang. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Including the bald man, 17 people fought hard. Shenmian Yuan, concentrated mind, a mere condensed Yuan realm warrior dares to kidnap a princess. This matter is probably not that simple. However, this also fully demonstrates the madness of this world and the importance of military force in this world. In this life, I want to be the pinnacle of martial arts, have power over the world, and dominate all living beings. Squinting his eyes, looking at the melee in front of him, Ye Bufan thought secretly in his heart. Coming to this strange world for the first time, this inexplicable first battle caused a spiritual transformation for this former hero, and also deepened his understanding of this world. Suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned again. However, my cheap grandfather is really not a simple man. He can command the whole city with his own strength and make them support the Ye family so wholeheartedly. How did he do it? Stop, we surrender. Ye Bufan was just thinking about it when a sharp voice suddenly rang out in the melee, coming from the bald man in the condensation realm. Brush. With a sound, the battle suddenly stopped. We surrender. Looking at Nanny Gui in front of him, and glancing at the chaotic battlefield, the bald man spoke again. Call. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Tianwang City has an absolute advantage in the current battle situation, the bald man and his group are not inferior to each other. In the end, even if the bald man and his group are captured or even killed, Tianwang City will inevitably pay a heavy price. Now that the bald man and his group have voluntarily surrendered, it is undoubtedly a good thing for Tianwang City. Boss. The bald man's 16 men looked at him in astonishment. Shut up. Do you want to be killed by them if you don't surrender? Glancing at his 16 men, the bald man shouted angrily. The 16 men were slightly stunned. Given their identities, can they survive if they surrender? Call out. At this moment, the bald man suddenly took a step forward, attacked in an instant, and punched directly at Nanny Gui in front of him. The sudden scene stunned everyone. No one thought that the bald man was pretending to surrender and suddenly attacked Nanny Gui. Mean. Nanny Gui shouted angrily and instantly fought against the bald man with one blow. Boom. The 2 nascent soul realm masters struck each other, and a dull sound was heard. Nanny Gui didn't move at all, but the bald man retreated dozens of steps in an instant. Kindness. It was a strange scene and Nanny Gui frowned. The others were also slightly stunned. Call out. The bald man did not hesitate at all. He retreated a dozen steps, then suddenly turned sideways and ran straight towards Ye Bufan, who was being guarded by 5 residents of Tianwang City. The movements were done in one go, at an extremely fast speed. This scene shocked everyone. Elder brother. Asshole, his target is the young master. Stop him. Angry voices rang out, and everyone gathered around. Nanny Gui even rushed out directly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The bald man had already reached Ye Bufan and the 5 residents of Tianwang City. Looking at this scene, a gleam of light flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes. Protect the young master. Beside Ye Bufan, the 5 residents of Tianwang City did not stop at all, and instantly rushed towards the bald man, trying to intercept him. Get lost. The bald man roared angrily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then he threw several punches. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 residents of Tianwang City were instantly knocked away. The bald man did not even stop and came directly to Ye Bufan. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Ye Bufan's neck. Then he went behind Ye Bufan and glared at Aunt Gui and her group, saying, "Don't come over here. Otherwise, even if I die, I will drag him down with me. Stop. Don't hurt my brother. Asshole, let the young master go quickly." Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The incident happened too suddenly. No one expected that the bald man's attack on Nanny Gui was fake, and his real intention was to take the opportunity to hold Ye Bufan hostage. Ye Bufan also smiled bitterly in his heart. He was already cunning enough, but he didn't expect that the bald man was even more cunning than him. Just now, Ye Bufan thought about resisting, but unfortunately, when the bald man came in front of him, Ye Bufan realized the gap between himself and the warriors of Condensation Realm, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. Feeling the bald man's sharp claws pinching his neck, Ye Bufan had no doubt that if he dared to move, the bald man would definitely break his neck. What to do? Ye Bufan was thinking about how to save himself, but the bald man looked at the people in front of him from Tianwang City and sneered, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this guy should be the idiot from your Ye family in Tianwang City. You guys must have attacked him for no apparent reason before. I didn't expect a small Ye family would have such a terrifying appeal. This time, I admit defeat." Instantly, the bald man's face darkened again, and he said angrily, "Now, I just want to leave Tianwang City. You'd better not stop me, otherwise this fool will definitely die. Put down my young master and we will let you go." As soon as the bald man finished speaking, Ye Fu stood up instantly, glared at the bald man and said sternly, "Bad guy, let your brother go quickly, otherwise grandpa will never let you go." Ye Jingxuan said viciously, "Let the young master go. Everyone stays here, you go away." The residents of Tianwang City also shouted angrily. The bald man sneered and said, "Let him go. Do you think I'm stupid? He is my life-saving talisman now. If I let him go, can I still leave here alive? Then what do you want?" Luo Qinmo stared at the bald man and asked with a frown. "Let me go. As long as I'm safe, I will naturally let him go." Without waiting for Luo Qinmo and the others to speak, the bald man continued, "You have no right to choose. If you don't agree, I will kill him now and then commit suicide. You, stop following me. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man grabbed Ye Bufan and rushed towards the gate of Tianwang City without stopping. Elder brother. Seeing this, Ye Jingxuan immediately chased after him, but was grabbed by Ye Fu. With a bang, Ye Fu hit Ye Jingxuan on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. "Afu, you." The sudden scene shocked the people around. "Xuanzhi, take the 4th lady home." Ye Fu spoke without any hesitation. After he finished speaking, he took out a purple crystal from his body and held it in his hand. Mother and child true essence stone. Seeing the purple crystal in Yi Wang's hand, Luo Qinmo exclaimed. Maybe this thing is very strange to others, but it is not to Luo Qinmo, because she also has such a piece, which was given to her by the Emperor Tezu of Xian Empire, that is, her grandfather. The mother and child true essence stones are always a pair. Once one of them is broken, the other will also be broken. This thing is generally used for calling for help and transmitting information. Bang! Yi Fu did not hesitate at all. He exerted force with his right hand and crushed the mother and child true essence stone in his hand. Awang, follow me. As soon as Yi Fu finished speaking, he immediately chased in the direction the bald man was fleeing. The whole process took less than a second. Afu, if you chase him, what if he hurts the young master? Seeing this, Yi Shuang immediately said while supporting the unconscious Yi Jingxuan. If we don't chase him, that guy will definitely kill the young master once he escapes. As long as we chase him, he won't dare to kill the young master. I have already informed the master, and I believe the master will be here soon. We just need to hold on until the master arrives. After Ye Shuang finished speaking, Ye Fu's voice came again in front. Call out. Upon hearing this, Ye Wang also chased after him. Kindness. Ye Shuang nodded and picked up Ye Jingxuan and ran towards the Ye family. Princess, we watching Ye Fu, Ye Wang and Ye Shuang leave one after another. Nanny Gui couldn't help but look at Luo Qinmo. Chase. As soon as a word was spoken, Luo Qinmo rushed out, followed closely by Nanny Gui. Leave half of the people to watch these guys, and the rest of you, follow me. The residents of Tianwang City did not stop at all and immediately chased after them. Bang, bang, bang. The bald man's 16 men collapsed on the ground powerlessly. They were depressed and desperate. They were abandoned by their boss. Chapter 21. Gold coins lead the way, flying in the air. Outside Tianwang City, the bald man grabbed Ye Bufan and ran all the way, pushing the speed to the extreme. Although there were dozens of people chasing him at the beginning, in just a few minutes, the residents of Tianwang City had been left out of sight, and only Gui Mama, Luo Qinmo, Ye Fu, and Ye Wang were still chasing him. The bald man was holding Ye Bufan in the front, followed by Aunt Gui, then Ye Fu, Luo Qinmo, and Ye Wang. Because of their different strengths, there was a distance between the 5 people. Even Aunt Gui in the front was 100 meters away from the bald man, and the distance between the two sides was constantly increasing with every minute and every second. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. It was only a matter of time before the bald man got rid of them. Ye Bufan thought about delaying time and slowing down the bald man's speed, but in the face of absolute strength, Ye Bufan chose to give up. There was only one chance. If he couldn't get himself out of danger, he would definitely attract the other party's attention and even anger him. In the current situation, although the bald man didn't dare to kill him, he could knock him out. At that time, everything would become unknown. Ye Bufan didn't dare to take this risk. He had to stay absolutely sober so that he would have a chance to take the initiative. You have already left the city, please release my young master. Asshole, let him go. Angry roars kept coming from behind, but the bald man ignored them completely. He just grabbed Ye Bufan and ran for his life. The bald man also thought about letting him go. After all, he had successfully escaped from Tianwang City, and if he let Ye Bufan go, his speed would increase again. Most importantly, the people behind him might give up the pursuit. However, he also had concerns in his heart. If the other side had more experts to reinforce him, Ye Bufan would be his last life-saving talisman. He would never let him go before he was out of danger. Run for your life and chase madly. 5 minutes later, Ye Wang lost his target Luo Qinmo in front of him, but he did not stop at all and continued to chase forward. 8 minutes later, Luo Qinmo lost her target Ye Fu in front of her, but she did not stop and continued to chase forward. 10 minutes later. Senior, my young master is in your hands. You just need to leave a mark on the road. Ye Fu stopped, bent over, supported his knees with his hands, and gasped for breath. At the same time, he did not forget to roar at the gradually blurred voice of Aunt Gui in front of him. In an instant, Nanny Gui disappeared. 20 minutes later. Damn it. Seeing that there was no trace of the bald man and Ye Bufan ahead, Nanny Gui paused and could not help but yell angrily, but she did not stop at all and continued to chase in the general direction the bald man fled. However, Aunt Gui knew clearly in her heart that it was impossible to catch up with the bald man again. Even if the other party changed direction, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him. Kindness. 2 kilometers later, Nanny Gui paused again. Another gold coin. Looking at the gold coin on the ground sparkling in the sun, Nanny Gui couldn't help but frown. If it was just one gold coin, Nanny Gui would naturally not care, but this was not the first gold coin she had seen, but the third one. She had discovered these gold coins from the moment she lost the bald man, but she did not care at the time. Now think about it, these 3 gold coins are almost 1,000 meters apart. Could it be? Nanny Gui was startled. Call out. The next second, she continued to chase. 3,000 meters, the 4th gold coin. 4,000 meters, the 5th gold coin. In addition, there is the 6th gold coin 1 meter away and the 7th gold coin 2 meters away. Change direction. Looking at the 3 gold coins in front of her, Nanny Gui was stunned. Who left this? Could it be him? Ye Bufan's face instinctively appeared in Nanny Gui's mind, but she was suddenly shocked. It is impossible for the bald man to leave clues for people to chase, but how can a fool use gold coins to leave clues for people behind to chase, and it is so clear and obvious. Boom. Just as Aunt Gui was thinking, a terrifying pressure suddenly emerged from the void above her head, shaking Aunt Gui's whole body and even her soul. Time stagnates and space solidifies. Call out. The next second, a figure appeared in front of Nanny Gui. He has white hair and a youthful face, and wears a purple and blue robe. Yi Hong. Looking at the figure in front of her, Nanny Gui couldn't help but exclaim. The person who came was none other than Old Master Yi Hong. However, Old Master Yi at this moment was completely different from the Old Master Yi that Nanny Gui had seen last night. At this moment, he was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, killing people and taking away souls. The chillness around him made Nanny Gui, a warrior in the condensation realm, tremble and feel suffocated. A single thought can kill someone. Nanny Gui had no doubt that if Mr. Yi in front of her wanted to kill her, she, a warrior in the condensation realm, would not be able to block even half a move. Where are the people? Suddenly, Mr. Yi's cold voice sounded. Aunt Gui suddenly came back to her senses. Senior, I lost him. Looking at Old Master Yi, Aunt Gui said instinctively, her voice trembling a little. After she finished speaking, she pointed at the gold coins on the ground and said, "But, Senior, I don't know who left these gold coins," which is exactly the direction that the bald man fled. Kindness. Old Master Yi frowned and glanced at the gold coins on the ground. Call out. The next second, Mr. Yi jumped up, his whole body suspended in the air, and flew away according to the direction of the gold coin. In a breath, it disappeared without a trace. Boom. This scene shocked Aunt Gui's soul. Fly in the air. 4 trembling words came out of Nanny Gui's mouth. She looked horrified and incredible. On the path of martial arts, one can achieve 5 transformations of transcendence and 3 levels of concentration. The 5 transformations of metamorphosis, refining the skin, tempering the bones, washing the marrow, changing the tendons, and refining the internal organs, the 3 states of concentration, condensing the origin, returning to the origin, and the divine origin. If you want to fly in the air, you must at least reach the divine Yuan realm. There is only one divine Yuan realm expert in the entire Xian dynasty, the previous emperor, Emperor Tezu, who has 3 stars in the divine Yuan realm. Moreover, 3 stars in the divine Yuan realm can only be regarded as the initial stage of the divine Yuan realm. Although they can also fly in the air, they can't last too long. But Mr. Yi, bang, bang, bang. Thinking of this, Nanny Gui's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Tianwang City, a 3rd-level main city in a remote borderland, actually had a powerful divine Yuan realm expert. No, it should be said that it was at least a high-level divine Yuan realm expert. How could Nanny Gui not be shocked? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are a member of the Lu family? The words that Mr. Yi said to Lu Yong last night once again surfaced in Nanny Gui's mind. Lu Yong is one of the 3 super families in the Xian Empire. Although Grandpa Yi's words shocked Grandma Gui, she didn't believe that Grandpa Yi really dared to kill Lu Yong. But now, Grandma Gui believed it, and even believed it without a doubt. Not to mention that Lu Yong is just a member of the Lu family, even if it is the entire Lu family, or even the imperial royal family, what does it matter? Even the imperial family could not bear the wrath of a high-level divine Yuan realm expert, and it would not be difficult for him to destroy the entire Xian dynasty. When Shen Yuan gets angry, there will be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Call. The bald man grabbed Ye Bufan and ran for tens of thousands of meters. Seeing that he had finally gotten rid of Nanny Gui and the others, he stopped and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brush. The next second, the bald man looked at Ye Bufan again. There was boiling anger in his eyes. Not good. Feeling the bald man's anger and murderous intent, Ye Bufan said in his heart. The bald man was a warrior in the condensation realm. Ye Bufan knew that he was no match for him. If he wanted to kill him, he would not even have the chance to fight back. Seeing that Nanny Gui was about to lose him, Ye Bufan risked being exposed and left the gold coins as a clue, so that they would not lose their target and could continue to catch up. As long as the bald man didn't escape the pursuit, then he would still have a chance and hope, but now it seems it's too late. Are you just going to accept your fate? Ye Bufan was unwilling to give in. It's all because of you, this fool, that I lost more than a dozen brothers and ended up in such a mess. Today, if I don't cut you into pieces, I won't be able to calm down my anger. Ye Bufan was thinking, and the bald man roared. Let's fight. Hearing this, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth. Since there was no way to retreat and no choice, he would just give it a try. It was impossible to just sit there and wait for death. How dare you? At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from afar, as loud as a bell, breaking through the air. Buzz. In an instant, the entire space shook. A terrifying pressure swept over. Puff. Before the bald man could figure out what was going on, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Under the sunlight, it looked extremely bright and dazzling. Chapter 22 The Demon King passing by. Call out. Old Master Yi's figure instantly appeared 3 meters in front of the bald man. He stared directly at the bald man with cold eyes. Those eyes were like a sharp blade, capable of killing people and taking their souls away. Grandfather. Seeing old man Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out an excited voice, and at the same time he was relieved in his heart. The old man finally arrived, and his momentum alone made the bald man vomit blood. It can be imagined that old man Ye's strength is not something the bald man can contend with. Brush. Unexpectedly, the bald man grabbed Ye Bufan's neck again, stuck to his back, and faced Mr. Ye. Who are you? A horrified voice rang out. Looking at Mr. Ye, the bald man's eyes flashed with a trace of trembling and fear. At this moment, he felt his blood surging all over his body, and a trace of needle-like pain swept through his body. With a roar of anger, Ning Yuan was seriously injured. The person in front of him was not someone a condensation realm warrior could contend with. Let him go. Old Master Yi ignored the bald man's question and shouted loudly, with a hint of unquestionableness in his voice. The bald man was stunned, gritting his teeth, with a look of anger on his face, but he didn't dare to refute at all, let alone let the man go. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't let me go after 3 seconds, you'll die. Suddenly, Old Master Yi spoke again. The word, die made the bald man's soul tremble. Senior, I have no intention of making things difficult for him. I just want to stay alive. 3. Senior, I just want to survive. Please let me go. Once I am sure I am safe, I will have someone send him back to Tianwang City. I promise. 2. Looking at old man Yi, the bald man was angry, helpless and afraid. Beads of sweat as big as beans kept rolling down his forehead. Old man Yi did not give him any room for bargaining. Either let him go or die. But, can he live after releasing him? The bald man didn't know, and he didn't dare to gamble, nor could he afford to gamble. 1. Buzz. When old man Yi spoke, the bald man's soul trembled, his heart tensed to the extreme, and even his right hand, which was pinching Ye Bufan, exerted a little more strength. For a moment, Ye Bufan almost felt suffocated. Die. At this time, another word from old Master Yi sounded, and a terrifying pressure swept over. The entire space seemed to be frozen. The bald man was even more horrified to find that he could not move at all. Such abundant blood essence. I didn't expect that when I went to the ancient forest, I would encounter a lone human in the divine Yuan realm. Haha, God bless you, human. I want your blood essence. A mocking voice suddenly sounded in the air. Ye Bufan and the bald man were both shocked, but old man Yi frowned. The 3 of them looked up. In the void, a giant purple eagle more than 3 meters long broke through the air from afar, bringing with it a gust of strong wind that made Ye Bufan's cheek hurt. Call out. In an instant, the giant eagle arrived. With a flash of purple light, the giant eagle transformed into a middle-aged man in a purple robe and landed in front of Grandpa Yi. There were 8 purple lines on the man's cheeks. 8-star Demon Emperor. Looking at the 8 purple lines on the giant eagle's cheek, the bald man exclaimed, the fear in his expression deepened, and his body was shaking constantly. The demon race, the human race, and the wild beasts are the 3 major races in the Shenwu continent. The human race can practice cultivation, and the demon race can also practice cultivation. Among the monsters, 1 to 5 stars correspond to the transcendent realm of the human race, collectively known as monster soldiers. 6 stars correspond to the condensed origin realm of the human race, and are monster generals. 7 stars are returned to origin monster kings, 8 stars are divine origin monster emperors, 9 stars are Jodian monster emperors, and 10 stars are divine martial monster gods. The same is true for wild beasts. 1 to 5-star beasts, 6-star barbarian generals, 7-star beast kings, 8-star beast emperors, 9-star beast emperors, and 10-star beast gods. 6-star demon generals can transform into human form, but the demon race is always the demon race. Moreover, after the demon race members transform into human form, unique demon race lines will appear on their cheeks, and these lines cannot be hidden. 6 stars and 6 fine lines, 7 stars and 7 lines, and so on. The man transformed from the giant eagle in front of him has 8 purple fine lines, which fully shows that he is an 8-star demon king. 8-star demon king, what does this concept mean? That is equivalent to the existence of the human race's divine essence realm. An 8-star demon king is enough to sweep across the entire Xian dynasty. However, although the 3 races of the human race, the demon race, and the wild beast race on the Shenwu continent are constantly at war, the existence of the Shenwu prohibition means that the strong men of these 3 races cannot carry out any killing on each other's territory. Even so, the moment the bald man saw the giant eagle, his heart was like a storm. In a mere Xian dynasty, a borderland, he actually encountered a demon king. The bald man didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. 8-star demon king, Ye Bufan was also slightly surprised. Boy, you are so lucky, the 8-star demon king. Tisk tisk, if you kill it and devour its essence and blood, maybe it will be enough for you to unlock all the seals before the condensation realm. At this time, Qin Shin's voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Kill it. This guy is an 8-star demon king, a human being at the divine Yuan realm level. He can kill me with just a flick of his finger, so how can I kill him? If you don't want to die, get out at this moment. A cold roar sounded from Yi Hong, Old Master Yi. Forehead. Old Man Yi's words stunned Ye Bufan and the bald man, even the excited 8-star demon king. The smile on his face instantly disappeared. Human, do you think you can kill me? Then, the 8-star demon king looked at Old Man Yi with narrowed eyes and asked, a hint of anger flashing in his expression. The 8-star demon emperor, Purple Flame Black Eagle, is about to break through to the 9-star demon emperor. If you don't want to die here, you'd better get out of here now, immediately. After glancing at the Purple Flame Black Eagle demon emperor, Old Man Yi said coldly. Absolute dominance, absolute strength. Upon hearing this, the Purple Flame Black Eagle demon king's body trembled instinctively. He looked at Old Man Yi with a horrified look and asked, how could you tell at a glance that I'm about to break through? Roll. Old Master Yi ignored him and roared again. You. The Purple Flame Black Eagle demon king was stunned, and then he became furious. Human, you are only at the divine origin realm. Why are you so presumptuous in front of me? Do you think it's possible for me to get out of here? You can see that I am about to break through. Maybe I can immediately advance to the demon emperor by devouring your blood essence. Do you think I will let go of this God-given opportunity easily? Old Master Yi frowned. Die. As soon as the word came out, the Purple Flame Black Eagle demon king attacked without any hesitation. Call out. Upon seeing this, Mr. Yi immediately retreated hundreds of meters. You want to run, but can you escape? Swish, the Purple Flame Black Eagle demon king roared, not giving Old Man Yi any chance to escape, and immediately chased after him. But, does Mr. Yi really want to run away? Old Master Yi fled hundreds of meters away, just because he didn't want to hurt Ye Bufan. The battle between the human race's divine Yuan realm strongman and the demon race's demon king, the aftermath of the battle alone could crush an ordinary person like Ye Bufan to death. In an instant, the 2 level 8 warriors collided with each other. Boom! A thunderous roar rang out, shaking the entire space and the earth trembling. Gurgle. Hundreds of meters away, the bald man couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he watched the confrontation between the 2 powerful men in the distance. The horrific aftermath of the battle made him terrified and even suffocated. Run. The next second, the bald man immediately thought of it. Boy, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but I dare not let you go. Your old man is too scary. Now you are my life-saving talisman. However, as long as I confirm that I am safe, I will definitely let someone send you back to this damn Tianwang city safely. After looking at Ye Bufan, the bald man said nervously. A strong person in the divine Yuan realm is not someone that the bald man, who is only in the condensation Yuan realm, can afford to provoke. If the bald man was not afraid that letting Ye Bufan go would bring him fatal disaster, he would definitely let Ye Bufan go right now, immediately, and right away. This is a life-saving talisman, but also a death-threatening talisman. Call out. After he finished speaking, the bald man immediately grabbed Ye Bufan and ran away. Uncle, why are you running? At this time, Ye Bufan glanced at the bald man and asked weakly, but in his heart he cursed the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's ancestors for 18 generations. Hearing this, the bald man's mouth twitched. Why run? Are you going to stay here and die if you don't run? A fool is a fool. Stop. If you dare to run, I will chase you to death no matter where you are. The distance of several hundred meters was completely under the control of Grandpa Ye's spiritual sense. Seeing that the bald man was about to run away with Ye Bufan, Grandpa Ye roared angrily. Old Master Ye didn't dare to mention Ye Bufan, let alone ask the bald man to release him by name. If it attracted the attention of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, it would definitely not be a good thing. At least, Ye Bufan was in the hands of the bald man, and judging from the current situation, the bald man didn't dare to kill him. However, attracting the attention of the Flame Eagle Demon King is a different matter. Who knows how it will do? Old Master Yi didn't want to be controlled by the 8-star Demon King in front of him. Buzz. Hearing this, the bald man stopped in his tracks. To the ends of the earth, hunted to death. Old human, what's the point of bullying a level 6 trash? Moreover, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me, are you humiliating me? The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King also roared angrily and his original offensive became even more crazy. The words of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King made the originally hesitant bald man ruthless. He gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He grabbed Ye Bufan and ran away quickly. Why? Ye Bufan sighed helplessly in his heart. Now, he could only take one step at a time and think of other ways to escape, but he still bore a grudge against the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Asshole. Seeing that the bald man ignored his threats and continued to flee with his grandson, Old Man Yi roared angrily. Mr. Yi wanted to chase after him, but the purple flame Black Eagle just tried to stop him. Boom 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 boom. In midair, two powerful divine Yuan realm warriors were fighting fiercely. After just a moment, the bald man and Ye Bufan disappeared. The next second, the anger in Old Master Yi's eyes as he looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King instantly turned into murderous intent. Boom. In an instant, murderous intent surged. The sudden change made the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King stunned. You deserve to die. Suddenly, Grandpa Yi's cold voice sounded, like the roar of a ghost in the netherworld purgatory, deep, cold, and full of murderous intent. Angry, angry, angry. Chapter 23, Protect the younger generation of the Yi family. The only male child of the 3 generations of the Yi family, and the most beloved grandson, is a mentally retarded fool. This is the greatest misfortune of the Yi family. However, even so, Mr. Yi has never given up on Ye Bufan. Not only that, his doting on him completely surpasses that on his 3 granddaughters, Yi Jingxuan, Yi Jingyi, and Yi Jingru. He is afraid that his grandson will melt even if he holds him in his hands. During his lifetime, Grandpa Yi only wants Ye Bufan to be happy, safe and worry-free. Everything he did was for Ye Bufan. But now, a warrior in the condensation realm actually dared to hold his beloved grandson hostage. When he was about to rescue him, he was intercepted and obstructed by an 8-star Demon King, causing his beloved grandson to disappear. Because of this 8-star Demon King, he was unable to continue the rescue. How could Grandpa Yi not be angry? The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. Ye Bufan is Mr. Yi's Achilles heel. Whoever touches him will die. Die, 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 roar. The next second, Mr. Yi roared. His eyes were blood red. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from him, accompanied by boiling rage and sharp murderous intent, causing the entire space to tremble. In an instant, it swept across dozens of miles. Bang! The terrifying aura forced the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King to retreat dozens of meters. This looking at Old Man Yi who was dozens of meters away, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's eyes flashed with a trace of horror, even fear. Human race at Jodian Realm expert. Jodian Realm, Demon Emperor level. Bang, bang, bang. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's heart was beating rapidly and violently. The difference between the Demon Emperor and the Demon King is as great as the difference between heaven and earth. A Demon Emperor level human Jodian Realm expert is simply not something a Demon Emperor can contend with. Snort. Old Master Yi snorted angrily, and stood proudly in the air without knowing when. His long gray hair fluttered in the wind, and his robe rustled. He looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead demon. You damn it. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Master Yi disappeared in midair, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Thunderous wrath and fierce murderous intent. Buzz. Seeing Old Man Yi suddenly appear in front of him, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's pupils shrank and his body trembled instinctively. Run! A word rang in the mind of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Call out. Old Master Yi, however, struck out with one palm, giving the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King no time or chance to escape. The wrath of the universe. Seeing this, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King had no choice but to fight back. Call out. Throw a punch. Boom. In an instant, Grandpa Yi and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King collided with one palm and one fist, and terrifying energy dissipated. With the two of them as the center, a circular deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters instantly appeared on the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, and his body instantly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King instantly fell 200 meters away, and a human-shaped deep pit appeared on the ground. Puff! The moment he fell to the ground, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King spat out another mouthful of blood. His body trembled and his soul shuddered. Jodian Realm, Demon Emperor level. After a confrontation, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King truly realized the horror of the Demon Emperor level strongman. In front of him, he, the Peak Demon King, was like an ant in front of an elephant, and he did not even have a chance to resist. Call out. In an instant, Old Master Yi appeared in front of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King again. Die. As soon as the word sounded, Old Master Yi slapped out with his palm. No. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King let out a shrill, terrified scream. The fear of death is approaching. Buzz. Suddenly, Mr. Yi's body trembled, his expression changed, and the palm that was about to strike down suddenly stopped in midair. Kindness. The sudden change made the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King stunned. He couldn't help but look at Old Man Yi, and saw a trace of black air wandering in the flesh on Old Man Yi's originally ruddy face. In just one breath, Old Man Yi's face had turned black. The strange scene made the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King stunned again. Then, without any hesitation, he flashed and retreated dozens of meters away, looking at Old Man Yi with horror and confusion. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Puff! As the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King retreated, Old Man Yi's body trembled and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth. Sizzle, sizzle. At Grandpa Yi's feet, the ground stained with black blood withered instantly, and the wild grass turned into a scorched earth. The scene before him shocked the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A moment later, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King laughed again. He stood dozens of meters away, looking at Old Man Yi with a hint of amusement and mockery in his eyes. I said, why would a powerful Jodian Realm Demon Emperor disguise himself as a Shenyuan Realm warrior? It turns out that you are not pretending, but you have no choice. Brush. As he spoke, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King glanced at the patch of black soil on the ground. A sneer appeared on his cheeks. Tisk tisk, what a horrible poison. It's a good thing you are in the Jodian Realm. If you are in the Shenyuan Realm, I'm afraid you can't suppress this poison for a day. However, suppressing your cultivation can contain the poison. Now, you have activated your vitality, the poison has erupted, and it won't take long before your life is over. I advise you to quickly suppress this poison. With your cultivation, you can still live for another 7 or 8 years. Why risk your life so much? So what? After the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King finished speaking, Old Man Yi suddenly raised his head and looked at him, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Killing you is enough. Don't you want to live anymore? The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was stunned when he heard this. Call out. But Old Master Yi didn't waste time talking to him and rushed out directly to kill him. Even if he wanted to live, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King would not want to do so. Otherwise Old Master Yi would not have continued to tangle with him, but would have chased after the bald man long ago. In that case, fight. Madman. Seeing this, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was shocked, and did not dare to hesitate at all, and turned around and ran. He had just witnessed the terror of the Jodian Realm strongman, but he did not expect that the old guy in front of him really dared to fight him to the death. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King does not want to die. In an instant, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King transformed into his true form, and a 3-meter-long giant eagle flew into the air and fled into the distance at its extreme speed. But, no matter how fast he is, Old Master Yi is even faster. In an instant, Old Master Yi appeared above him. You want to run? How can you run away? I will break one of your wings first. An angry roar sounded, and Old Man Yi rushed directly towards the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King from high altitude. The terrifying murderous intent made the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's soul tremble. Senior, I was wrong, Boom. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King still wanted to beg for mercy, but Old Man Yi had already punched out, directly hitting the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's right wing. The left and right wings were definitely the most vulnerable parts of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's body. Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking. Ah! The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King screamed, and his huge body fell directly from the sky, and finally hit the ground with a loud bang. The earth trembled and dust flew. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King did not hesitate at all. He staggered to his feet from the ground, endured the pain of broken wings, and transformed directly into a human form. Then he flew into the sky and rushed towards the distance. At this moment, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King could no longer care about so many things. In his opinion, Mr. Yi had gone crazy. If he didn't run away, he would definitely die. As for the idea of devouring Mr. Yi's blood essence to improve his own strength, he had long forgotten it. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King wanted to run away, but Old Master Yi naturally didn't want to let him. Can you run away? Call out. In an instant, Mr. Yi caught up closely. The anger was overwhelming and the situation changed drastically. The terrifying aura shook the heaven and earth. However, just as Mr. Yi had chased a short distance, his figure paused in midair, his expression changed, and a look of pain emerged on his face. In an instant, Mr. Yi's body fell from the sky. Puff! The moment he landed, another mouthful of black blood spurted out of Grandpa Yi's mouth. When he looked forward again, there was no trace of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Damn it! Seeing that the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King had escaped and disappeared, Old Man Yi shouted angrily, full of unwillingness. Puff! Then, another mouthful of black blood spurted out. The moment Grandpa Yi landed on the ground, Nanny Gui in the distance suddenly came back to her senses, her expression filled with nothing but shock. She had just caught up for a short time, but she witnessed an unprecedented battle. A powerful Jodian realm warrior of the human race was chasing the 8-star demon king of the demon race. The battle lasted only a few minutes, but it made Nanny Gui feel as if she had spent tens of millions of years. She would never forget this scene. Senior. Suddenly coming back to her senses, Nanny Gui immediately ran towards Grandpa Yi. Call out. Just as Aunt Gui ran out, Old Man Yi arrived in front of her first. However, at this moment, Old Man Yi's condition seemed to be very bad. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face, palms, and all the visible parts exposed outside the clothes had turned black, and it seemed as if worms were crawling in his skin and flesh. Senior, you looking at Grandpa Yi's appearance, Nanny Gui's face was full of respect, shock and worry. This was a powerful Jodian realm master. I can no longer suppress this soul-devouring poison, so don't say anything now, don't ask anything, just listen to me. Grandpa Yi covered his chest with his right hand, looked at Aunt Gui and said directly, tell Luo Baichuan that I hope he will use the power of the royal family to find Fanatic. No matter what, I want to see him alive or dead. Puff. As Mr. Yi spoke, another mouthful of black blood spurted out. Aunt Gui was shocked. Luo Baichuan, the father of the current emperor, the previous emperor of Xian Empire, is also the only powerful divine origin realm expert in the royal family. While Aunt Gui was shocked, Old Master Yi took out a purple gold token the size of a palm from his body and handed it to her, saying, as a reward, you give this token to him and tell him that with this token, the royal family can make a request to the Martial Academy, and the Martial Academy will definitely satisfy it as long as it is within its ability. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. After taking the purple gold token handed over by Old Man Yi, Nanny Gui's body and even her soul trembled. Looking at the token, her eyes widened with horror. The token made Nanny Gui feel as if it weighed 10,000 pounds. Senior. What is a martial arts academy? A token can actually allow the martial arts academy to meet any requirement. Fanatic, Grandpa originally wanted to protect you for another 10 years, but ahem, it seems impossible now. I hope you can turn danger into safety this time. Jingyi, Jingru, and Xiaoshuaner, I hope you can remember Grandpa's words. Ahem. While Nanny Gui was shocked, Grandpa Yi did not continue to pay attention to her. Instead, he looked in the direction of Tianwang City and murmured with a serious expression. With just one sentence, Mr. Yi spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. On the side, Nanny Gui suddenly woke up and looked at Grandpa Yi with horror. What is this? Last words. Old Master Yi did not hesitate at all. He took out a golden yuan stone from his body, then injected a trace of black yuan qi into it, and frowned. Call out. The next second, Grandpa Yi shot the golden yuan stone into the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the yuanqi exploded. Old Master Yi looked up at the sky and said, "Please protect the younger generation of our Yi family." Chapter 24, Ancient Forest, You Are Not a Fool. The Ancient Forest, one of the 10 forests ranked last in the Shenwu continent, is located 3,000 miles southwest of Tianwang City. It borders the 3 empires of Xi'an, Tianyun and Luoxing, and has a vast area. Today, the entire ancient forest has been occupied by the barbarian beasts and has become one of their exclusive territories. As one of the 3 major races in the Shenwu continent, the barbarian beast clan is different from the human race. Among the barbarian beasts, there is a strict hierarchy and a strong sense of territory. Starting from the outer edge of the ancient forest, the deeper you go, the stronger the barbarian beasts will be. After the bald man abducted Ye Bufan and escaped, he ran all the way at full speed, which was definitely over 150 km per hour, and finally escaped directly into the Taiku forest. It was late at night and the ancient forest was eerily quiet. On an open space, the bald man searched for a while and finally stopped when he found that there were no wild beasts around. He then threw Ye Bufan to the ground again. Bang! With a dull thud, Ye Bufan fell to the ground. Ouch! A cry of pain came from Ye Bufan's mouth. The bald man ignored him and just sat cross-legged on the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Old Master Yi's angry rebuke had already seriously injured him, and coupled with the desperate running for several hours in order to escape, his injuries were now serious to an unimaginable degree. If he did not receive treatment as soon as possible, he would definitely die from his injuries. Thinking of this, thinking of the horror of the powerful divine origin realm expert, and thinking that if he had not happened to encounter an 8-star demon king, he would have died tragically, the bald man's face was full of ferociousness. I failed in this mission and almost lost my life. It seems that I can't go back in the future, otherwise the leader will definitely not let me go. However, I didn't expect that the old man of the Yi family is actually a strong man in the divine Yuan realm. The leader must not know, otherwise he would not cooperate with that idiot Lu Yang. Forehead. On the side, Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard this. Lu Yang. Ye Bufan looked at the bald man with a look of surprise and frowned slightly. Is this matter related to Lu Yang? Uncle, Fanatic is hungry. Then, Ye Bufan suppressed his curiosity and said to the bald man with a look of grievance. Shut up. The bald man looked at Ye Bufan and shouted angrily, You little bastard, this is the ancient forest, a level 3 wild beast area. There are 3-star wild beasts everywhere. Any one of them can be eaten alive. If you don't want to die, just listen to me and stay there. I'll find you some food later. Uncle, Fanatic doesn't want to die. Fanatic, be good and listen to me. Ye Bufan shuddered and said tremblingly as he looked at the bald man. Snort. The bald man snorted coldly and ignored Ye Bufan. It won't be easy for that old guy to escape from being entangled by an 8-star demon king. It's best to kill him directly. Moreover, even if he escapes, he will never expect that I will enter the ancient forest with injuries. It seems that I should be safe for the time being, but I still have to heal my wounds first. Then, the bald man muttered a few words and closed his eyes, practicing martial arts to regulate the disordered internal energy in his body. On the side, Ye Bufan watched the bald man begin to heal his wounds. A chill flashed across his eyes, and he asked Qin Shin in his heart, Are you sure that if I sneak attack him now, this guy will be crippled even if he doesn't die? Of course. Qin Shin's contemptuous voice sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Martial artists in the concentrated spirit realm are different from those in the transcendental spirit realm. Martial artists in the transcendental spirit realm are training their bodies to lay the foundation for future martial arts training, while those in the concentrated spirit realm are training their vital energy. Only at this time can they truly embark on the path of martial arts. If they want to train their vital energy, the meridians and dantian are the foundation. Earlier, your cheap grandfather's attack had already injured his meridians, the foundation of a warrior. In addition, he ran all the way. Although he seems to be fine now, his internal energy is in chaos and his meridians are damaged. If he is not regulated as soon as possible, he will become a useless person. At this time, he is practicing martial arts techniques and using his vital energy to regulate his internal energy and repair his meridians. If he is hit by external force, then the martial arts technique path is suddenly interrupted, and his vital energy is bound to collide with his meridians. His injuries will worsen at least 10 times. Even if he can't be killed, he can no longer threaten you. A warrior's healing is different from training. Right now is his most vulnerable time. If you are not a fool, he will never heal his wounds recklessly in front of you. And, this is also the reason why he checked to see if there were any wild beasts around here. Oh. Shin said this, and Ye Bufan looked at the bald man and sneered. Seriously injured, at your most vulnerable moment. I will kill you while you are sick. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan got up from the ground and walked towards the bald man carefully. His heart was beating violently, and he was extremely nervous. After all, the bald man, a warrior in the condensation realm, was like an insurmountable mountain for Ye Bufan now. He only had one chance. If you fail, you die. However, when Ye Bufan came in front of the bald man, he suddenly opened his eyes and frowned at Ye Bufan. What are you doing? Ye Bufan was startled, and immediately pouted and said, Uncle, when are you going to find food for Fanner? Faner's stomach is growling. Stay here and don't move. Uncle will find you food in a while. But if you keep walking around, not only will your uncle not find you food, but I will also lock you up with the wild beasts and let them eat you. Do you understand? The bald man soothed in a calm tone. He was now full of energy, but he didn't want any accidents to happen. No, uncle, please don't let the beast eat Fanner, okay? Ye Bufan waved his hands repeatedly when he heard it. Then you have to be obedient. Yes, Fanner is obedient. Fanner is very obedient. Stay still. Oh. Ye Bufan responded weakly and lowered his head. Call. The bald man also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to practice martial arts, mobilizing his vital energy to regulate his internal breath. At this moment, Ye Bufan's eyes turned cold. Kill. With murderous intent in his mind, he raised his leg and kicked towards the bald man. This kick came suddenly, without any warning, at an extremely fast speed, and Ye Bufan used all his strength. 5th level of leather refining, 150 kilograms of strength. Buzz. The sudden change startled the bald man and his pupils shrank. Without waiting for the bald man to say anything, Ye Bufan kicked with his right foot and hit the bald man's left shoulder heavily. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Puff! The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! His body also tilted to the right and hit the ground heavily. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Injury upon injury, pain upon pain. The bald man suddenly felt that the vitality in his body became extremely violent, rushing through his meridians. Asshole! With a roar, the bald man suppressed the raging energy in his body, ran away, and instinctively slapped Ye Bufan with one palm. Grandfather! Ye Bufan saw the bald man behind him screaming, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. What? The bald man was startled. Brush! He instinctively turned his head and looked behind him. Grandpa! That old man, a strong man in the divine origin realm, has caught up with me. Call out. Seeing this, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He seized the moment when the bald man was distracted and kicked him directly in the crotch, which is definitely the most vulnerable place for any man. Bang! Ah! Ye Bufan struck and the bald man howled. He instinctively covered the thing between his legs. The heart-wrenching pain made him break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Call out. Ye Bufan punched out again. Bang! With one punch, he hit the bald man directly on the chest. Ye Bufan only felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if it had hit a stone slab, and the bald man was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Ye Bufan's kicks and punches were successful. Without stopping for a moment, he took a few steps back more than 10 meters, staring at the bald man with a wary look. Collapsing on the ground, the bald man supported himself with his right hand and raised his body. His angry eyes stared directly at Ye Bufan, who was 10 meters away. There was a deep shock in his eyes. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. You are not a fool. Chapter 25 Ye Bufan Oath. Fool. When did I ever say I was a fool? Standing more than 10 meters away, Ye Bufan looked at the bald man and said with a sneer. You. Although it was the first time for the bald man to come to Tianlong City, he had already heard about Ye Bufan in the past few days. He was a born fool, and he had been the same for 16 years. However, the facts now told him that the other party was not a fool at all. How could he not be shocked? Why did he pretend to be stupid since he was young? How deep does one have to be able to do this? The bald man didn't know that the Ye Bufan today is no longer the Ye Bufan of the past. The fool is dead and the hero is here. Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at the bald man with a gloomy look in his eyes and shouted coldly, "Tell me, who are you and what do you want to do by cooperating with Liu Yang?" "Why should I tell you?" Hey, hearing this, Ye Bufan sneered, "Do you think I won't know if you don't tell me? Kidnapping the princess and blaming the Ye family, I should be right, right?" The bald man was stunned when he heard this. "Tell me, who is the leader you are talking about?" Looking at the bald man, Ye Bufan suddenly shouted. "Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Ye Bufan must find out the identity of a potential opponent and threat." "Want me to tell you?" "Forget it," the bald man said while gritting his teeth. He knew very well that this was his only bargaining chip now. Once he told everything, he would surely die. Only by gritting his teeth would he have a chance to negotiate and survive. Unfortunately, he was wrong, because the person he met was Ye Bufan. "In that case, you can go die." Ye Bufan shouted immediately, and he searched around again. Soon he found a stone the size of a human head. Holding it in his hand, he walked a few steps to about 3 meters away from the bald man. Seeing Ye Bufan's actions, the bald man was slightly stunned, with a trace of surprise and fear in his eyes. "What do you want to do?" "What? Since you won't tell me, what use is there for me to keep you here?" As he spoke, Ye Bufan held the stone high above his head with both hands and sneered again. "Don't worry, whether you were really unable to move or just pretending, I won't give you a chance to get close to me. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan smashed the stone in his hand violently. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The bald man is a powerful Nangyuan realm expert after all. Even though he is seriously injured, Ye Bufan dare not relax, and will not underestimate the enemy. Seeing Ye Bufan actually hitting him with a stone, the bald man was slightly startled. But he still didn't dare to slack off, and immediately rolled on the ground. With a bang, the stone hit the empty space and fell on the bald man's original position. The bald man made a puff sound, and another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. "Tisk tisk, it seems you are really badly injured." Seeing the bald man spitting blood, Ye Bufan sneered, then found a stone the size of a human head and held it high in his hand. "In your current state, I wonder how many times you can dodge. There is not much in the mountains and forests, but there are a lot of stones. Wait." Seeing this, the bald man immediately raised his hand and said, "Call out." Ye Bufan ignored him and threw the stone in his hand again. "Son of a bitch." The bald man cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately rolled over to avoid the stone thrown by Ye Bufan and shouted, You can't kill me." Reason. Ye Bufan took out another stone at some point and asked the bald man with interest. Looking at Ye Bufan, the bald man's mouth twitched slightly. This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. After taking a deep breath and calming down, the bald man said hurriedly, "This is the 3-star savage beast area of the ancient forest. There are 3-star savage beasts everywhere. Judging from the strength of your punch just now, you are at most a 3 or 4 level flesh refinement. Without my help, you will not be able to leave this ancient forest alive." As he spoke, the bald man secretly felt lucky that he had brought this fool into the 3-star beast area just now, otherwise he would not even have a chance to negotiate. "Call out." Unexpectedly, the stone in Ye Bufan's hand suddenly smashed out. Bang! Caught off guard, the stone the size of a human head fell heavily on the bald man's right leg under Ye Bufan's force of 150 kilograms. Ah! The bald man howled in pain. Covering his right leg, the bald man gritted his teeth and looked at Ye Bufan's face full of shock and fear. Although the impact of the stone was not enough to cripple his right leg, the severe pain still caused beads of sweat the size of beans to roll down his forehead. This young master hates threats the most and never accepts them. Ye Bufan looked at him and said coldly, "I." The bald man was speechless for a moment. At this time, Ye Bufan continued, as for whether this young master can leave this ancient forest alive, you don't need to worry about it, because this young master is not stupid enough to seek the skin of a tiger. Now, I will give you one last chance. Who is your leader? The bald man was stunned, but his heart was confused and helpless, and more of it was fear. In just a few minutes, he witnessed Ye Bufan's incomparable strength. Negotiation. The opponent didn't give him the slightest chance to take the initiative. If I tell you, will you let me go? The bald man asked in a low voice after looking at Ye Bufan. There was no other way. After seeing how strong and ruthless Ye Bufan was, he didn't dare to put forward any conditions to Ye Bufan. As long as you tell me everything I want to know honestly, I will leave immediately. As for whether you can survive, that is your business. Ye Bufan said softly. Really? The bald man was delighted when he heard that. I swear. Okay. After getting Ye Bufan's confirmation, the bald man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and said, in fact, I'm not very clear about the leader's identity, because we are just an employment relationship. Employment relationship? Ye Bufan frowned. Yes, he hired us, or rather, he saved us. Originally, our group of 16 were all death row prisoners in a second-level main city. The leader bought us out 2 months ago and asked us to work for him. Of course, he would also give us a certain amount of compensation. Even though he was a great hero, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch at this moment. Even death row prisoners can be openly bought and sold. The officialdom of the Xian Empire is really corrupt. No wonder the bald man and his group are so crazy that they even dare to kidnap the princess of the empire. Go on. Then Ye Bufan looked at the bald man again and said, 10 days ago, the leader brought us to Tianwang City and asked us to disperse to various places to investigate the situation in Tianwang City. Just last night, the leader summoned us and asked us to be prepared. He said that he would cooperate with Tianwang City Lord Lu Yong to kidnap Luo Qinmo. As for why, I don't know. The order I received was that if there was any trouble, everyone would be killed at all costs. You know what happened after that? That's it. According to what you said, your leader has been with you 2 months ago. Don't you know anything about him in these 2 months? Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Lu Yong's purpose must be to deal with the Ye family. He just didn't know what the leader's purpose was. From the day I met the leader, he was wearing a black robe with his entire face covered. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. If the leader didn't speak, I wouldn't even be sure whether he was a man or a woman. Of course, although I don't know what the leader looks like, I know that I am definitely not his opponent. He is at least at the 8-star condensation realm and may even have reached the Guiyuan realm. The bald man continued. Kindness. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned again. A person who was above the 8-star condensation realm and even reached the return to origin realm, such a person, if we exclude old Master Yi, he could have swept the entire Tianwang city, and his status was even higher than that of Lu Yong, the city lord. But such a person actually went to great lengths to cooperate with Lu Yong, which made Ye Bufan even more confused and curious about what the black-robed man wanted to do. What else? Ye Bufan asked again. There is none left. There is none left. Yes, that's all I know. You didn't lie to me. Ye Bufan said with a gloomy face. The look in his eyes as he looked at the bald man was like a sharp blade that was about to pierce through the man's soul. The bald man was stunned when he saw this, and then hurriedly said, there is no need for me to lie to you. I am a death row inmate, and the only thing I want is to survive. Now that the mission has failed, if I return to the leader again, he will definitely kill me. In this case, why should I help him hide it? Looking at the bald man, Ye Bufan pondered for a moment. Combining everything that had happened before, Ye Bufan also believed that the bald man had not deceived him. I will believe you for now. Call. Hearing this, the bald man couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and then looked at Ye Bufan weakly and said, in this case, then according to the previous agreement, shouldn't you let me go? Let you go? Do you think that's possible? Ye Bufan said with a smile. You. Hearing this, the bald man's face changed, and a trace of vigilance and anger flashed in his eyes when he looked at Ye Bufan. You swore that you would let me go, do you want to go back on your word? Swear. Looking at the bald man, Ye Bufan sneered, his face full of mockery, and then his face darkened and said, my oath to the enemy is cheaper than the chastity of a whore. You. Call out. The bald man was furious. He wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan had already thrown a stone the size of a human head at him. Bang! The stone fell to the ground and the big man was shocked. You son of a bitch, I'm going to fight you. The bald man stood up in anger, but Ye Bufan had already thrown the stone in his hand again. Bang! Caught off guard, the stone hit the big man in the chest. Puff! The bald man fell to the ground again, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. You. Towards the enemy, this young master has only one word, kill. Ye Bufan said coldly as he looked at the bald man lying on the ground and glaring at him. Chapter 26, Waste Bald Head, Hunting Savage Beasts. You son of a bitch, you're going to die a miserable death. Ah, asshole, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. In the silent ancient forest, angry and painful howls continued to sound, and stones the size of a human head kept flying out of Ye Bufan's hands and smashed towards the bald man. At first the bald man was able to dodge a few times, but as time went on and his injuries worsened, every stone Ye Bufan threw would almost hit him squarely. Pain, agony, misery. The bald man was in a state of disgrace and in great pain. 10 minutes later, the bald man was lying on the ground, his body twitching constantly, with pieces of rubble scattered everywhere. His hands and feet were all broken, and he had become a disabled person. Even though he was once a warrior in the nascent soul realm, there was no possibility of survival for him in this ancient forest. A warrior in the condensation realm. Haha. Ye Bufan stood beside the bald man, lowered his head, looked at him and chuckled. Please, kill me, kill me. The bald man looked up, opened his eyes with difficulty and begged incoherently at Ye Bufan. The heart-wrenching pain and the cruelty of broken arms and legs made the bald man completely lose the last bit of desire to survive. Life is worse than death, so it is better to seek death. However, at this moment he didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. Kill you. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. No, 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 it would be a pity to kill you like this. You have been running around with me for a whole day, and now I am really a little hungry. If I kill you like this, then, what should I eat? Ye Bufan's words made the bald man's soul tremble. You want to eat me? Using the last of his strength, the bald man looked up at Ye Bufan with a horrified face and said, Devil, devil, you are a devil. Ye Bufan ignored him and didn't give any explanation. He simply ignored the bald man and walked aside. Afterwards, Ye Bufan broke off a branch that was more than 1 meter long and as thick as a child's arm from a big tree nearby. He used a sharp stone to grind one end of the branch into a knife tip. After doing all this, Ye Bufan took the processed branch to an open space nearby. Puff. Squatting down, Ye Bufan grabbed the branch with his right hand and exerted force. The sharp end immediately pierced into the ground, and he pulled the branch out of the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Afterwards, Ye Bufan repeatedly thrust the branches into the ground, pulled them out, and thrust them in again, repeating this process over and over again. Soon, a large area of soil on the ground became loose, and this time Ye Bufan dug out the loose soil again. When Ye Bufan moved the soil aside, a depression with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters and a depth of only about 20 centimeters appeared on the open space. Afterwards, Ye Bufan repeated his previous actions. Loosen the soil, dig holes, and set traps. Just as the bald man said, in this ancient forest 3-star beast area, any 3-star beast is not something Ye Bufan can contend with, and even a 3-star beast can directly take Ye Bufan's life. Therefore, Ye Bufan cannot leave the ancient forest for the time being. He can only rely on himself to survive, and then slowly improve his strength and leave here. To survive, you need food. There may be no shortage of food in this forest, but Ye Bufan doesn't dare to take risks. With his current 5th grade leather refining skills, he will be in danger of death if he encounters a wild beast here. The bald man had searched the place where he was now, and there were no wild beasts nearby. For now, it was safe. Ye Bufan's idea was very simple. For the time being, he would treat this place as his temporary base, set a trap, and then use the bald man as bait to lure the wild beast. This is the most effective and least dangerous method Ye Bufan can think of now. Once successful, Ye Bufan will not have to worry about food for the time being. An hour and a half later, a deep pit with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters and a depth of nearly 10 meters appeared on the original open space. At this moment, the bottom of the deep pit was filled with branches that were more than 1 meter long and the size of an adult's arm. Each branch had a sharp end like a knife blade. If an ordinary human falls down, he will surely die. Call. It's finally done. Ye Bufan climbed out of the deep pit, sighed, and then lay on the ground in a big shape. After an hour and a half of non-stop digging and transporting soil, Ye Bufan felt like he was about to fall apart. Fortunately, the first part of the trap had been completed, and the most important and fortunate thing was that no wild beasts appeared in this hour and a half. Even so, Ye Bufan did not dare to slack off. Who knows when a 3-star beast will suddenly appear around him. So Ye Bufan only rested for a few minutes before standing up again. Afterwards, Ye Bufan found 10-meter-long branches, covered the pit with them, and laid a layer of leaves on top. Finally, Ye Bufan laid a thin layer of soil on top, perfectly hiding the entire pit. A simple trap molding. After doing all this, Ye Bufan walked towards the bald man again. Now that the trap had been set, Ye Bufan naturally needed a bait. What do you want to do? Seeing Ye Bufan walking towards him again, the bald man's trembling voice rang out. The voice was full of fear, but seemed weak. What do you think I want to do? Ye Bufan sneered and said, now that my trap is complete, I have to use you to attract the 3-star beast nearby. Otherwise, do you think I would let you live until now? Trap? What is that? The bald man was stunned. Don't you know what a trap is? Ye Bufan was also slightly stunned, and frowned as he looked at the bald man. I have never heard of this thing. Please, kill me. I am not delicious. At this time, the bald man begged again. He had been suffering for more than an hour, wanting to die but unable to die, and still had to face the cruel end of being eaten like an animal. This feeling was simply torture for him. Is there no trap in this world? Ye Bufan was stunned, but he no longer paid attention to it. He ignored the bald man's frightened eyes and directly grabbed his right foot and dragged him to the trap beside him. What do you want to do? Faced with Ye Bufan's sudden behavior, the bald man's frightened and trembling voice rang out again. He wanted to struggle, but he was powerless. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. Bang! Ye Bufan directly threw the bald man onto the trap. Don't worry, I'm not so crazy as to eat you. You won't eat me. The bald man was stunned. Ye Bufan ignored the bald man and walked directly to a towering tree that was tens of meters high, and then climbed the tree. Ye Bufan didn't know what a 3-star beast looked like, and he had never seen one, but he knew very well that with his current strength, he couldn't fight a 3-star beast at all. In order to prevent accidents, climbing up a giant tree and hiding was the best option. Can wild beasts climb trees? If that was the case, he would have nothing to say even if Ye Bufan eventually died in the beast's belly. The night is as quiet as water. The night in the Taiku forest was dead silent. The towering trees blocked the bright moon in the sky. The faint moonlight shone through the gaps between the trees into the Taiku forest. From time to time, breezes blew through the forest, blowing the surrounding grass, making sparse sounds, making the Taiku forest in the dark night look even more eerie and strange. The night is endless and full of dangers. Ye Bufan hid on a thick trunk of a giant tree that was about 13 or 14 meters long. His deep eyes were gazing at everything around the tree in the moonlight, especially the trap that had been set long ago. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, half an hour. Time passed by second, and the night was getting darker and darker. However, the beast that Ye Bufan expected never appeared, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, without even a sound. Even the bald man had fallen asleep despite the pain, but Ye Bufan remained the same, his deep eyes still staring at everything around him. As a hunter, if you want to catch prey, you must have enough patience. Although Ye Bufan is not a real hunter, he knows that if he cannot catch prey tonight and get enough food, then starting tomorrow, he will become very passive. This is definitely not what Ye Bufan wants to see. Could it be that the wild beasts in the Shenwu continent are like humans, foraging during the day and sleeping at night? After 2 hours, there was still no wild beast appearing, and Ye Bufan couldn't help but think in his heart. Rustle, rustle. At this time, a voice came from a distance. Coming. Ye Bufan was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. More than 10 meters away, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. However, 2 green lights appeared in Ye Bufan's sight, like 2 shining night pearls. Of course, Ye Bufan didn't really think that they were Ye Mingzu. The shining green light and the bloodthirsty cold light, these are obviously the eyes of a wild beast. The green light was getting closer and closer, and the pupils were getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, the owner of the pair of pupils was finally exposed to Ye Bufan's sight. However, when Ye Bufan saw the owner of the pair of pupils, he was shocked and stunned. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan exclaimed, "Damn, this is a wild beast. Are you kidding me? Chin Shin, Chin Shin. Chapter 27 Savage Beasts, Rhinos, and Blood Essence. It has a sturdy body, is fat and clumsy, has short limbs, thick and rough skin, and obvious wrinkles on the shoulders and waist. Its ears are oval and erect, its head is large and long, its neck is short and thick, its long lips are extended, it has a single horn on its head, its tail is thin and short, and its body is gray. This is a rhino. The only difference is that this rhino is abnormally large, with a body length of 4 to 5 meters and a shoulder height of 2 to 2.5 meters. In Ye Bufan's knowledge, the normal size of a rhino is only 2.2 to 4.5 meters in length and 1.2 to 2 meters in shoulder height. Not only that, the rhinoceros in front of Ye Bufan gave him the feeling of being extremely ferocious, especially its eyes, which were cold and bloodthirsty. But it is undeniable that this is still a rhino. However, Chin Chin's answer almost made Ye Bufan collapse. This was a barbarian beast, one of the 3 major races in Shenwu continent. Moreover, the barbarian beasts below 5 stars were not yet adults, which meant that the size of the 3-star barbarian beast in front of him would increase. For a moment, Ye Bufan felt extremely confused. This damn rhino has traveled through time and become a spirit. However, the 3-star beast ignored Ye Bufan's mood. At this moment, its bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on the bald man. After discovering his prey, he immediately ran away. Bang, bang, bang. As the 3-star beast ran, the ground trembled. Ye Bufan suddenly came to his senses, and the huge movement also woke up the bald man. Barbarian beast. Looking at the 3-star beast rushing towards him and its bloodthirsty eyes, the bald man's soul was shaken and a trembling voice rang out. Help! Help me suddenly, the bald man's urgent cry for help rang out again. He wanted to run, but unfortunately, his legs and feet were broken. He didn't even have the ability to move, so how could he escape? Roar. In response to the bald man's scream, the 3-star beast roared. It is a provocation and even more of a demonstration. Call out. When it was less than 5 meters away from the bald man, the 3-star beast kicked the ground with its limbs, jumped up suddenly and pounced on the bald man, opening its mouth and revealing its sharp fangs. No! The bald man screamed. Bang! In an instant, the 3-star beast swooped down from the sky in front of the bald man, opened its mouth and bit the bald man directly. However, before the 3-star beast could bite the bald man, the branches that Ye Bufan had previously covered the deep pit could no longer withstand the weight of the 3-star beast and collapsed directly. With a muffled boom, the bald man and the 3-star beast fell into the trap set by Ye Bufan at the same time. Successful. Seeing this, Ye Bufan was delighted. Roar. But at this moment, a roar sounded from the deep pit. Ye Bufan's heart suddenly tightened, and he didn't dare to make any moves. He perched on the giant tree and stared at the trap under his feet. Ye Bufan was not sure whether his trap could trap the 3-star beast. Although this beast looked almost the same as a rhino, Ye Bufan knew that the beasts of Shenwu continent must be different from the rhinos he knew. Bang, bang, bang. In the trap, the 3-star beast rushed madly. Roar, roar, roar. Inside the deep pit, earth-shaking roars continued to be heard. The collision, the roar, the rage, the dead silence of the night was completely broken by the 3-star beast in the trap. However, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He stared at the trap with his fists clenched, hoping that the trap could trap the 3-star beast and prevent it from escaping. As time passed, the 3-star beast's movements became smaller and smaller. Half an hour later, there was no movement in the trap, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. After waiting for another 10 minutes, seeing that the 3-star beast still did not move, Ye Bufan climbed down from the tree and walked towards the trap. At the bottom of the trap, the 3-star beast collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and looking extremely tired. There were several thick branches stuck in its body, and the scarlet blood continued to flow out of its wounds. As for the bald man, he had disappeared long ago. Only a pool of flesh and blood was exposed under the 3-star beast. There was no doubt that this was the bald man. When the 3-star beast charged just now, he was directly crushed into minced meat. Hearing the sound, the 3-star beast looked up suddenly. Roar. The moment it saw Ye Bufan, a fierce light flashed in the beast's green eyes. It stood up suddenly and roared at Ye Bufan again. Oh, you've become my prisoner, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Ye Bufan sneered at the angry 3-star beast. Then, he picked up a stone the size of 3 human heads from the stones that had been prepared on the side. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan looked down from above and threw the stone directly at the 3-star beast at the bottom of the trap. The trap set by Ye Bufan was only 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and the huge body of the three-star beast occupied almost 2/3 of the area. It had no way of dodging, or it simply didn't know how to dodge. Bang! With a dull thud, the stone in Ye Bufan's hand accurately hit the head of the three-star beast. Roar! A roar sounded, and the beast was enraged. Bang! 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 It kept ramming and hitting the periphery of the trap. Its brutal force made Ye Bufan feel the ground shaking even when he was standing on the edge of the trap more than 10 meters above. However, this beast only knew how to charge and didn't know how to jump or climb, so Ye Bufan was not afraid at all. Mancho Mancho, this name really suits you very well. You only have brute force but don't know how to use your brain. If you can climb up today, I will take your last name. Hee, but if you can't climb up, then you can only let me slaughter you and become my food. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan threw another stone. Bang! Roar! After being hit repeatedly, the beast's anger rose rapidly, but Ye Bufan ignored it. Having not eaten for a day and having expended so much energy setting the trap, he was already starving. Now he just wanted to have a good meal. Bang! 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 Pieces of stone were continuously thrown out from Ye Bufan's hands and hit the three-star beast. Even though the three-star beast was much stronger than Ye Bufan, it could only let Ye Bufan do whatever he wanted. Puff! 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 Scarlet blood spurted out from the head of the three-star beast again and again. It was angry and mad, but it was helpless. Time passes quietly. Bang! Awoo! With a wailing sound, the three-star beast collapsed to the ground again, but there was no life left. Three-star beast, destroyed. Even people with great martial arts skills are afraid of kitchen knives. The stones scattered around in this ancient forest are Ye Bufan's kitchen knives and Ye Bufan's weapons. Whether it was the bald man or the three-star beast, they were eventually defeated by these inconspicuous stones and smashed to death. Call. After dealing with the three-star beast, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, I don't have to go hungry for the time being. Call out. But at this moment, a drop of scarlet liquid floated out from the body of the three-star beast in the trap, and instantly rushed towards Ye Bufan and sank into his body. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Ye Bufan was stunned. What's going on? Chapter 28. Go to bed. Don't be nervous. As I said before, in order to unlock the artifact, you need to hunt down wild beasts and demons to obtain their blood essence. What you saw just now was a drop of blood essence from this three-star wild beast. As long as you succeed in killing it, the Emperor Jade will automatically absorb it. At this time, Qin Shin's voice sounded in Ye Bufan's mind, explaining. The blood essence of wild beasts, automatically absorbed. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Yes, but you don't need to worry. The Emperor Jade absorbs the essence and blood on its own. No one else can see it except you. So advanced. However, this is definitely a good thing for Ye Bufan, with no disadvantages. After all, this is Ye Bufan's biggest secret, and he doesn't want anyone else to know it. Of course, Qin Shin was a little proud. Also, you can communicate with the Emperor Jade to check the amount of blood essence you have obtained. Kindness. Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard this, but then, without any hesitation, he communicated with the Gukan Emperor Jade as Qin Shin said. Sure enough, although the Emperor Jade at this moment was still the same as before, without much change, a silver number appeared on it. 100. What does this 100 mean? I think I just killed one wild beast. Of course, this number is not the number of wild beasts, but only the amount of blood essence you obtained. The amount of blood essence of a 1-star wild beast is 1 foot, the amount of blood essence of a 2-star wild beast is 10 feet, and so on. Whether it is a wild beast or a demon, the amount of blood essence will increase tenfold with each upgrade of the rank. This 100 is the amount of blood essence of 3-star wild beasts, which is equivalent to you killing 100 1-star wild beasts. 100 1-star beasts. Doesn't that mean I can unlock the second seal now? Ye Bufan clearly remembered that the second seal only required killing 1-star stone beasts. Of course you can. Qin Shin paused and added, but I don't recommend you to remove the seal now. Why? Although you can still obtain the inheritance after the seal is unlocked, the effect is much worse than when you received the inheritance at the 10th level of skin refining. It is even a world of difference to your entire martial arts. As for why, you will know when you receive the inheritance. Qin Shin's words left Ye Bufan speechless. This girl was always keeping things in suspense. However, since Qin Shin said so, Ye Bufan would naturally not rush to unlock the seal. Under the cover of night, Ye Bufan began to get busy again. Although the three-star beast was dead, its huge body was destined to be beyond Ye Bufan's ability to move. Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only enter the trap to take the meat. However, even so, Ye Bufan took a lot of effort to cut a few pounds of meat from the three-star beast. This was because there were many sharp stones nearby. Otherwise, with just Ye Bufan's hands, even if the beast was dead, Ye Bufan would have no way to do anything to it. Make a fire and grill the meat. The tempting aroma of meat drifted in the air. Ye Bufan leaned against a giant tree, eating meat. He raised his head, looking through the gaps between the trees at the bright moon in the sky, his mind full of thoughts. This was Ye Bufan's second night in this world. In the past 2 days, the city lord had framed him, the princess had taken a bath, wasted his essence, hunted wild beasts, and the excitement was no less than the days of licking blood on the edge of a knife. Moreover, Ye Bufan firmly believed that this was just the beginning. In this world, the future would definitely be more exciting than the previous life. I don't know how the old man is doing now. Thinking of the scene during the day and the confidence of the Demon King, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel worried about old man Ye. Forget it. No matter what the old man's situation is now, whether he wins or loses, I can't help him. The most urgent thing is to improve my strength as soon as possible and then leave here. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it. After eating, he stood up and practiced martial arts. In this ancient forest full of dangers, more strength means more ability to protect himself. Ye Bufan did not dare to slack off. The path of martial arts is a step-by-step process. According to Qin Shin, the transcendent realm is to consume one's own qi and blood to temper the body. Anyone can only practice martial arts once a day without external help, and the more the better. After all, everyone has limited qi and blood. Practicing martial arts consumes qi and blood need to be restored in time after consumption. If consumed excessively, not only will it fail to increase strength, but it will also harm the body. Of course, apart from martial arts, other exercises are not restricted, but the effects are far from comparable to martial arts. Once a day, Ye Bufan didn't want to waste this opportunity to practice. Starting posture. Stand upright, relax your whole body, look straight ahead, and focus your mind. Loosen your palms, slowly raise your hands, and then gradually lower them. Raising your hands is inhaling, and lowering your hands is exhaling. Punch. Banksai side kick, upper right support punch, Bangda side kick, right crushing punch, turn around and chop palm, insert step and chop palm. After the first practice during the inheritance, this, tiger leopard thunder sound force, had already been firmly engraved in Ye Bufan's mind, deep in his memory, so it was naturally not difficult to practice it now. With the strength of a tiger or leopard, and the force of thunder. With every punch and kick, there was a rumbling sound of thunder inside the body. As Ye Bufan practiced the tiger and leopard thunder sound force, the previous feeling came over him again, and the membranes all over his body began to tremble slightly. Under the trembling of the membranes, his body became hotter and hotter, as if a ball of fire was burning. Practice martial arts, consume qi and blood, and increase strength. Punching, palming, kicking, sweeping, each movement consumes one's own energy and blood, but also increases one's own strength. Call. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan let out a long breath and finished his practice. After practicing once, my strength has increased by almost 3 kilograms. This speed is too slow. Ye Bufan clenched his fists with a look of dissatisfaction. He also practiced, but last night he improved 5 small realms from nothing to something, with a strength of 50 kilograms. In comparison, these 3 kilograms of strength are not worth mentioning at all. You gain 3 kilograms of strength in one practice. Do you think it's too slow? At this time, Qin Shin's disdainful voice sounded again. Do you know that most people who start practicing martial arts at the age of 13 can only gain 3 to 4 kilograms of strength in 1 month of practice? You can gain the strength of a month in one practice. Just be content. Only 3 kilograms of strength in a month, right? Qin Shin's words made Ye Bufan slightly stunned, and there was a hint of horror in his expression. The gap was too big. Of course not. You should know that the tiger leopard thunder sound force you practice is a divine martial art of the transcendent realm. The speed of your practice is naturally unmatched by others. God level. Ye Bufan opened his eyes wide and was slightly surprised. Anything related to God is definitely not an ordinary thing. Of course. But I guess you, a wild leopard, don't know what the god level is. Let me explain it to you so that you won't embarrass yourself later. Faced with Ye Bufan's reaction, Qinshin immediately despised him. A wild leopard. A wild one. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and Qinshin continued, whether it is the martial arts practiced in the transcendent realm, or other martial arts and martial arts, they are all divided into 4 levels: human, earth, heaven, and God. The human level is the worst, and the God level is the strongest. In the transcendent realm, practicing a human-level martial art can increase 0.1 to 0.2 kilograms of strength, the earth level 0.3 to 0.4 kilograms of strength, the heaven level 1 kilogram, and the God level 3 kilograms. When practicing God-level martial arts, your speed is bound to leave others far behind. Even if they ride on their demon pets, they can't catch up with you. Be content, young man. This Qinshin's words made Ye Bufan's heart feel like a storm. The gap between human-level martial arts and God-level martial arts was as much as 30 times, which made Ye Bufan simply unbelievable. However, soon Ye Bufan was happy again. If I specially train a group of confidants and let them all practice Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force, wouldn't it be? Bang, bang, bang. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Just imagine how terrifying it would be for a group of people who all practiced God-level martial arts. Young man, although it's dark, you haven't fallen asleep yet. Why are you dreaming? At this time, Qinshin ruthlessly poured a basin of cold water on Ye Bufan. What do you mean? Ye Bufan was stunned. Find a group of people to train as your confidants, and then let them practice God-level martial arts. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. There is only one end for these people to practice God-level martial arts, all of them will die. Why? Ye Bufan was shocked when he heard this. Do you think anyone can practice divine martial arts? I've told you before that tempering the body in the transcendent realm requires consuming one's own qi and blood, and basic strength determines the strength of a person's qi and blood. The stronger the basic strength, the more vigorous the qi and blood, and vice versa. Everyone can practice human-level martial arts, but the earth level requires a basic strength of more than 50 to practice, and the heaven level requires more than 90. As for the God level, only the basic strength reaches the full value of 100 can be practiced. Except for the human level, if the basic strength of the earth, heaven, and God levels is not reached before practicing, there is only one result in the end, and death from lack of qi and blood. So, you should keep this Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound power, to practice slowly by yourself, and don't think about the other things. It's getting dark, young man, go to bed. Chapter 29 Spiritual Fruit, Fighting. The light of dawn awakens all things and a new day begins. Sunshine is everywhere in the ancient forest. Ye Bufan is perched on a giant tree. His eyelids tremble slightly and he wakes up slowly. Bang! In the distance, a loud noise suddenly sounded, and even the earth seemed to tremble. What's that sound? Ye Bufan was startled. Then, there was another sound of metal collision. Anyone? Ye Bufan frowned, stood up, and held on to the tree trunk, looking in the direction where the noise came from in the distance. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal collision came from far away and gradually got closer. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 warriors appeared in Ye Bufan's sight, and then formed a confrontation 10 meters away from the giant tree where Ye Bufan was. Ye Bufan was shocked. Qinshin, barrier, concealment. Ye Bufan did not dare to be careless, and immediately said to Qinshin in his heart, who knows who these people are and what they are doing. In the 3-star savage beast land, the warriors who appear here are at least in the marrow cleansing realm, or even above the marrow cleansing realm. God knows what will happen to him after being discovered by them. Humans are no different from wild beasts and are definitely more dangerous. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a purple light emerged from his body, and then disappeared. It seemed that nothing had happened, but in fact, Qinshin had used the magic weapon to set up a small barrier around Ye Bufan, hiding all his aura. On the Emperor Jade, the original silver, 100, has now become 99. Each time the barrier is opened, a portion of essence and blood is consumed and it lasts for half an hour. 10 meters away, more than 10 warriors were divided into 2 teams of 7 and 8 people, facing each other, with their swords unsheathed. In the team of 7, a middle-aged man holding a sword frowned slightly, looked at the other party and said, Huang-san, what do you mean? Ha ha ha, what do you mean? Ma Rongxian, these are natural treasures, whoever sees them can have a share. The warrior called Shu Wangsun sneered. His eyes fell on the revenge that Ma Rongxian was carrying. His eyes were full of greed. He knew the value of the things in this package. Ma Rongxuan's face turned ashen, and he raised the sword in his hand. How shameless. You followed us and attacked us secretly, but you said that whoever sees it gets a share. Let me tell you, these spiritual fruits were obtained by my brothers and I at the cost of our lives. If you want them, you have to die for them. Spiritual fruits are natural treasures. After taking them, warriors in the condensation realm can increase their vitality. Even warriors in the lowest condensation realm can advance once they take one. However, the growth conditions of this spiritual fruit are extremely harsh. Currently, it can only be found in this ancient forest. Moreover, most of the spiritual fruit trees are occupied by the wild beasts. It can be said that it is very difficult to obtain a spiritual fruit. One spiritual fruit is worth 300 gold coins. Even so, once spiritual fruit appears on the market, it will be bought immediately, and 300 gold coins is just the base price. Once someone competes for it, the final transaction price may exceed 500 gold coins. For ordinary people, this is absolutely a sky-high price, but for the major families, although 500 gold coins are not a small amount, it is definitely worth the money as it allows the younger generations of the family to advance to the nascent soul realm without any impact. This time, Ma Rongxian and his party obtained a total of 6 spiritual fruits, with a value between 1,800 and 3,000 gold coins, which was higher than their annual income. How could Ma Rongxian give half of it to Huang San and others for free? He was willing, but his brothers were not. Looking at Ma Rongxuan, Huang San frowned. Ma Rongxuan, you really don't want to hand it over. My request is not high. I only want half of all the spiritual fruits you get. Ma Rongxian sneered. Half. Huang San, forget about half, even one fruit is out of your reach. For these fruits, we lost 1 Yuan condensation realm, 1 Zhang Lian Zhang realm, 3 Jinyi realm warriors, a total of 5 brothers. If we just give these fruits to you for nothing, how can I, Ma Rongxuan, face them after I die? You. Looking at Ma Rongxian, Huang San's expression changed, but he didn't rush to take action. He was at the 3-star condensation realm, and Ma Rongxian was also at the 3-star condensation realm. At the moment, there were 8 of them in their group, and Ma Rongxian's group consisted of 7, and they were all injured. Once we take action, our side has a great chance of winning. However, he still hoped not to take action if possible. After all, although their side had a certain advantage, if a fight really broke out, Ma Rongxian and his group of 7 would surely fight to the death. In the end, even if their side won, they would suffer heavy losses. The best thing would be to force Ma Rongxian to hand over a few spiritual fruits, and then go their separate ways. Unfortunately, Ma Rongxuan didn't know what he was thinking. Looking at Huang San's uncertain expression, he frowned and said sternly, Huang San, stop pretending. I'll give you half of the spiritual fruit. Humph, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. From the moment you started, you have made up your mind not to let us leave the ancient forest alive, because you know very well that you can't stand our revenge. Killing is the best choice. So, even if I hand over half of the spiritual fruit, you won't give up. Am I right? Today is destined to be either you or me. In this case, why bother talking nonsense, just do it. Ma Rongxian's words startled Huang Sangsan, and a hint of horror flashed in his eyes when he looked at Ma Rongxian. Revenge. Earlier, he saw Ma Rongxuan and his party obtain several spiritual fruits and suffered heavy losses, so he was greedy, so he was in a hurry to act without thinking about these things. Now, Ma Rongxuan's reminder must have made him feel scared. Ma Rongxian's revenge. He simply couldn't afford it. In this case, kill. With a shout, Huang San no longer hesitated. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Kill. Huang San rushed out with a knife in hand, and the remaining 7 brothers beside him did not hesitate at all. They knew what Ma Rongxian and his party had obtained, spiritual fruits, which were the dream of many warriors. It was also priceless. As long as they killed Ma Rongxian and his party, they would be able to possess all the spiritual fruits, which would definitely be an unprecedented harvest. People die for money, and birds die for food. Kill. Ma Rongxian did not hesitate at all. He swung his sword and shouted loudly. Call out. As soon as the word fell, he had already rushed out. Kill. The 6 people around Ma Rongxian did not stop at all. If you want me to die, I will not let you live. In an instant, in the 3-star beast area of the ancient forest, a group of 15 warriors engaged in a melee. Ye Bufan was still perched on the tree, squinting his eyes, staring at Ma Rongxian, Huang San and his group who were fighting in a group 10 meters away. Qin Xin, what is the spiritual fruit? Thinking of the previous conversation between the two groups, Ye Bufan immediately asked Qin Xin. Something that could make 15 warriors fight and risk their lives is definitely not an ordinary thing. Spiritual fruit is a kind of treasure from the earth. After taking it, warriors in the condensation realm can increase their own vitality and save a lot of time for cultivation. Especially for warriors in the condensation realm, one spiritual fruit can normally allow a warrior in the condensation realm to advance one small realm. Qin Xin explained nonchalantly. As the spirit of a divine weapon, and its former master being a peak-level powerhouse, she was used to seeing all kinds of top-level heaven-defying things. As for the lowest-level treasures of the earth, such as spiritual fruits, Qin Xin simply disdained them. Ye Bufan was shocked. One spiritual fruit can raise one level to the condensation realm. Is that so awesome? This young master is only at the skin refining realm now. If I take these spiritual fruits, won't I be able to break through to several levels in succession? You think too much. Qin Xin rolled her eyes and said. What's the meaning? Heavenly materials and treasures are nurtured by absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth. The reason why warriors in the condensation realm can advance to a small realm after taking them is because the spiritual fruit contains a large amount of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Taking spiritual fruits by warriors in the condensation realm is equivalent to indirectly absorbing this vital energy of heaven and earth. The vital energy contained in one spiritual fruit is enough for a breakthrough in the condensation realm. However, warriors in the transcendent realm only temper their bodies and cannot absorb and use the vital energy of heaven and earth at all. Therefore, even if they eat spiritual fruits, their cultivation will not be improved. At most, they can restore their own qi and blood consumption, allowing warriors to practice martial arts a few more times a day. Restore qi and blood, and increase the number of times you practice martial arts. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. What does Ye Bufan lack most now? With a heaven-defying inheritance and divine martial arts, Ye Bufan could definitely grow up quickly as long as he was given enough time. However, what limited Ye Bufan's cultivation speed was his qi and blood. Even though Ye Bufan's cultivation speed of divine martial arts was 30 times faster than that of human martial arts, he could only cultivate once a day. Qi and blood limit cultivation, and cultivation affects growth. Ye Bufan needs time, but as long as he had this spiritual fruit, all problems would be solved. At that time, as long as Ye Bufan took the spiritual fruit, he could continue to practice martial arts without considering the consumption of blood and qi, and use the terrifying divine martial arts to increase his strength by 3 kilograms at a time. As long as he had enough natural materials and treasures, Ye Bufan would be able to cross the transcendent realm and enter the concentrated spirit in the shortest time. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan looked at the battle between Ma Rongxian and Huang San and his group in the distance, his eyes becoming more and more heated. I will definitely be the fisherman. This spiritual fruit, this young master must obtain it. It would be fine if he hadn't encountered such a treasure, but now that he had encountered it, if he gave up, that would definitely not be Ye Bufan's personality. All treasures have the surname Yi. Chapter 0030, The Fisherman benefits from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. 10 meters away, the melee continued. Ye Bufan perched on a tree trunk, his deep eyes watching the battle in front of him like a hunter, waiting patiently. Time passes quietly. The fight between the warriors was brutal and bloody. In just half an hour, more than half of the troops on both sides had been killed, and bloody corpses lay on the ground. Even so, neither side stopped. Today, either you die or I die. Another 20 minutes. Bang! On Ma Rongxian's side, apart from himself, the last brother beside him also fell down. Seeing this, Ma Rongxian's face became extremely ferocious. With Ma Rongxian's side being like this, Huang San and his group did not gain any advantage. Originally there were 8 people in their group, but now there were only 3 left including Huang San himself, and the other 2 were also seriously injured. It can be said that they injured the enemy 1,000 and lost 800 of their own people. But so what? Victory was in sight. Huang San and his 3 companions did not hesitate at all. The 3 of them joined forces to besiege Ma Rongxian. 3 against 1, Ma Rongxian's disadvantage was obvious. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal colliding continued to ring out in the ancient forest. Ma Rongxian was furious, but he was unable to change his situation, and the wounds on his body became more and more. Huang San, you deserve to die. Ma Rongxian roared, and Huang San chopped him down with his knife. Puff! The sharp sword cut through the flesh and blood, leaving a hideous wound on Ma Rongxian's chest, with scarlet liquid gushing out from the wound. Bang! Ma Rongxian fell to the ground and died. Call! Seeing this scene, Huang San and his remaining two brothers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they suffered heavy losses this time, the gains were quite rich. Boss, we've made a fortune this time. We have a lot of spiritual fruits, but I don't know how many of them we have. Then, the two men came behind Huang San, looked at Ma Rongxian lying on the ground, or rather, looked at the bag on his back, and said excitedly. Suddenly, Huang San turned around, and the bloody sword in his hand turned into a cold light and instantly slashed at his two men. Between the lightning and the stones. Puff, puff. The blade cut across the neck, and the sound of flesh breaking was heard. Boss, you. The two men instinctively covered their necks and looked at Huang San with horror, with scarlet blood gushing out. Bang, bang. In just a moment, the two men fell to the ground and died. In the distance, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. Damn, Huang San is too cruel. He even killed his own brothers. Then, Ye Bufan cried out in his heart again, but he was just surprised. He quickly regained his composure and looked at Huang San with a frown. This is troublesome. Huang San should be at the condensation realm level, and his injuries are not serious. It is impossible for me to sneak attack him. What should I do? Should I just give up these spiritual fruits? Ye Bufan was unwilling to give up. If he doesn't give up, Ye Bufan won't be able to do anything to Huang San. Ye Bufan had already witnessed the power of the warriors in the condensation realm. Before the bald man was seriously injured by Old Man Ye Bufan was unable to compete with him at all. Refining the skin and condensing the essence, the difference between heaven and earth. Ye Bufan's eyes were rolling around, thinking about how to deal with the situation, but Huang San was completely unaware. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Without any hesitation, Huang San walked straight towards Ma Rongxian. Bent down and grabbed the bundle. Huang San had an excited smile on his face. After taking such a big risk, now it was finally time to reap the rewards. The feeling was indescribable. Huang San had just bent down when Ma Rongxian's eyes suddenly opened. You! Huang San was shocked when he saw this. Ma Rongxian, pretending to be dead. However, before Huang San could think more, Ma Rongxian sat up again in an instant, and stabbed at Huang San with the sword in his hand. Ma Rongxian's speed was extremely fast. Fast, fierce, powerful and accurate. Puff! The cold sword pierced through Huang San's chest and went straight through his body. Bang! After a successful cut, Ma Rongxian fell to the ground again. This cut seemed to have exhausted all his strength, but there was a satisfied smile on his face. I would die without regrets. Huang San lowered his head and looked at his chest, only to see the cold sword piercing through his body, with blood flowing out like water. At this moment, his mind was blank. 1 second you were enjoying great victory, and the next second you were heading towards death. It felt like falling from heaven to hell. Bang! With a sound, Huang San fell beside Ma Rongxian, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness, and no hope of survival. Huang San died. In the distance, Ye Bufan was stunned watching this scene. He was originally thinking about how to deal with Huang San, but he didn't expect such a dramatic change to happen. Ma Rongxian actually pretended to be dead to deceive Huang San, and finally died together with Huang San. Who could have imagined this result? Ha ha! After a moment, Ye Bufan laughed. Excitement, thrill, joy. This is what it means when the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. This is perfect. Looking at the bloody battlefield in the distance, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, but was not in a hurry to show up. It is better to be safe than sorry. There were 15 people in the group. Who knew if there were any other people pretending to be dead besides Ma Rongxian? People's hearts were sinister and we had to be on guard. If there were really others pretending to be dead and Ye Bufan showed up rashly, with the cultivation and strength of these people, Ye Bufan would definitely die. 10 minutes later. No one should be pretending to be dead. Looking at the dead silent battlefield in the distance, Ye Bufan slid down directly from the giant tree. After the fight between these 15 people, the strong smell of blood would definitely attract the wild beasts nearby after a long time. Ye Bufan didn't dare to wait any longer. On the bloody battlefield, Ye Bufan looked at the bloody corpses. Without any hesitation, he walked directly to one of the corpses, bent down and picked up the sword in the other's hand. Then, puff, Ye Bufan slashed the other person directly with his knife. Last hit. Whether you really die or pretend to die, you have to die. Ye Bufan killed all 15 people without missing a single one. He stabbed them one by one and only then did he feel relieved. Afterwards, Ye Bufan took the bag from Ma Rongxuan and made sure that the spiritual fruit was in the bag before he put it on his back. Not only that, Ye Bufan also collected all the food, water, swords, and other financial items from the 15 people and moved them to the giant tree. After doing all this, Ye Bufan cut off nearly 100 kilograms of meat from the 3-star beast, and then buried the trap together with the 15 corpses. The ancient forest is full of dangers, and there are 3-star wild beasts all around. It is almost impossible for Ye Bufan to move forward. The open space in front of him is relatively safe for the time being. Ye Bufan has no intention of leaving here for the time being. Instead, he uses this place as his own camp. He buries the bodies as he naturally does not want the smell of blood to attract a large number of wild beasts. Call. Ye Bufan leaned against the giant tree where he lived, let out a long breath, and then took off Ma Rongxian's bag from his body. Looking at the bundle, Ye Bufan's face was filled with joy. Spiritual fruits nourish qi and blood. This is definitely what Ye Bufan needs most now and is the most useful thing. With these spiritual fruits, Ye Bufan will be able to quickly improve his strength. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan directly opened Ma Rongxian's bag, and saw 6 fist-sized fruits, a bit like apples, and each one was crystal clear, like a work of art. The most important thing was that the moment the bag was opened, a burst of fruity fragrance came directly to his nose. It makes people intoxicated and refreshed. This is the spiritual fruit. Nice one. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately grabbed a spiritual fruit, put it to his mouth, and was about to take a bite. Do you really want to take these spiritual fruits now? At this time, Qin Shin's voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Ye Bufan paused. What, is there a problem? I've already told you before that this spiritual fruit will have the best and greatest effect when consumed at the condensation stage. It would be a bit of a waste if you consume it now. I don't think so. This ancient forest is full of dangers. Any wild beast can kill me. If I don't improve my strength as soon as possible, I may end up in the beast's belly. What's the point of keeping these spiritual fruits? Ye Bufan said this, but Qin Shin was powerless to refute. Indeed, the effect of taking spiritual fruits when in the nascent soul realm is definitely the best, but in this ancient forest, Ye Bufan's strength is too weak. It can be said that he can hardly move an inch. It is better to take spiritual fruits to quickly improve his strength. Qin Shin was silent, and Ye Bufan continued, besides the wild beasts, there are other warriors here. If those warriors knew that a boy like me in the skin refining realm actually had 6 spiritual fruits, it would definitely bring disaster to me. Rather than that, it would be better for me to eat them now. At least after eating them, they will be completely mine. Besides, improving my strength is the kingly way. In that case, then you should practice martial arts before taking the spiritual fruit. At least you have sufficient energy and blood now, and you don't need to rely on spiritual fruit. This way you will have one more opportunity to practice. Since Ye Bufan said so, Qin Shin naturally couldn't say anything more, but just gave a reminder. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. He was so excited about getting the spiritual fruit that he forgot this point. Each person can only practice martial arts once a day, and after a night of practice, Ye Bufan's blood and energy have already recovered. If he takes the spiritual fruit directly now, it would be a bit of a waste. One practice will generate 3 kilograms of strength. For Ye Bufan, every opportunity to practice is very important. Without any further hesitation, Ye Bufan put away the spiritual fruit, put the bag on his back, and began to practice the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force on this open space. Chapter 31, Heaven-Defying Inheritance, Crazy Martial Arts. 156 kilograms of strength. After practicing the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force once, Ye Bufan's strength increased by another 3 kilograms, leaving him 4 kilograms away from the 6th level of leather refining. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out a spiritual fruit and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through his body. The energy and blood that had been consumed previously were instantly restored, and he even felt like he was about to explode and die. Ye Bufan did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately began to practice martial arts again. Punch. Banksai side kick, upper right support punch, Bangda side kick, right crushing punch, turn around and chop palm, insert step and chop palm. Half an hour later, a martial arts training session was over and Ye Bufan's strength increased by another 3 kilograms, leaving him only 1 kilogram away from the 6th level of skin refining. The effect of the spiritual fruit is still there, and Ye Bufan continues to practice. Another half hour passed, and Ye Bufan broke through the 6th level of skin refining, and his strength reached 161 kilograms. At this time, the spiritual fruit was still rapidly recovering the blood consumed by Ye Bufan's martial arts practice, and the speed did not slow down at all, which shocked Ye Bufan and made him even more delighted. Continue to practice. Half an hour, 164 kilograms. Half an hour, 167 kilograms. In half an hour, he had gained 170 kilograms and advanced to the 7th level of leather refining. Half an hour, 173 kilograms. The increase in strength was like riding a rocket. Although it could not be compared with the first time the inheritance was passed on, it was enough to make Ye Bufan feel ecstatic. Call. Ye Bufan exhaled a long breath and stopped practicing. It was not that Ye Bufan didn't want to, but the effect of the spiritual fruit had been completely consumed. 10 times, one spiritual fruit can support Ye Bufan to practice martial arts 10 times. This result shocked Ye Bufan and made him even more surprised. Combined with the previous practice before he took the spiritual fruit, Ye Bufan practiced for 5.5 hours this time, practicing martial arts 11 times and increasing his strength by 33 kilograms. Now, Ye Bufan's total strength has reached 186 kilograms, and he has reached the 8th level of skin refining. He is only 4 kilograms away from the 9th level of skin refining. As long as Ye Bufan takes another spiritual fruit, he can break through the skin refining realm and advance to the flesh refining realm, and he can also unlock the second seal of the artifact. However, Ye Bufan did not continue to practice. Although he had the help of the spiritual fruit and did not have to worry about the consumption of his energy and blood even if he continued to practice, the 5.5 hours of practice still made Ye Bufan feel a little tired. Afterwards, Ye Bufan roasted all the nearly 100 kilograms of wild beast meat that he had harvested earlier, and after eating, he hid all the remaining wild beast meat on the giant tree. Now this giant tree has become Ye Bufan's home in the ancient forest. With the dense leaves covering it and the concealment of the artifact barrier, Ye Bufan does not need to worry about being discovered by others. Leather refining grade 8, 186 caddies of strength. This strength is not enough for Ye Bufan to protect himself. Even in this 3-star wild beast area, he is still an ant at the mercy of others. Therefore, Ye Bufan did not plan to explore outside, but hid in the giant tree and listened to Qin Shin's description of the situation in this world. By the way, Qin Shin, according to what you said, this spiritual fruit can only be regarded as a relatively low-grade treasure of heaven and earth, with a value between 300 and 500 gold coins. In this case, it should not be difficult for those family members to buy spiritual fruits for cultivation, right? But why, according to what you said, the cultivation of warriors in this world is still so slow? It shouldn't be like this. After all, one spiritual fruit can support 10 times of cultivation. As long as these family members are not too useless, it is not impossible for them to quickly improve their strength, right? Listening to Qin Shin's narration, Ye Bufan couldn't help asking. Ye Bufan had personally experienced the benefits of this spiritual fruit, which was simply against the sky. Qin Shin was speechless. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Ye Bufan frowned and asked in confusion. It would be a waste to rely on spiritual fruits or other natural treasures to cultivate in the transcendent realm. That's just you. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Why? First, your basic strength is 100, and you practice divine-level martial arts, but most people practice human-level martial arts, and only a few can practice earth-level martial arts, and even fewer can practice heaven-level martial arts. So what if one spiritual fruit increases your practice by 10 times? Even if you practice earth-level martial arts, 10 times can only increase your strength by 3 to 4 kilograms, which is simply a drop in the bucket for the 500 kilograms of strength in the transcendent realm. It's better to increase your condensation realm by 1 level. 500 gold coins can buy 3 kilograms of strength, which is something that even the royal family can't afford. Second, what do you think natural treasures are? Cabbages, spiritual fruits, or other natural treasures are extremely rare. You are extremely lucky to have obtained 6 of them. Just be happy. Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan was suddenly speechless. The benefits of spiritual fruit are indeed indescribable, and can even be considered to be against the will of heaven, but Ye Bufan overlooked the biggest problem, which is that he was practicing divine-level martial arts, which could increase his strength by 3 kilograms each time, which is an innate advantage. Anyone else? Just as Qin Shin said, for those who practice human-level and earth-level martial arts, it would not make much sense to use spiritual fruits to increase the number of times they practice. However, this is a good thing for Ye Bufan. There are very few spiritual fruits. As long as it exists, there is always a way to obtain it. In addition, you have to understand that heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not the same thing. Heavenly materials are heavenly materials, and earthly treasures are earthly treasures. Although spiritual fruits are heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they are not heavenly materials but only earthly treasures. Heavenly materials are bred by heaven and earth, such as the earth's spiritual liquid, thousand-year-old Romania essence, primordial water, chaos soil, all of which are heavenly materials. And earthly treasures need to be grown after birth. For example, the spiritual fruit you have got now is just a relatively low-level earthly treasure. The more advanced ones include the heaven and earth mysterious yellow linglong ginseng, the hongmeng purple fruit, and the chaos holy refined. Compared to earthly treasures, heavenly materials are rarer and more precious. At this time, Qin Shin continued to remind. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. All along, Ye Bufan thought that natural treasures were the same thing, but he never expected that these two were completely different things. A night in silence. The next day, after a hearty meal, Ye Bufan began to practice martial arts. Improving his strength was extremely urgent for Ye Bufan, not to mention that he would be able to unlock the second seal of the artifact today. Ye Bufan was full of expectations for the surprise that Qin Shin mentioned. With the strength of a tiger or leopard, and the force of thunder. After completing one session of training, Ye Bufan's strength increased by another 3 kilograms, reaching 189 kilograms, only 1 kilogram away from the 9th level of skin refining. You'd better cut the spiritual fruit and eat just half of it. Just when Ye Bufan was about to eat the spiritual fruit, Qin Shin suddenly said. Why? Ye Bufan was stunned. You are still 11 kilograms away from the 10th level of skin refining. You only need to practice martial arts 4 more times to reach perfection in skin refining. Once you reach perfection, no matter how you practice, your strength will not be able to increase. The remaining half of the spirit fruit is equivalent to a waste. And if you only take half, although some of your vitality will be lost after the spirit fruit is broken, it is better than wasting it directly, right? Puff. As Qin Shin was speaking, Ye Bufan had already split the spiritual fruit into 2 halves. However, when Qin Shin thought that Ye Bufan would swallow the spiritual fruit directly, Ye Bufan cut the spiritual fruit into 10 parts with a few slashes of his knife. Half is too wasteful. This spiritual fruit can be used for cultivation 10 times, so it can be divided into 10 portions. Now I only need to cultivate 4 more times, and I can save 1 portion by eating 4. Qin Shin was speechless. With the strength of a tiger or leopard, and the force of thunder. 2 hours later, after 4 martial arts training sessions, Ye Bufan advanced to the 10th level of skin refining. His total strength reached the 10th level of skin refining. Just as Qin Shin said, the extra 1 pound of strength disappeared directly, and he did not advance to the flesh refining realm. What should we do now? Ye Bufan asked after finishing the exercise. Sit cross-legged. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and sat cross-legged on the ground as Qin Shin said. In an instant, Ye Bufan felt the Emperor Jade in his body tremble slightly. Then, Ye Bufan communicated with the Emperor Jade and found that the silver, 99, on the Emperor Jade instantly turned into 89. The second seal, 10 portions of essence and blood. Buzz. The moment the essence and blood disappeared, a layer of purple light curtain instantly appeared around Ye Bufan. This was a protective barrier exclusive to the inheritor of the artifact. Then, another ray of colorful light enveloped Ye Bufan's whole body. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Buzz buzz buzz. Within an instant, the membranes all over Ye Bufan's body suddenly began to tremble again, just like when Ye Bufan was practicing martial arts before. At the same time, strands of colorful light continued to pour into Ye Bufan's body. What's going on? Ye Bufan was shocked. That's what I called a surprise earlier. Surprise. That's right. The second seal contains a trace of my master's supreme power. As the inheritor, once the seal is unlocked, you will be able to gain a trace of supreme power. The benefit is that, your strength will increase by 20 kilograms, reaching the 12th level of skin refining. What? 12 level leather refining? As Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed. 12 levels of leather refining. Unheard of. How is it? Surprised, right. Theoretically, the 12th level of skin refining does not exist at all. Only my master can do it. Even a strong man in the godly martial realm cannot do it. Earlier, the reason why I told you not to rush to unlock the seal was because of this. At that time, you were only at the 5th level of skin refining. After accepting the inheritance, you were at the 7th level of skin refining, which is not comparable to the current 12th level of skin refining. This is also the reason why you can only advance after unlocking the seal. The inheritance comes first, and the advancement comes later. Surprise. At this moment, Ye Bufan was more than just surprised. What does it mean to be a 12th level skin refiner? That means Ye Bufan has reached 2 more realms than other warriors. Wait. Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, the second seal has your master's supreme power, which can increase the strength by 20 kilograms. Do the other seals in the transcendent realm also have this? Of course, each small realm of the transcendent realm increases your strength by 20 kilograms. If this is not the limit of my master, you may gain even more strength. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan couldn't help but hear his heart beating rapidly. There are 5 transformations in the mortal realm, and each transformation increases strength by 20 kilograms, which is equivalent to Ye Bufan having a full 100 kilograms more strength than other warriors, a whole new realm. The transcendent realm is the foundation of martial arts, but the power that each person gains in each realm is the same, so the only difference lies in the basic strength. Therefore, all warriors try their best to improve their basic strength before practicing martial arts. After all, a difference of 1 pound in the transcendent realm may mean a world of difference in the future. But what about now? Ye Bufan's basic strength is a maximum of 100, plus each realm increases his strength by 20 kilograms. As long as Ye Bufan cultivates the transcendent realm to perfection, that will be 700 kilograms of strength. 700 kilograms of force, what does that mean? Ye Bufan couldn't imagine it. This is simply cheating. While being shocked, Ye Bufan was even more curious about what kind of person Qin Shin's previous owner was. This method was simply unprecedented. Call out. At this moment, the colorful light dissipated instantly. Unknowingly, Ye Bufan increased his strength by another 20 kilograms, and his cultivation level directly reached the non-existent 12th level of skin refining. In an instant, some unfamiliar memories entered Ye Bufan's mind and were deeply engraved in his memory. If he doesn't go crazy, he will become a demon. Martial arts, madness and demonism. Chapter 32, Seal the bottleneck and prepare to attack. Mad. A madman is born from the infinite. Form and intention are secondary, and the heart is the mother. He is at the extreme of speed and strength. His form moves with his will and his intention moves with his heart. He seems crazy, like a madman. He has no moves and no form. Slow movements are also urgent, and quick movements are even more urgent. Qin Shin, did you choose this fool on purpose? This martial art, damn, it's simply prepared for fools. Ye Bufan's horrified voice sounded. To put it nicely, the martial arts he obtained in his mind is to win without any moves. To put it bluntly, it's just a fight between fools, fighting randomly. Coincidence. Qin Shin only said 2 words. Coincidence. Ye Bufan was a little bit unconvinced, but he didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he focused his attention back on the martial art called madness. The first feeling Ye Bufan had when he first heard about this martial art was chaotic, and the second was fast. The speed of increasing martial arts entry-level skills is 50%, minor skills 100%, major skills 150%, and perfection 200%. The highest level is even more terrifying, with an increase rate of 300%. An increase of 300% is equivalent to increasing one's own speed to 4 times. In a battle between opponents of the same level, what does 4 times the speed mean? Ye Bufan didn't dare to imagine that he might be able to completely defeat the opponent. Qin Shin, what level of martial arts is this madness? Then, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask again, because this martial art was too powerful. God level. Another divine level. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Of course, at my master's level, there is no way he would care about those low-level martial arts. At the very least, it must be a heaven-level martial art. Moreover, even if it is a heaven-level martial art, with my master's ability, he can naturally deduce and perfect it to the god level. Ye Bufan was speechless. Only cultivate the divine level. I have to say that Qin Shin's master is absolutely extremely cool and awesome, but this is a huge thing for Ye Bufan. He immediately asked, does that mean that the martial arts I receive when I accept the inheritance, including the martial arts of the concentrated spirit realm, will all be of divine rank? Nature. Bang, bang, bang. After receiving Qin Shin's confirmation, Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly and violently. Although he had been prepared for this, he was still overjoyed by this result. Just imagine, fighting against opponents of the same level, what does it mean to have god-level martial arts? Not to mention fighting against opponents of the same level, even challenging opponents of higher levels would not be difficult at all. But don't be happy too soon. Suddenly, Qin Shin's voice sounded in Ye Bufan's mind again. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, why? Although divine-level martial arts are powerful, they are bound to be more difficult to practice. Even if you have the innate advantage of a basic strength value of 100, it may take several years or even decades to practice a divine-level martial art to perfection, not to mention practicing it to the state of mind. Therefore, I suggest that you practice some other levels of martial arts while practicing divine-level martial arts. After several years, or even decades of practice, he was still only at the perfection stage. Qin Shin's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Ye Bufan, leaving him feeling chilled. However, Ye Bufan was relieved soon, and then he said, so what if it is like this? After all, this is also a divine martial art. Even if I have only practiced to the entry level, I am afraid that the power will not be too bad, right? That's right. No matter what level of martial arts you have, cultivating to the state of mind is equivalent to getting started with a higher level of martial arts. The state of mind of a divine martial arts is no worse than that of a heavenly martial arts. That's it. What kind of existence is the artistic conception level of heavenly martial arts? Let's not talk about how many people practice heavenly martial arts, even if they practice, how many people can reach the artistic conception level. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Qin Shin, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and began to take the spiritual fruit to practice. No matter what level of martial arts he had, or how extraordinary the inheritance he had obtained, in Ye Bufan's view, if he did not even have the ability to protect himself, all of this was in vain. A genius that is strangled is not a genius, but a corpse. Just as Qin Shin said, once the spiritual fruit is broken and left for a period of time, part of the vitality will dissipate. 6/10 of the spiritual fruit finally supported Ye Bufan to practice the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force 5 times, increasing his strength by 15 kilograms, reaching the first level of flesh refining, with a strength of 235 kilograms. After that, Ye Bufan did not continue to practice the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound power, but practiced the martial art Crazy Devil. Unfortunately, after 3 hours of practice, Ye Bufan did not even touch the threshold of martial arts. A day of practice and a night of good sleep. In the next 3 days, Ye Bufan would spend 5.5 hours every day taking a spiritual fruit to practice the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force, to improve his strength, then spend another 3 hours practicing the martial art, Madness, and the last 3.5 hours to practice. On the first day, his strength reached 268 kattis, and his flesh was refined to the 4th level, but his martial art, Crazy, did not improve at all. On the second day, his strength reached 301 kilograms, and his flesh was refined to the 8th level, but his martial art, Crazy, still had no improvement. On the third day, his strength increased by 19 kattis, reaching 320 kattis, reaching the peak of the 10th level of flesh refining. Due to the limitation of the artifact, his strength could not be further improved, so Ye Bufan did not continue to practice, but focused on martial arts, but unfortunately there was still no progress. Life is boring, but not dull. For 3 days, Ye Bufan practiced and slept. It must be said that his luck was very good. No one disturbed him during these 3 days, and no wild beasts appeared. Of course, there might be some, but he just didn't find them. After all, Ye Bufan slept on the giant tree every night, and he also used the artifact barrier to conceal his breath. He couldn't find others, and others wouldn't find his existence either. The dawn light awakens all things. Today is the 7th day since Ye Bufan came to the Taiku forest. In just 6 days, Ye Bufan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the early morning, Ye Bufan did not practice the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force, but practiced the martial art, Madness, for another 3 hours. Unfortunately, he still gained nothing. This god-level martial arts is really a rip-off. A country leopard is a country leopard. No, you are still a wild country leopard. I have told you a long time ago that this god-level martial arts is not so easy to practice, but you just don't believe it. Ye Bufan sighed, but Qin Shin immediately despised him. Now, despising Ye Bufan has become Qin Shin's daily homework. She would not feel happy if she didn't scold him. Ye Bufan was speechless. You little bitch, just show off. When I advance to the divine martial realm, I will let you lie on my bed and sing, conquer. Thinking fiercely in his heart, Ye Bufan said again, stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you, does this crazy demon need any assistance when practicing? Why do I always feel like something is missing when I practice these days? 3 days of practice, plus the day after the inheritance and today, Ye Bufan has been practicing martial arts, madly for 5 days, nearly 20 hours. During this period, Ye Bufan always felt powerless during his practice, as if his practice method was wrong. Assistance. What assistance? Let me tell you, the cultivation of martial arts is different from cultivation. There is no shortcut. You can only rely on yourself to improve step by step. If you can't get started, it only means that you are stupid. Yes, you are stupid. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and ignored Qin Shin. It's the 7th day. I don't know how Grandpa is doing or how things are going at home. It's time to explore the outside. Looking at the dead silent ancient forest around him, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. It's not that he wants to, but that he has to think about it. Now, Ye Bufan's cultivation has reached the 10th level of flesh refining and cannot be further improved. If he wants to advance, he must unlock the 3rd seal. However, the 3rd seal requires hunting down 100 2-star wild beasts or 2-star demon soldiers, which requires a full 1000 points of blood essence. Ye Bufan had previously obtained 100 blood essence points from hunting a 3-star beast, 10 points from unlocking the 2nd seal, and 31 points from the barrier in the past few days. Now Ye Bufan only had 59 blood essence points left, which was a drop in the bucket compared to the 1000 points from the 3rd seal. If Ye Bufan wants to unlock the seal and improve his cultivation, he must obtain more blood points. In this ancient forest, he can only hunt wild beasts. The best way is to set traps and kill the wild beasts as before. This method is absolutely safe. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan has no bait now, and there seems to be no wild beasts nearby. In this case, we can only take action and attack. Having made up his mind, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He took some dry food and water, took his sword and prepared to set off. I hope my luck isn't too bad. As long as I don't encounter a 3-star beast and can successfully enter the 2-star area, then with my current strength, I shouldn't have any problem protecting myself. Teacher Kang bless you. Chapter 33. Monsters surround the forest, wild beasts run wild. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. However, before Ye Bufan could take any action, thunderous noises suddenly rang out from the depths of the ancient forest, causing the earth to tremble. What's going on? Ye Bufan was slightly stunned and instinctively looked towards the depths of the ancient forest. However, the loud noise continued, and the ground was shaking even more violently, and even the surrounding grasses and giant trees seemed to be standing. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately afterwards, earth-shaking roars of beasts continued to sound, shaking the heavens and the earth, stirring up the wind and clouds, and rushing from the depths of the ancient forest. There were loud noises and roars of beasts, coming from far away and getting closer. 10,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 800 meters. Buzz. Ye Bufan's soul trembled violently. Run. There's a beast tide coming. Have these beasts eaten gunpowder? Help. Ah. At this time, chaotic sounds came from the front again, constantly ringing in Ye Bufan's ears. There is no doubt that these sounds came from the human warriors adventuring in the ancient forest. Run. Suddenly, a word rang in Ye Bufan's mind. But where to run? With Ye Bufan's current cultivation level of the 10th level of flesh refining, that speed is simply too fast for him to outrun those wild beasts. You have to know that he is now in a 3-star wild beast area, and deeper inside are 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star and 8-star terrifying wild beasts. How to run? Can you run away? What's more, there are countless 3-star beasts nearby. Up a tree. In just one breath, Ye Bufan had made up his mind. Since he couldn't run away, he could only hide. Chin Shin, barrier, concealment. Call out. As Ye Bufan spoke, he did not hesitate at all and instantly climbed to a place 20 meters away from the giant tree. Even so, he was only half the height of the giant tree. In an instant, the Quinkson barrier was completed. Call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. At the same time, through the gaps between the trees, he looked into the depths of the ancient forest. Boom boom boom. The thunderous roar continued, and in an instant it arrived. Suddenly, seeing the scene in front of him, Ye Bufan was completely stunned and shocked, as if he was suffocating. Rhinos? No, they were wild beasts, densely packed wild beasts, tens of thousands, countless wild beasts. They were running madly towards the outskirts of the ancient forest, like thousands of troops, and their speed was extremely fast. Call. In an instant, these countless wild beasts passed through the giant tree where Ye Bufan was. The leaves rustled, and Ye Bufan felt a gust of wind blowing towards him, making his cheek hurt. What exactly happened? Looking at the countless wild beasts passing by his feet, Ye Bufan suddenly felt his scalp tingling. The further back the beast is, the larger its size is. The further back the beast is, the more terrifying its aura is. There is no doubt that these are definitely wild beasts from the depths of the ancient forest, 6-star and 7-star level creatures, and Ye Bufan even saw a number of super wild beasts with a body length of more than 10 meters. Whether it is 6-star or 7-star, even the initial 4-star wild beasts can easily kill the wild beasts in the flesh refining realm. The barbarian beasts have a strong sense of territory. Normally they would not leave their territory. However, now all these barbarian beasts suddenly ran out at once. Brush. Ye Bufan couldn't help but look towards the outskirts of the ancient forest. His expression was solemn, shocked, and doubtful. What happened that caused all the wild beasts in this ancient forest to come out in force? Call. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew over Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan looked up instinctively. However, seeing a black shadow over 20 meters long flash past his head, Ye Bufan couldn't help but open his mouth into an O shape. Although Ye Bufan didn't see clearly what it was, he was sure that it was a wild beast, a super wild beast. Moreover, this wild beast was at least at the level of the 8-star divine essence realm, because except for the demon race, no matter whether it was the human race or the wild beast, only those who reached the 8-star divine essence realm could fly in the air. This was a law of the Shenwu continent for thousands of years. 8-star savage beast. Ye Bufan's heart trembled violently. Call. In an instant, the herd of beasts had passed. In the ancient forest, Ye Bufan was surrounded by deathly silence, except for the continuous loud rumbling noises from the periphery and the devastation around him, which proved that everything Ye Bufan had seen before was not a dream, but real. What happened? Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask himself again in his heart. The scene just now was really too shocking. Millions, or even tens of millions of wild beasts galloping, what does that feel like? Could it be that the humans and the wild beasts started a war here? Impossible. But why did all these wild beasts suddenly rush out of the ancient forest? There must be a reason for the abnormal situation. The war between the human race, the demon race, and the wild beasts has lasted for tens of millions of years. They have formed a tacit understanding among themselves. The battles between the three parties have specific battlefields. For example, the ancient forest has been owned by the wild beasts, and it is not close to the main city of the human race. Although fighting is common in such a place, it is impossible to start a war. How about, go and have a look? Ye Bufan frowned and couldn't help thinking in his heart. The wild beasts came out in full force. Although no one knew what had happened, it was definitely a big deal. Behind such a big event, there must be infinite murderous intent, but there are also opportunities to defy fate. Chin Shin, if we activate the artifact barrier, at what distance will we be discovered when approaching an 8-star or even 9-star beast? Ye Bufan asked Qin Shin immediately. The divine weapon barrier can conceal all your auras, including your breathing, pulse, and heartbeat. As long as you don't make any sound or be seen by the other party, even if you hide near the other party, he won't be able to find you if you are below the 10-star divine martial realm. But are you sure you want to go and see what's going on? You have to think it over carefully. With your cultivation level of the 10th level of flesh refining, any of these wild beasts can easily kill you. The brave will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation. Who knows what these wild beasts are up to? Besides, it may not be safe for me to continue staying here. Ye Bufan had already made up his mind as he spoke. No matter what happened, he would secretly follow to find out what was going on. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Surprisingly, this time Qin Shin did not stop Ye Bufan, but remained silent, as if she had fallen asleep. The outskirts of the ancient forest. At this moment, tens of thousands of wild beasts gathered together, forming a dark mass with no end in sight. These wild beasts tightly blocked the intersection of the ancient forest. There are countless 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star beasts, 4-star, 5-star beasts, and 6-star generals can be seen everywhere, and there are also hundreds of 7-star beast kings. The most eye-catching thing is that in front of the thousands of wild beasts, in the air, there are 7 super wild beasts standing in the air. Each of them is more than 20 meters long, especially the leading beast, which is 25 meters long. The terrifying aura around it seems to crush the space. Barbarian Hero, 8-star Divine Essence, Peak Beast King, one of the 10 barbarian kings in the ancient forest. Those 6 super beasts are the 6 beast kings under Man Shang. Although they are all beast kings, Man Shang is much stronger than them. He is definitely the absolute ruler of this territory. In front of the barbarian beast camp, there was also a dark mass at this moment, but it was not the human race that Ye Bufan had thought of, but the demon race. At this moment, the 2 major camps of barbaric beasts and demons are confronting each other. The situation is like water and fire. Tisk, tisk, what kind of wolf is that? It's so big, and it's actually red. And that bear, is that a rabbit? Wow, these guys have become spirits after traveling through another world. Demon race. Tisk tisk, interesting, interesting. If we bring these guys back to Earth and build some kind of alien zoo, then business will definitely be booming and packed with tourists every day. More than 10 meters away, Ye Bufan hid on a giant tree, looking at the members of the demon camp in amazement. There are countless members of the demon tribe, including tigers, wolves, bears, lions, all kinds of wild beasts. Although they have undergone great changes in all aspects, especially their astonishingly large sizes, in Ye Bufan's eyes, they are like an army of wild beasts. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and his expression changed. Is it that damn stupid bird? Chapter 34 Demon King. Robber. Fuck, is it that damn stupid bird? In the demon camp, the one confronting Man Shang at the front was none other than the purple flame black eagle that Ye Bufan had encountered a few days ago. Ye Bufan recognized him at the first sight. Wait, the bird is safe and sound, but the old man. Ye Bufan's heart trembled violently. Eagle King, you brought members of the demon clan to surround my ancient forest. What do you mean? Do you want to start a war? Do you want to openly tear up the agreement among our 3 clans? Let me tell you, this ancient forest is the territory of the Hate Heaven Beast Emperor. If you dare to mess around, the Hate Heaven Beast Emperor will never let you go. In the barbarian beast camp, the barbarian hero glared at the purple flame black eagle demon king and shouted angrily. Hateful Beast Emperor. Okay. You should invite him out right away. It's just right. I want to ask him to judge the matter. Ziyan Black Eagle said with a smile. Yu Man Shang was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Snort. Purple Flame Black Eagle snorted coldly, and then said, what do you mean? Don't you know what you mean? A week ago, I came to you to ask for a 9th level Earth treasure. It would have been fine if you didn't give it to me, but you actually asked a human Jodian realm strongman to hunt me down. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed by that human old man. You are a beast king, one of the 10 barbarian kings of the ancient forest, and you actually colluded with the human race. Tell me, should we ask the Hate Heaven Beast Emperor to judge the matter? You fart. Man Shang was immediately furious. Bullshit. The purple flame black eagle sneered and said, if it wasn't you, how did my wing get broken? Did I break it myself to frame you? Also, there are traces of a battle between me and that old man from the human race hundreds of miles away, which is irrefutable evidence. If it wasn't you, tell me, how could a strong man of the human race's Jodian realm appear in this place? Why did he desperately chase me? Is he just bored? Hearing this, Manshong was stunned and looked at the purple flame black eagle. Sure enough, one of the purple flame black eagle's wings looked a little strange, or it could be said that the purple flame black eagle was simply relying on one wing to support its body at this moment. Manshong was shocked for a moment. Snort. Then, Manshong snorted again and said, "You can always find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. How can you survive when a human Jodian realm master is chasing you? Moreover, what virtue and ability do I have to ask a Jodian realm master to take action? He is at the level of the Beast Emperor. If you want to ask the Hate Heaven Beast Emperor to judge the matter, go ahead. I'll accompany you. Let's see whether the Beast Emperor believes you or me." Zian Black Eagle immediately became furious. Indeed, if it was a normal Jodian realm expert chasing him, Ziyan Zanying would naturally not be able to escape. However, at this moment, Ziyan Zanying did not want to continue talking nonsense with Manshong, and said directly, "Manshong, I only want 2 9th level Earth treasures, and I will leave immediately after I get them." "Get lost." Manshong roared angrily, "What do you think a 9th level treasure is? Cabbages. 2 of them. You're dreaming." 1. Upon hearing this, Ziyan Zanying gritted his teeth and said, "This is his bottom line. A week ago, he came to the ancient forest to seek the 9th level treasure, in order to help himself break through the Demon King and advance to the Demon Emperor. Although it was not 100% successful, it at least increased the chance. But now, after being broken by Mr. Yi, he must use the 9th level treasure to restore the broken wing. 1 9th level treasure was not enough for him, so he asked for 2. However, seeing that Manshong refused so directly, he could only settle for the second best and temporarily heal his wings. The attack from the Jodian realm expert was too terrifying. Not only did it break one of his wings, it also damaged his foundation. It was impossible for him to recover by himself, and he could only rely on natural resources and treasures. If he didn't recover from his injuries as soon as possible, let alone attack the 9-star Demon Emperor, his cultivation would most likely fall to the peak Demon Emperor. Otherwise, it is impossible for Ziyan Zanying to come back knowing that Manshong would not give him the 9th level treasure. Roll. Unexpectedly, Manshong directly refused with just one word. There was none a week ago, there is none now, and there will be none in the future. Want it? Ask my brothers if they agree. There are many treasures in the ancient forest, but the higher the level, the fewer there are, especially the 9th level treasures, which are close to the top level treasures, and their value is beyond doubt. Moreover, in the entire ancient forest, there are only a few 9th level treasures in the area under his jurisdiction. If he uses one, there will be one less. He doesn't even have enough for himself, so how can he give it to others? Especially for someone like the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King, this was simply trying to get something for nothing. How could he, Manshong, one of the 10 great barbarian kings of the ancient forest, accept this? Roll, roll, roll. As soon as Manshong finished speaking, the 6 beast kings behind him roared at the same time, and all the beasts present roared at the Purple Flame Black Eagle. Zian Black Eagle's face turned ashen. You really won't give it to me? You want a 9th level treasure? Dream on. Don't push me. Don't push me either. Suddenly, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King's face darkened, and he stopped talking nonsense with Manshong, and said directly, "Manshong, I want this 9th level treasure today. Since you won't give it to me, I will take it away. As long as we don't start a war, I believe that the hateful Beast King will not say anything even if he knows." How dare you? Seeing this, Manshong roared angrily. Do you think I dare? Go ahead. The next second, an angry roar rang out from the Purple Flame Black Eagle. The army is approaching. This time, he comes to the ancient forest to snatch the 9th level treasure. If you don't give me one, I will snatch 2, 3, or even more. Who is strong and who is weak depends on their ability. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately, roars rang out from the demon camp. Boom boom boom. Upon hearing the Demon King's order, millions of monsters rushed out without any hesitation and rushed towards the ancient forest in front of them. Purple Flame Black Eagle, you are a bandit even though you are a Demon King. Manshong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Stop them, whoever dares to break in, kill them. At this moment, Manshong was angry. What would happen if millions of monsters entered the ancient forest? In Man Xiong's opinion, this purple flame black eagle is simply a madman, and these monsters are simply a group of bandits. Roar, roar, roar. The army of wild beasts also rushed out one after another. Boom. In an instant, the two major camps of demons and wild beasts collided with each other. Hiss. More than 10 meters away, Ye Bufan was hiding in a giant tree. He couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene in front of him. Although he had been a great hero in the past and had never been short of fighting in the underground world, Ye Bufan had never seen a melee scene like the one in front of him with millions or even tens of millions of troops. Bloody, violent, and exciting. Looking at the ferocious-looking purple flame black eagle in the distance, Ye Bufan smiled again. I didn't expect that the old man hid so deeply and turned out to be a Jodian realm expert. What a pity, I still couldn't kill this stupid bird. But just thinking about it makes me excited. I'm already in the Jodian realm, and I'm only one step away from being a divine warrior. With such an awesome grandfather as my backer, won't I be able to walk around the empire as I please after I return? Even if I am still a fool, I will be the most arrogant and dissolute fool. I will punish anyone who provokes me. Well, let's go back and kill Lu Yong first. But now, hee. With a wicked smile, Ye Bufan rubbed his hands and immediately looked towards the depths of the ancient forest. The demons are invading, and I'm afraid all the wild beasts in the ancient forest have gathered here to resist the demons. Now, there may not be a single wild beast in the entire ancient forest, right? Even the human warriors were probably killed by the barbarian beast army before. That barbarian hero must be so confident about his treasures because of this. It's a pity that he doesn't know there is a young master like me. Hey. As he spoke and laughed, Ye Bufan slid down from the giant tree, and then secretly ran towards the depths of the ancient forest. At that speed, it disappeared in a flash. The ancient forest is now in an absolutely defenseless state. Such a situation is unlikely to occur in tens of millions of years. If you don't seize the opportunity, you would be a fool. The ancient forest is full of dangers. No. At this moment, this is an unattended garden, this is an unattended treasure house, take whatever you want. Chapter 35, The Robbers in the Ancient Forest. Outside the ancient forest, demon beasts charged and wild beasts resisted. The two sides fought each other. However, the demon army was intercepted by the wild beast camp at the outskirts of the ancient forest and could not step into the ancient forest at all. At this moment, Man Xiong and the 6 beast kings under his command, and the purple flame black eagle demon king and the 6 demon kings under his command, all stood proudly in the void and confronted each other, without taking any action. It's not that they don't want to, but that they can't. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If the powerful demon kings and beast kings of the two camps fight each other, it is very likely that the third party, the human race, will benefit. Especially the purple flame black eagle demon king, he didn't dare to attack, not to mention that he was already injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, he really didn't come to the Taiku forest this time to start a war with the savage beast clan, but just for the 2 earth treasures. If he made too much noise and alarmed the hateful beast king, it would definitely be a nightmare for him. Boom boom boom. Savage beasts and demons were fighting madly. Inside the ancient forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ye Bufan's speed was pushed to the limit, running madly all the way towards the depths of the ancient forest. At this moment, Ye Bufan only hated that he only had 2 legs and his speed was too slow. If possible, he really wished he had 17 or 18 legs so he could run into the depths in an instant. The ancient forest is full of dangers. For a long time, the ancient forest has been occupied by the barbarian beasts, and naturally all the treasures in the ancient forest have been taken by the barbarian beasts. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the treasures, and the higher the value. Similarly, the beasts that see these treasures are also stronger. Therefore, whether it is the human race or the demon race, it is almost impossible to obtain these high-level treasures. But now it's different. Ancient forest, defenseless. Ye Bufan ran all the way and did not see any wild beasts around, but he saw quite a few corpses of human warriors. There was no doubt that these were the human members who had been charged and trampled to death by the wild beast army. At this moment, Ye Bufan couldn't care about these at all. Run, run, run. Ye Bufan's target is the high-level or even top-level treasures deep in the ancient forest. The value of a 9th-level treasure is probably comparable to that of dozens of 8th-level treasures. Even so, wherever Ye Bufan passed by, he would take away any local treasures he saw, regardless of their grade, without even looking at them. He was just like a bandit entering a village. No, he was worse than a bandit, worse than a robber. An hour later, Ye Bufan stopped. Bang! He sat down directly on the ground, gasping for breath. It was not that he didn't want to run, but he really couldn't run anymore. An hour of rapid running was already his limit. At this moment, Ye Bufan felt that his legs were constantly trembling, as if they no longer belonged to him. Or the strength is too weak. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, very rich. This time, I really have to thank that big stupid bird. Even so, Ye Bufan couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, the pockets on both sides of his clothes were bulging, each containing a fiery red lava fruit. In terms of grade, the previous spiritual fruit was only a 5th level earth treasure, while this lava fruit was a genuine 6th level earth treasure. Spiritual fruit type treasures are not as valuable as flower and plant type treasures. The lowest spiritual fruit is also a level 5 treasure, and its value is far greater than that of flower and plant type treasures of the same level. In addition, Ye Bufan also had crystal clear spiritual herbs and flowers on his waist, with more than 10 first and second level plants, 7 third level plants, 3 fourth level plants, and 1 fifth level plant. In addition, he also carried a branch on his shoulder, on which hung 3 ice-like fruits, 5th level black ice fruits. Along the way, Ye Bufan did not let go of any local treasures. It has to be said that Ye Bufan's luck was very good. Others might not encounter spiritual fruits after entering the ancient forest for days or even months, but he encountered 2 kinds of spiritual fruits at once and obtained 5 fruits. This was definitely a huge harvest. You know, Ma Rongshuan and his group lost 1 Yuan Ning realm, 1 Zhang Lian realm, and 3 Yi Jin realm warriors before they got 6 level 5 spiritual fruits, and in the end, they were all wiped out. Ye Bufan was only a Ru Lian realm warrior, but he got these treasures for free. At this moment, he was like a mobile medicine garden. Call. Taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan stood up again. Continue. Now, all the wild beasts have come out in full force to intercept the demon clan. Such an opportunity only comes once in a century. If you miss it, you will definitely be struck by lightning. However, just as Ye Bufan was about to take action, he stopped again, only because he discovered a very serious problem. At this moment, his body was already full of various spiritual flowers, spiritual herbs, and spiritual fruits, and there was no room for more treasures. Having treasures but no place to put them is really a pain in the ass. Should we just give up like this? Or should we throw away some low-level treasures and only take high-level ones? Nima, what is this? Ye Bufan suddenly felt extremely confused. In fact, you can put these treasures into the artifact space. At this time, Qin Shin's voice sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. At this moment, even she, the spirit of the artifact, had to admire Ye Bufan's luck that he could even encounter the battle between monsters and barbarians. Artifact space. What is that? Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard that. As an ancient artifact, the Zutian harp had already formed its own space inside when it was nurturing the artifact spirit, which is me. Although the seal of the artifact cannot be used now, the artifact space can still be used to store some items. Qin Shin explained without hesitation. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Ye Bufan was immediately mad and speechless, and then he said, can you tell me all the functions of the artifacts that I can use at once? Apart from the barrier and this artifact space, what else is there? No more. Are you sure? Believe it or not. Okay, you're so cruel, but you have to tell me how to use this artifact space. How can I put these things in it? Qin Shin's answer was obviously reserved. Although Ye Bufan could see it, Ye did not ask any more questions. Communicate with the Emperor Jade, and connect your consciousness to the Zutianshan at the center of the Emperor Jade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Watching the treasures being stored into the artifact space one by one, Ye Bufan couldn't help but marvel at it. He had seen the artifact space before, and although it couldn't be said to be vast and boundless, it was at least several thousand square meters, so it was no problem to put down a few treasures. Now, even if I take away all the natural treasures in the ancient forest, I'm afraid this divine space will be able to hold them all, hee. Call out. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan ran out again. Action speaks louder than words. Pass through the 5 stars, enter the 6 stars, go deep into the 7 stars, and head straight to the 8 stars. In the ancient forest, Ye Bufan ran like a machine. Except for stopping for a few seconds when he encountered a treasure, he never stopped at other times. In order to save time, he even swallowed the low-level treasures he had obtained earlier to restore his energy and blood to support his non-stop long-distance run. Absolutely crazy, absolutely a spendthrift. Of course, compared to his efforts, Ye Bufan's rewards were even more terrifying. After all, he had already gone deep into the ancient forest. The local treasures here were all above level 5, and any one of them was incomparable to those level 1 or level 2 treasures. Opportunity is fleeting. Such an opportunity only comes once in a century, and Ye Bufan doesn't want to waste even a second. Level 5 Three-tailed Phoenix Leaf Collection. The 5th level Illusion Heart Grass is collected. Haha, the level 6 Dragon Heart 9 EG has grabbed it. Level 7 8 Petal Fairy Orchid, where are you running to? 8th level Earth Treasure Soul Infant Fruit, or 4 in total. Haha, I pick, no more. Continue. In the ancient forest, Ye Bufan transformed himself into a robber and a bandit. Outside, the monsters and wild beasts were fighting fiercely, and inside, he directly raided the wild beast's lair. The sky brightened and darkened and brightened again. Ye Bufan had no idea how many days he had been on the move, maybe 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days. But it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care. At this moment, he was running and collecting various high-level treasures. How can you return empty-handed after entering this treasure land? As for resting and sleeping, in Ye Bufan's words, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning if you sleep at this time? It is definitely a miracle that a human warrior in the flesh-refining realm can enter the depths of the ancient forest. Such a thing is unprecedented in history and may never happen again in the future. Collect. Ye Bufan continuously collected the treasures from the earth into the artifact space. Although the number of treasures from the deep places was not as many as those from the outer areas, and sometimes Ye Bufan could not find a single treasure for several hours, these treasures were of high grade and great value. Hey, level 8 Earth Treasure Brilliant Flame Blood Heart Ganoderma, where are you running to? I'll take it. In the blink of an eye, another level 8 Earth Treasure was collected by Ye Bufan into the artifact space and became Ye Bufan's personal property. Ye Bufan chuckled. Boom. At this moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded in front of us, and the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake was coming. Ye Bufan was startled and his steps stopped instantly. What's going on? In an instant, he looked forward again. However, he was stunned at the first sight and just stood there in a daze. Chapter 36 Chin Chin instigated, pulling teeth out of the tiger's mouth. 200 meters away. At this moment, all the giant trees in that space had been broken, and even the ground had sunk into it, forming a shallow giant pit. This was not the main point was that there was a giant beast lying in the giant pit. The giant beast is more than 2 meters long, and looks like an eagle but is not an eagle. Demon tribe. 2 words instantly emerged from Ye Bufan's mind. Gurgle. Then, Ye Bufan swallowed his saliva again. Aren't the demons and wild beasts fighting outside? How could a demon beast appear here? And with such a large body, it must be at least a 7-star demon king. Most importantly, it looks like this demon king is not far from death. What on earth is going on? Wait. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Could it be that the purple flame demon king's attack on the ancient forest was fake, and the real reason was that he sent flying monsters to launch a sneak attack and steal the 9th level treasure? Yes, that must be the case. This purple flame black eagle is really cunning. However, that barbarian Shang doesn't seem to be simple either. Judging from the appearance of the demon beast, I'm afraid that the barbarian beast has already been on guard against the sneak attack of the stupid bird. Tisk, demon, barbarian, none of them is simple. Brush. In an instant, Ye Bufan looked at the monster in the distance again. A wicked smile. His body is still shaking, so he should not be dead yet. I'm afraid he is seriously injured and is not far from death. If I go up to him and give him one more blow, then... Hiss. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. How much blood can be obtained by killing a Demon King level monster? Judging from the size of the monster in front of him, even if it is not a Demon King, it is probably a Demon General. The Demon General has millions of blood essences. The Demon King's millions of essence and blood. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly and violently. With such a huge and terrifying amount of blood and essence, how long would it take him to kill the monster if he relied on himself? To go, or not to go? Although the rewards were very tempting, Ye Bufan did not act rashly. 6-star demon generals and 7-star demon kings, existences of this level are definitely not something Ye Bufan can contend with. Even a random counterattack from them before death is enough to kill Ye Bufan 100 times. Kill the demon king in the flesh refining realm. Unless you are a madman, you dare not even think about it. Damn it, wealth and honor come in danger. I even encountered a war between monsters and barbarians. My luck is the best, but I still fell into the hands of a beast. Let's get closer and take a look. If it doesn't work, we'll talk later. Ye Bufan made up his mind and made a decision immediately. Chin Chin, barrier, concealment. The next second, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated, and approached the monster in the distance step by step. Every time he stopped, he would hide behind a tree and observe for a few minutes. Even though he was very careful, Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but beat violently. After all, the risk he was taking was very high, and he might lose his life if he was not careful. 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. The monster never reacted, and Ye Bufan became more and more courageous. When Ye Bufan hid behind a giant tree 20 meters away from the monster, he finally saw the true face of the monster. This is a giant eagle, 2 meters long, with green feathers all over its body. As for what kind of eagle it is, Ye Bufan has no idea. At this moment, Ye Bufan only saw that the entire body of the giant eagle was sunken, and a thick pool of blood had accumulated on the ground. Not only that, the giant eagle's eyes were also closed. If Ye Bufan hadn't heard his low, weak breathing sound, he would have thought he was dead. Brush. Ye Bufan bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, and without any hesitation, threw it directly at the giant eagle in the distance. Ye Bufan's behavior was no different from pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. The moment the stone was thrown, his heart instantly rose to Sangmeng's door. Bang! The stone hit the giant eagle, but the eagle did not react at all. Call. Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, Ye Bufan threw more than 10 stones in succession. From beginning to end, the giant eagle did not react at all. Suddenly, Ye Bufan tightened his grip on the sword. Superior. As soon as the word came down, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and rushed towards the giant eagle with a knife in hand. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, Ye Bufan had arrived in front of the giant eagle. At this time, the giant eagle still had no reaction. Ye Bufan held the knife with both hands and chopped it down fiercely. The blade pierces the flesh. Puff! Ye Bufan chopped the giant eagle's neck directly with his sword. With the sharp sword and Ye Bufan's 320 kilograms of strength, a stream of scarlet liquid instantly spurted out from the wound. However, the sword was stuck in the flesh and bones of the giant eagle's neck and did not cut off his head. From beginning to end, the giant eagle did not resist. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. Is this the terror of the Demon King? When he didn't resist, I used all my strength of 320 kilograms to cut him only a quarter of the way in. If this guy was intact, it would be impossible for me to kill him. Fortunately, this guy didn't resist. This time, I'm lucky. Afterwards, Ye Bufan used force to cut off the giant eagle's head. After making sure that the giant eagle was dead, he collapsed on the giant eagle. At this moment, Ye Bufan seemed to be exhausted. The few minutes just now seemed like tens of millions of years to him. Nervous, scared, but also exciting. Brush. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan communicated directly with Emperor Jade. 1,025. On the Emperor Jade, a silver number dazzled Ye Bufan. 1,000,000 blood essences undoubtedly indicated that this was just a demon general level monster, but it was enough to make Ye Bufan feel excited. At least for the time being, he didn't need to worry about blood essences. 1,000,000. This time, I've become rich. This is the true story of the fisherman gaining the advantage while the snipe and the clam fight. Compared to this, the few spiritual fruits I got before are not worth mentioning at all. This time, Ye Bufan can be said to have picked up a great bargain. Killing demon generals in the flesh refining realm. Unprecedented in history. This level 6 demon general died unjustly, but even if Ye Bufan didn't kill him, he wouldn't have lived long. Afterwards, Ye Bufan put the giant eagle's corpse into the artifact space. He was ready to taste the taste of this 6-star demon general. It's time to retreat. After taking a look at the depths of the ancient forest, Ye Bufan murmured in a deep voice. Although he was a little reluctant, he knew that if he continued to go deeper, it would be tantamount to seeking death. If this demon general had not appeared, Ye Bufan might have gone deeper. But now, the battle between high-level monsters and wild beasts is definitely not something I can participate in now. Even the aftermath of the battle may cost me my life. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The harvest this time was already quite significant, it could even be considered incredible and terrifying. If Ye Bufan had not experienced it himself, he would not have dared to imagine it. Quit while you're ahead. Keep going. But at this moment, Qin Shin's voice suddenly rang out. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard this, and paused in his steps to leave. What did you say? I say, keep going. An opportunity like this won't come back in 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. The area you are in is already an 8-star area, which should be the territory of those beast kings. If you go deeper, you will reach the territory of the barbarian king. Although the 8th level earth treasures are precious, they are far from being comparable to the 9th level earth treasures. It is not easy for human warriors to enter the 8-star area, even if they are in the Divine Yuan realm or the Zhoutian realm. Since you are here, it would be a pity if you don't take one or several of the 9th level earth treasures. As for the location of the 9th level earth treasures, since there is a battle ahead, the 9th level earth treasures must be near them. You just need to look in the direction of their battle, and it is not difficult to find them. Qin Shin said this, but Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. You're telling me to let me snatch the 9th level treasure that those 6-star, 7-star, and even 8-star monsters and wild beasts are fighting for? If you are not discovered, it is not robbery, it is just stealing. But if you are discovered, it is robbery. Auntie, are you teasing me? Do I look like this to you? Don't you think this is like snatching food from a tiger's mouth, seeking death? Who said that? Isn't it? 6-star, 7-star, 8-star, any existence of this level is not something I can contend with. If I am discovered by them, can I still survive? I can't even hide from them, and now you want me to go in front of them to snatch the 9th level treasure. I promise you'll be fine. Ye Bufan said, but Qin Shin suddenly interrupted him. Can you guarantee that I'm okay? Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard that. Just go ahead and steal and rob as much as you can, even if you have to insult the barbarian king in front of him. But before that, you have to find a way to get the 9th level treasure, and leave the rest to me. Even if the hateful beast emperor of the ancient forest comes in person today, I will ensure that you are safe. Ye Bufan was confused and crazy. Qin Shin was absolutely crazy. A 6-star demon general was enough to kill her thousands of times in 1 second, but she actually let her insult an 8-star peak barbarian emperor. Was she still fine? She even didn't care that the lord of the ancient forest, the hateful beast emperor, was here in person. Damn, that's the beast emperor. Auntie, can we stop playing? Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only say with a bitter face. Do you think I'm kidding you? I'm telling you, a 9th level treasure is hard to come by. Even if you collected all the 8th level treasures in this ancient forest, they are not worth a 9th level treasure. You only get one chance. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Forehead. Qin Shin's words made Ye Bufan stunned again. Are you sure that I will be fine even if that beast king comes in person? Although Qin Shin's tone and previous reaction were completely different, which made Ye Bufan believe that she was not joking, Ye Bufan still couldn't help asking. It was really Beast King, none of them were someone Ye Bufan could afford to offend. As long as it's not the Beast God himself. Beast God? What kind of existence is that? It is comparable to the human divine realm, the true pinnacle of existence in this world. Ye Bufan suddenly felt like he was about to collapse. Chapter 37 Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginseng, it's a heart-pounding game. In the sky, 2 wild beasts, each 25 meters long, stood proudly on the left and right, and above their heads were hundreds of monsters flapping their wings. The terrifying power of the beast spread across heaven and earth, and the monsters and wild beasts confronted each other. The flying monsters swooped down towards the ground frantically, but unfortunately, the 2 super beasts completely blocked off this space, making it impossible for hundreds of flying monsters to surpass them, let alone get close to the ground. Even so, hundreds of flying monsters did not retreat. Fight, fight to the blood, fight to the death. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The monsters flew into the flame like moths. Hundreds of flying monsters attacked frantically, while the two wild beasts defended angrily. Boom! With a loud bang, a 6th-level demon general-level monster was hit by one of the wild beasts. Its body instantly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit a place 1,000 meters away, making a deafening noise, and it never flew up again. Man Kuang, Man Ba, you two are the rulers of the ancient forest after all, but now you are serving as Man Shang's subordinates to guard the house. If this gets out, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? In the sky, a demon king looked at his own side, with more than half of them killed or wounded, and he couldn't help but roar at the two wild beasts. Barbarian and Tyrant, the two barbarian kings of the ancient forest. Roll. Instantly, Man Kuang glared at the demon king and roared, "My barbarian beast clan has always been united, and the 10 barbarian kings are of the same blood. How can a small demon king like you sow discord among us?" You. The demon king became furious upon hearing this. The demon army was approaching, and nearly 1,000 flying demon beasts launched a surprise attack. The plan of the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King could be said to be flawless, but who could have thought that they would encounter the two barbarian kings of the ancient forest here? Not only did they fail, but they also suffered heavy losses. The demon clan could not accept such a result at all. Brother Kuang, why waste time talking to those bastards from the demon clan? If they dare to come, we will kill them. At this time, Manba on the left also said angrily. HMPH Man Kuang snorted coldly, and then said, "If I hadn't been helping Man Shang to guard these 3 9th-level Earth treasures, I would have already rushed out to slaughter these bastards." A mere 6-star demon general and a 7-star demon king actually dared to run wild in the place where the barbarian emperor of my barbarian beast clan lives. They are simply courting death. Yeah, Man Shang is really something. He didn't explain the situation clearly before inviting us here. If we had known that the demon army was approaching, we two brothers would have brought a few beast kings with us. We wouldn't be so passive like we are now. We would have rushed out and killed all those demon bastards. The conversation between the two barbarian kings made the remaining hundreds of flying monsters of the demon clan turn pale, but they were powerless to refute. The 10 barbarian kings, the peak 8-star beast kings, killing them is just like killing chickens and ducks. If they hadn't been guarding the 3 9th-level Earth treasures and unable to attack, now their suffering would not be as simple as losing some soldiers and generals, but their entire army would be annihilated. Hundreds of meters away, Ye Bufan hid behind a giant tree, looking at the scene in the sky in front of him, his heart beating wildly uncontrollably. The 10 barbarian kings were overlords of the ancient forest. Now 2 of them appeared here at once. How could Ye Bufan not be shocked? What's more, he now has to snatch the 9th-level treasure guarded by the 2 barbarian kings in front of them, right under their noses. It's crazy to think about it. However, since he followed Qin Shin's advice to snatch the 9th-level treasure, Ye Bufan is no longer afraid, but feels excited. What kind of existence is it that is trying to snatch the 9th-level treasure in front of the 2 barbarian kings? Ye Bufan didn't know, but he was clear that once he succeeded, he would completely offend the 3 barbarian kings of the ancient forest, as well as the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King. If he dared to set foot in the ancient forest again in the future, well, he would be hunted down by the entire barbarian beast clan. Brush. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan immediately looked towards the open space below the 2 barbarian emperors. Although there were many demon generals and demon kings who were killed or injured by the 2 barbarian emperors and were dying, Ye Bufan didn't even look at them. Although demon generals and demon kings are rare, how can they be compared with 9th-level treasures? It is absolutely unwise to lose the opportunity to snatch 9th-level treasures for the sake of coveting these demon beasts. What caught my eye was a half-meter tall plant, purple gold in color, with 9 leaves growing on the top of a straight trunk. The 9 leaves looked like 9 young dragons, blooming outward along the trunk. Moreover, a ball of colorful mist was wrapped around the plant, which looked like a colorful dragon, baring its fangs and waving its claws. 9th-level treasure, Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginseng. Not only that, there are 2 other identical Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginsengs in the distance. The 3 Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginsengs are growing in a triangle, and the distance between them is no more than 100 meters. There is a faint fragrance in the air. Is this the 9th-level treasure? It doesn't look that great. Apart from being a little fragrant, there's nothing special about it. Ye Bufan murmured as he looked at the 3 Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginsengs. What do you know? What you saw is just a part of the Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginseng. It's not even a part. The real purple rhythm dragon king ginseng grows underground. At this time, Qin Shin's contemptuous voice suddenly sounded, and then she said with infinite excitement, I didn't expect that there would be 3 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs at once. It's worth it, too worth it. Boy, find a way to get all 3 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs. I'm afraid there will be no such opportunity in the future. After listening to Qin Shin's words, Ye Bufan was speechless. You may not even be able to get 1, let alone 3. Qin Shin now gave Ye Bufan the feeling of being a money grubber. It could be said that this was the first time that Qin Shin had lost her composure since he met her. However, this was also the case, which further demonstrated the value of this 9th level treasure. Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and was distracted, preparing to seize the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng with all his strength. I looked up at the sky. At this moment, the 2 barbarian kings were still confronting hundreds of flying monsters. The 2 sides were fighting in full swing and no one was paying attention to the situation on the ground. Yes, those at the level of demon generals and demon kings are not ordinary people, not to mention the 2 barbarian emperors. They don't need to pay special attention to the situation on the ground, or the 3 purple rhythm dragon emperor ginsengs, because once someone approaches the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng, they will definitely notice it. This gave Ye Bufan an opportunity. Whether it was the hundreds of members of the demon race or the 2 barbarian kings, they would never have thought that a human warrior in the flesh-refining realm would be so bold as to sneak into the depths of the ancient forest alone and steal the 9th level earth treasure in front of them. Most importantly, they would never have thought that this human actually had a divine artifact that recognized its master and completely concealed his aura. As long as they didn't look with their eyes, they would not notice even if he walked towards the 3 purple rhyme dragon emperor ginsengs. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan tiptoed towards the first purple rhythm dragon king ginseng step by step, looking up and staring at the situation in the sky. If he was discovered, Ye Bufan would snatch the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng immediately. 100 meters and no one noticed. 80 meters and no one noticed. Even though he had not been exposed yet, Ye Bufan's heart was already in his throat and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead. Extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth is tense but also exciting. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Closer, closer, closer. Right now. Brush. Ye Bufan grabbed the trunk of the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng and pulled it out of the soil with force. A colorful light flashed, and the true appearance of the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng instantly appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. The purple rhythm dragon king ginseng is 20 centimeters long, colorful all over, and looks exactly like a miniature version of a dragon. The dragon's whiskers, claws and scales are lifelike. Call out. Ye Bufan didn't even look at it twice and directly put the purple dragon king ginseng into the artifact space. Got it. After being put into the artifact space, this purple rhythm dragon king ginseng will be Ye Bufan's personal property from now on. Even the strong men in the divine martial realm cannot snatch it from Ye Bufan. Even if they kill Ye Bufan, they cannot get this purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. Brush. After succeeding once, Ye Bufan suddenly looked up at the sky. At this moment, the 2 barbarian kings in the sky were still intercepting the madly charging flying monsters. They had no idea that one of the 9th level treasure, the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng, that they were fighting for had fallen into the hands of a human flesh-refining realm warrior. Call. Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng was obtained successfully, Ye Bufan seemed to be exhausted. Just imagine how a flesh-refining realm warrior would feel when he stole a 9th level treasure in front of 2 barbarian kings. If Ye Bufan had not been a hero of his time, with a temperament and stress resistance far beyond that of ordinary people, if it were anyone else, he would probably have collapsed at this moment. In an instant, Ye Bufan looked at another purple dragon king ginseng. There are 2 more. Continue. The outskirts of the ancient forest. At this moment, the demon army is still charging, and the wild beast army is still intercepting, but it seems that the strength of the wild beasts is slightly stronger than that of the demons. After 2 days of fierce fighting, the demon army did not enter the ancient forest at all. In the sky, Manshong and Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King looked at each other with different expressions. Manshong looked at Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King with a sneer on his face. In the depths of the ancient forest, his 3 level 9 treasures were guarded by 2 man emperors, so there would be no problem at all. On the other hand, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King frowned at this moment. It had been 2 days. According to his original plan, he should have obtained the 9th level treasure by now, but now. Buzz. Suddenly, Manshong's huge body trembled violently. His expression changed drastically. Purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, you deserve to die. An angry roar sounded, and Manshong's face was ferocious, but without the slightest hesitation, he instantly rushed towards the depths of the ancient forest, and his speed was extremely fast. As one of the 10 great barbarian kings of the ancient forest, the 3 purple rhyme dragon king ginsengs in his territory were naturally his personal belongings. Such precious things would naturally make some backup plans for them. But just now, at that moment, he completely lost contact with one of the purple rhyme dragon king ginsengs. Got robbed. Seeing this, how could the barbarian not be angry? Angry, mad, crazy. Oh. Looking at the furious barbarian Shang, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King smiled indifferently. If Manshong was so furious, didn't it mean that his men had succeeded and the 9th level treasure was in his hands? Manshong, don't run. Call out. In an instant, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King caught up closely. Although the 9th level Earth treasure has been obtained, his subordinates are no match for Manshong. As the Demon King, he naturally has to escort his subordinates and take the 9th level Earth treasure into his own hands. Once it falls into his hands, even Manshong will be helpless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Manshong and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King left one after another, and their demon kings and beast kings followed closely, and they went deep into the ancient forest. Chapter 0038 Exposed, Let's Talk. The treasure of the land was lost, and the barbarian king was angry. Deep in the ancient forest, Ye Bufan was still slowly and carefully approaching the 2nd purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. With his first success, Ye Bufan was quite bold. However, he didn't know that his theft of the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng had alarmed the owner of this 9th level treasure, angering Manshong, one of the 10 great barbarian kings of the ancient forest, who was already rushing over frantically. Not only Manshong, but also the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and the 6 beast kings and 6 demon kings all rushed to the depths of the ancient forest. It can be said that a plant of purple rhythm dragon king ginseng directly affected 14 8-star divine yuan realm level powerhouses, causing them to all rush to the depths of the ancient forest. 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. As he got closer and closer to the 2nd purple rhythm dragon king ginseng, Ye Bufan became more and more cautious. The closer it got to this point, the more he could not be careless. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. So close. Brush. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all and directly grabbed the half-meter-long trunk of the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. A familiar feeling instantly swept over him. Ha 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 ha, the 2nd purple rhythm dragon king ginseng is in hand. Asshole, stop it. But at this moment, a thunderous roar sounded, resounding between heaven and earth, echoing in Ye Bufan's mind, making Ye Bufan feel a buzzing in his ears. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's body trembled and his mind went blank. Discovered. The action stopped abruptly. In midair, Manshong's body was filled with murderous aura, anger, and killing intent. His wild eyes, filled with endless rage and murderous intent, were fixed on Ye Bufan. Barbarian, barbarian, barbarian king and hero. Manshong's sudden arrival, especially his furious look, startled the other 2 barbarian kings and hundreds of other monsters. They were stunned for a moment, and then they looked in the direction Manshong was looking. In an instant, the 2 barbarian kings and hundreds of monsters were stunned again. A human boy, who is just a warrior in the transcendent realm, is actually holding the 9th level treasure, the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Even when they saw it with their own eyes, they still seemed like a dream. This mere human warrior in the transcendent realm actually dared to steal the 9th level treasure in front of the 2 barbarian kings. Where did he get such courage? Call out. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and the other 6 beast kings, as well as the 6 demon kings, also followed closely. They were also stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Especially the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Human race. He originally thought that his men had succeeded, but when he saw the scene in front of him, seeing Ye Bufan grabbing the 9th level Earth treasure purple rhythm dragon king ginseng, he knew that it was not his men who succeeded, but the human ant in front of him who succeeded. Hiss. Suddenly, seeing Man Kuang and Man Ba standing aside, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King couldn't help but gasp. Now he finally understood why his men had not succeeded in 2 days. With the 2 barbarian kings guarding the place, it was impossible for his men to succeed. Thinking of Ye Bufan again. In an instant, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King became furious. He had put so much effort into making such a big fuss, but ended up helping others and letting them take advantage of him. How could he tolerate this? Boy, who are you? Immediately, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King roared, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hee, me. I'm just passing by, you don't have to pay attention to me, continue. Suddenly coming back to his senses, feeling the terrifying aura of the powerful demon kings and beast kings firmly locking onto him. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and said with embarrassment, and immediately asked Qin Shin in his heart, Auntie, with so many demon kings and beast kings, are you sure I can be okay? Don't worry, if you want to leave, just pull out this purple dragon king ginseng and I will take you away. Not to mention the demon king and the beast king, even the demon emperor and the beast emperor will not be able to keep you unless the beast god comes in person. Qin Shin said softly, but her voice was full of confidence, as if in her eyes the demon emperor and the beast emperor were not worth mentioning at all. Let's fight. Hearing this, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Now surrounded by so many demon kings and beast kings, Ye Bufan has no choice but to trust Qin Shin. In this case, 2 are too few, so take all 3 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs away. At this moment, all the demon kings and beast kings were furious after hearing Ye Bufan's words. If Ye Bufan hadn't been holding the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng, and if they hadn't been worried about destroying the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng, they could have left Ye Bufan with no trace left just by their aura. Passing by. Just for fun. Damn, you are pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Boy, let go of my purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. Also, hand over the other one and I will leave you an intact body. Immediately, Man Shang's furious voice rang out. Call out. Ye Bufan ignored him and directly pulled out the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. You are looking for death. This scene made Man Shang furious. This human boy not only refused to hand over the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng in front of him, but now he even dared to touch the second one. He is so bold. In an instant, the barbarian took a step forward. The murderous intent was fierce. Man Shang, try to touch me. I promise that if you touch me, you won't be able to get back any of the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs. Feeling Man Shang's rage, Ye Bufan immediately roared. After saying this, Ye Bufan immediately put the purple dragon king ginseng into the artifact space and disappeared in front of the demon kings and beast kings. Seeing this, Man Shang was stunned and his killing move stopped. Call. Although the originally fierce killing move suddenly stopped, it still brought up a gust of wind that swept towards Ye Bufan. Bang! Ye Bufan's body was knocked away in an instant and fell several meters away. In an instant, a heart-wrenching pain swept through his whole body, and Ye Bufan felt a surge of blood and energy. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out instantly. Damn it, the Peak 8-star Beast King is really not someone I can afford to offend right now. Fortunately, I made the right bet, otherwise I would have been crushed into a meat pie by this kick. But now, since I made the right bet, then, hee. Human boy, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have storage equipment on you? Even if I kill you, I can still get back my purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. Although he said this, Man Shang was unsure in his heart. After all, the value of the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs was too great. He didn't dare to gamble with such a big amount, but he started to gamble. Storage equipment. Ye Bufan got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Man Shang and sneered. Ye Bufan had never seen the storage equipment that Man Shang mentioned, but he had learned from Qin Shin that this kind of storage equipment also had its own internal space, which was used by warriors to store items and could not be compared with the space of a divine artifact. The next second, Ye Bufan took off his clothes. Forehead. The sudden scene stunned all the demon kings and beast kings in front of them, and Man Shang even looked at Ye Bufan with a frown. Boy, what are you doing? Ye Bufan ignored him and quickly took off all his clothes. Afterwards, Ye Bufan threw his clothes in front of Man Shang and said, storage equipment. All the things on my body are here. See if there is the storage equipment you mentioned. If there is, you can take it away. As he said this, Ye Bufan laughed again. Standing in front of so many demon kings and beast kings, Ye Bufan didn't feel the slightest bit wrong. Are you afraid of being seen naked by a group of animals? Kindness. Ye Bufan's words made Man Shang frown. Afterwards, all the wild beasts and demon beasts present, including Man Shang, set their sights on the pile of Ye Bufan's clothes in front of them. Man King, let me check it out. In an instant, a beast king landed in front of the pile of clothes, then looked at Man Shang and said. Man Shang looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, looking confident. Kindness. Then, Man Shang nodded at the beast king again. Seeing this, the beast king no longer hesitated and began to check the pile of clothes. During this time, Man Shang and others would look at Ye Bufan from time to time, but unfortunately Ye Bufan always had a smile on his face, because he knew very well that the divine weapon Emperor Jade was hidden deep in his body, and those demon kings and beast kings would not be able to find it even if they searched for 10 or 100 years. Barbarian Emperor, no. After a moment, the beast king looked at Man Shang and said. How is that possible? Let me check. Immediately, 2 more beast kings exclaimed in surprise, but Man Shang frowned and looked at Ye Bufan with a complicated expression, wondering what he was thinking. Actually, you don't need to do this. I don't have the storage equipment you mentioned. Looking at Man Shang, Ye Bufan spread his hands and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple dragon king ginseng suddenly appeared in his hand. Call out. Then it suddenly disappeared again. Now, do you believe it? This. Looking at Ye Bufan, all the monster kings and beast kings present looked at each other in bewilderment. They were sure that he definitely did not have any storage equipment on him, but the situation before them was. What do you want? At this time, Man Shang narrowed his eyes and looked at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice. The anger in his heart was like a raging storm, but he didn't dare to flare up at all. Give me the clothes first. Without any hesitation, a beast king received a signal from Man Shang and instantly threw a set of clothes in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan laughed, ignoring the fierce looks and gnashing teeth of the demon kings and beast kings in front of him, and picked up his clothes and put them on. After putting on his clothes again, he looked at Man Shang again and said, Man Shang, right. Haha, now we can talk. Chapter 39 3 Conditions. Talk. Ye Bufan's words stunned all the demon kings and beast kings present. This human in the transcendent realm actually wanted to negotiate with a barbarian king. He was so bold. What do you want to talk about? Man Shang asked with a frown. It's very simple. If you want to get back the 2 purple dragon king ginsengs, you have to agree to my 3 conditions. Ye Bufan said casually with a smile. Not everyone dares to blackmail one of the 10 barbarian kings of the ancient forest, and such an opportunity is rare. Presumptuous. Human boy, are you looking for death? How dare you negotiate with Lord Barbarian King? Hand over the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng immediately and I will give you a complete corpse. Master Barbarian King, you must not agree to this kid's conditions. How can my barbarian beast clan compromise with a transcendent human? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 6 beast kings under Man Shang were all furious. A mere human boy in the transcendent realm blackmailed the supreme barbarian king, which was simply a slap in the face of the barbarian beast clan. If this were to get out, the Man Shang lineage would become a shame for the entire barbarian beast clan. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered and looked at Man Shang. Agree and then let's talk. If you don't agree, then run away. Shut up. Immediately, Man Shang shouted angrily. At this moment, the anger in his heart had reached its peak. If it weren't for the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs still in Ye Bufan's hands, he would definitely tear Ye Bufan apart now, immediately, and eat his flesh and his blood. Upon hearing this, all the beast kings fell silent and dared not say anything more. Man Shang looked at Ye Bufan again and asked coldly, what conditions? First. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He immediately looked at Man Shang and raised a finger, saying, send the seriously injured but not dead demon generals and demon kings around here to me, and I will kill them with my own hands. Forehead. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 6 beast kings and 3 barbarian kings present were all stunned, looking at Ye Bufan with surprised eyes full of confusion. Let him kill the nearby demon generals and demon kings with his own hands. What kind of condition is this? This time, the purple flame black eagle demon king led the demon army to attack the ancient forest, planning to steal the 9th level treasure, the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. The barbarian beasts already hated the demons to the core, So what if they just killed a few of their demon generals and demon kings? They would slaughter all the demon members who came. The barbarian beast tribe was like this, but the demon tribe was furious. Boy, you're looking for death. The purple flame black eagle demon king glared at Ye Bufan, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and an earth-shaking roar instantly rang out. Call out. In an instant, he pounced towards Ye Bufan again. This human boy actually wanted to kill his demon generals and demon kings in front of the demon king. He was simply courting death. Bang, bang. However, he didn't expect that as soon as the purple flame black eagle demon king moved and Man Chong hadn't made a move yet, the two barbarian kings, Man Kuang and Man Ba, directly blocked him. Looking at the two barbarian kings in front of him, the purple flame black eagle demon king was furious. Purple flame black eagle demon king, this is the territory of my barbarian beast clan. A demon like you cannot run wild here. I will settle your score with you later. Now, if you dare to say another word of nonsense, believe it or not, we will kill you immediately. Man Kuang glared at the purple flame black eagle demon king. His cold voice instantly rang out, revealing a sharp murderous intent. The purple flame black eagle demon king was furious but helpless. The enemy is strong and we are weak, so we have to bow our heads. The 6 beast kings and the 3 barbarian kings, especially the 3 barbarian kings, are not something they can contend with. Thinking that his carefully designed plan has turned out like this, the purple flame black eagle demon king felt aggrieved. Similarly, his hatred for Ye Bufan also reached its peak. Ye Bufan simply chose to ignore it. I've offended the 3 barbarian kings, so why would I be afraid of a mere demon king like you? Do you have a grudge against the purple flame black eagle demon king? Suddenly, Man Chong looked at Ye Bufan, frowned, and asked softly. No hatred, no resentment. And you, don't you think they are living a life worse than death? I killed them just to do a good deed and help them get rid of it. Forehead. This time, not only the barbarian beasts, but also the demon clan members were stunned. Killing them, is it helping them get relief? At this moment, the nearby demon clan members who were previously severely injured by the 2 barbarian kings were indeed living a fate worse than death. Even if Ye Bufan did not kill them, the barbarian beast clan would not let them live and would even torture them severely. Thinking of this, even the purple flame black eagle demon king could not make up his mind whether the human race in front of him was against him or helping him. What do you think? Can you agree to my first condition? If yes, we will continue to talk. If not, then I have no choice. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at Man Chong and asked with a smile. I agree to this condition. Tell me your other 2 conditions. Man Chong said immediately that killing the members of the demon tribe would not cause any loss to his barbarian beast tribe. Yeah. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was delighted, but he did not show it at all. Instead, he looked at Man Chong and said, the conditions must be proposed one by one, and naturally they must be fulfilled one by one. Since you have already agreed, then let's fulfill the first condition first. Kindness. Hearing this, Man Chong frowned. Looking at Ye Bufan, he had no idea what the other party wanted to do for a moment, but soon Man Chong immediately ordered the 6 beast kings, bring those monster bastards to him. Remember, you need to bring the living ones. You don't need to bring the dead ones. Man Chong said, and Ye Bufan immediately added. Upon hearing this, the 6 beast kings glared at Ye Bufan fiercely. This human boy actually dared to order them around. They dared not slack off in the slightest. The orders of the barbarian king could not be disobeyed. Bang, bang, bang. After a moment, one monster after another was thrown in front of Ye Bufan. These monsters had one thing in common: although they were still alive, they were all dying. Looking at these monsters, Ye Bufan was overjoyed. Brush. A sword instantly appeared in his hand. Work. Demon generals and demon kings are super bosses to Ye Bufan now. Such a good opportunity is simply cheating, how could Ye Bufan miss it? Puff, puff, puff. The knife fell one after another, just like chopping melons and vegetables. 2,025,000, 3,025,000, 4,025,000. Feeling the value of the essence and blood on the Emperor Jade constantly increasing, and soaring by 1 million at a time, Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Excited, thrilled, and even more refreshed. A martial artist in the flesh refining realm can slaughter powerful demon generals and demon kings like cutting melons and vegetables. How many people in this world can there be? What's more, there is a large amount of essence and blood to be harvested. Ye Bufan was killing vigorously, but the members of the demon tribe and the wild beast tribe frowned, especially the demon tribe, whose faces were livid. No matter what Ye Bufan's purpose was, whether it was good or well-intentioned, he slaughtered the demon tribe members in front of the demon kings without restraint, which was a provocation to the demon tribe and a shame for the demon tribe. Bang! With one strike of the sword, the last monster was killed by Ye Bufan. Call! Ye Bufan put away his sword and let out a long sigh. Tired, but happy. 37,025,000. This number made Ye Bufan feel like a dream. If he relied on his current strength to hunt down the monsters and wild beasts himself in order to obtain 36 million pieces of blood essence, who knew how long it would take? He felt excited but also regretful. This time, more than half of the flying monsters that the demon clan used to launch a sneak attack and steal the 9th level Earth treasure were killed. There were hundreds of monsters that were at least at the demon general level. Unfortunately, most of the monsters died, and in the end, only one demon king and 25 demon generals were left with a breath of life. Otherwise, Ye Bufan would have obtained more essence and blood, which would have been even more terrifying. I have to say, Ye Bufan is very greedy. I have fulfilled the first condition. Tell me your remaining 2 conditions. Without giving Ye Bufan time to think, Manshong's voice sounded again. Ye Bufan instantly regained his composure, calmed down his excitement, looked at Manshong and immediately said with a smile, "The second condition, I have 2 9th level treasures, Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginseng, the value of 9th level treasures is beyond words. If you want, I won't make it difficult for you. 1 9th level treasure is worth 1,000 8th level treasures, and 2 Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginsengs, you can exchange them for 2,000 8th level treasures." Boom! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the entire space suddenly became dead silent. Weird, eerie, and cold. In just a moment, the 6 Beast Kings exploded instantly. Boy, you are looking for death. 2,000 level 8 Earth treasures. Why don't you go and grab them? Do you think that the 8th level Earth treasures are cabbages? All the 8th level Earth treasures in Lord Barbarian Emperor's territory add up to less than 2,000 plants. Lord Barbarian Emperor, this guy is too abominable. Let me kill him. Since he can take out the Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginseng so easily, then the Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginseng must still be on him. I don't believe that we can't find the Purple Rhythm Dragon King Ginseng after killing him. Yes, kill him, kill him, kill him. Swish, swish, swish. Manshong's eyes became increasingly angry and cold as he looked at Ye Bufan. The terrifying murderous intent in his eyes made Ye Bufan's soul tremble. The air seemed icy. 2008th level Earth treasures, wow, boy, you really dare to ask for that. Although the value of 8th level Earth treasures is far from comparable to that of 9th level Earth treasures, do you think they are cabbages? You can have as many as you want. At this time, Qin Shin's voice also sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Chapter 40 Good news, the lion opens its mouth wide. Are 2008th level Earth treasures a lot? A lot, but so what? Since it is blackmail, it is natural to blackmail as hard as possible. There will never be such an opportunity again. Squeeze, squeeze, and squeeze again. However, the 2000 level 8 Earth treasures were indeed just something Ye Bufan said casually, or it could be said to be a test. In the underground world, negotiation and fighting are equally indispensable. As a former hero, Ye Bufan had gone through so many negotiations in the bloody past decade that even he couldn't count them. Since it is a negotiation, you naturally have to observe the other party's words and expressions. The most important thing is to understand the other party's bottom line and take absolute control of the initiative. The 2008th level Earth treasures were just Ye Bufan's test. Obviously, this had completely exceeded Manshong's bottom line and was something he absolutely could not accept. In this case, Ye Bufan would naturally not hold on to it. The key is to alternate between relaxation and tension. If he pushed the other party into a corner and caused the negotiations to fail, although Ye Bufan would not lose anything, he would not gain anything either. Ye Bufan would not do such a stupid thing. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Manshong and said with a smile, "Boss Manshong, what are you doing? Since it is a negotiation, we have to talk slowly. The final result must satisfy me, and naturally it must satisfy you." This young master did not say that he must ask for 2008th level Earth treasures. Forehead. Ye Bufan's words stunned the 6 Beast Kings and the barbarian hero. Talk slowly. Whether it was the barbarian king or the 6 beast kings, although they were all overlords and peerless strongmen, they didn't understand Ye Bufan's tricks. However, Ye Bufan's words also made their faces more relaxed, at least they didn't continue to shout for war and killing. Seeing the reactions of the barbarians, Ye Bufan immediately said, "How about this, Boss Manshong? Tell me how many level 8 earth treasures you are willing to give in exchange for 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs." The barbarian boss. Undoubtedly, at this moment Ye Bufan regarded Manshong as the boss of a gang. 2. Manshong said without thinking. 8th and 9th level earth treasures, 1 for 1. Nima. Ye Bufan cursed inwardly, his mouth twitched, and he looked at Manshong with a messy face and said, "Boss Manshong, you are too insincere, aren't you? An 8th level earth treasure for a 9th level earth treasure, do you think it's possible? Boy, Lord Barbarian Emperor is willing to exchange 2 level 8 treasures with you for 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs. That shows he thinks highly of you. You should know that these purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs originally belonged to Lord Barbarian Emperor. Don't be ungrateful." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a beast king beside Manshong immediately said angrily, "You're so outrageous. Shut up." Ye Bufan shouted angrily. "You." The beast king was furious. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Manshong, saying in a deep voice, "Boss Manshong, this is your subordinate. He is too unruly. What does he have to do with the negotiation between the two of us? What right does he have to butt in? Isn't this a bit too much of a disregard for you, the boss? If this goes on for a long time, when he becomes powerful in the future, he will replace you." Buzz. Ye Bufan's words caused the Beast King's huge body to tremble. "Lord Barbarian Emperor, stay away." Manshong glared at him fiercely, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "How many do you want? Let me tell you, don't even think about 2000 level 8 earth treasures. There are only more than 300 level 8 earth treasures in my territory." Forehead. Looking at Manshong, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. More than 300 plants. Well, this guy simply revealed all his assets, but Ye Bufan was overjoyed. More than 300 level 8 treasures, right? In that case, I am not an unreasonable person. You can exchange 150 level 8 earth treasures for the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs in my hand. Ye Bufan said immediately. 150 plants, this is the decision Ye Bufan made after weighing the pros and cons. If he takes all of them, Manshong will definitely disagree, but if he takes less, Ye Bufan will not be willing. 150 plants is equivalent to half of all the 8th level treasures of Manshong. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Manshong should be more likely to accept it. Of course, this is also Ye Bufan's own idea. Impossible. 3 words immediately rang out from Manshong's mouth, firm and angry. Then there's nothing to discuss. You looking at Ye Bufan, Manshong was furious. "Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. Then just kill me." After saying that, Ye Bufan just lay on the ground, looking like you can kill him at will. "You." Manshong became furious when he saw this. The more Ye Bufan was like this, the more he dared not take the risk. He simply could not afford to gamble with 2 9th level treasures, purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. "Manshong, I really can't stand it anymore. A mere human warrior in the transcendent realm actually dares to blackmail a barbarian king of my taigu forest so unscrupulously. If this gets out, the 10 barbarian kings of my taigu forest will become a laughing stock of the other barbarian kings in the future. So, kill this guy. If you can't find your 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs on him, I'll give you a 9th level treasure. This way, your loss won't be too great. How about it?" At this time, the barbarian king Man Kuang on the side looked at Manshong and said in a deep voice. He really couldn't stand it anymore. "I'll give you one too." After Man Kuang finished speaking, Man Ba also suddenly said. "Nima." Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was about to succeed, but these 2 barbarian kings suddenly showed up to cause trouble. How could Ye Bufan not be angry? "You know nothing." But at this moment, Manshong roared in anger. 2 of these 3 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs were reserved by Hate Heaven Beast Emperor a long time ago. Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. In an instant, the entire space was filled with deathly silence. Hateful Beast Emperor. Among these 3 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs, 2 are the only overlords of the ancient forest. Are they what the hateful Beast Emperor needs? Hiss. For some reason, everyone present took a deep breath. In the distance, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor felt his soul tremble instantly. He actually brought a large army of demons to rob and steal the 9th level treasure of the hateful Beast Emperor. Bang, bang, bang. Thinking of this, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Run! A word suddenly rang in his mind. Call out! Without any hesitation, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King fled away in an instant. Unfortunately, although he is fast, there are people who are faster than him. Swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the two barbarian kings of the ancient forest, Man Kuang and Man Ba, stood in front of him and blocked his way. Purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor, not only are you involved in this matter, but it was even caused by you. You just want to walk away like this? Let me tell you, no way. Now, immediately, retreat right away, otherwise we will kill you right away. Don't doubt our determination. You have to know that this matter involves the hateful Beast Emperor. No one dares to take it lightly. Moreover, although you and I are both at the peak of 8 stars, you are injured now. It may not be impossible for the two of us to join forces to kill you. Looking at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor, Man Kuang said angrily, his voice full of murderous intent. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was confused, mad, and even collapsed. If he had known that these 3 purple rhythm dragon emperor ginsengs were related to the hateful heaven beast emperor, he would not have dared to take the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginsengs even if he had 100 times the courage. Although falling in realm is miserable, it is better than offending a beast emperor, right? However, things had developed to this point, and even if the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King regretted it was no use. Now with 2 barbarian kings blocking him, he couldn't run away at all. Helplessly, he could only retreat again. Boy, hand over those 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. In an instant, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King looked at Ye Bufan and roared angrily. Swish, swish, swish. Following the roar of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, all the demon beasts and wild beasts present looked at Ye Bufan, their eyes were as cold as a knife. Gah! Looking at the scene in front of him, Ye Bufan was stunned. Are the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs belonging to the hateful beast emperor? Brush! He instantly jumped up from the ground again, looked at the barbarian in front of him and smiled awkwardly, saying, haha, misunderstanding, misunderstanding, this young master really didn't know that these 3 purple rhyme dragon emperor ginsengs belong to Lord Beast Emperor, haha. HMPH, kid, it's good for you to know. Now, immediately, hand over the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs, and then obey the orders of Lord Hateful Beast Emperor. Before Man Shang, Man Kuang and other beast emperors could speak, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor shouted angrily. If the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs could not be found, the first one to suffer would definitely be him, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Now he wanted Ye Bufan to hand over the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs more than anyone else. Haha, since these 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginseng belong to the hateful heaven beast emperor, then this young master will naturally not ask for another 158th level earth treasures in exchange. As soon as the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately smiled embarrassedly. Call. Hearing this, Man Shang breathed a sigh of relief. You're smart. In that case, boy, why don't you hand over the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs? That's right, hand it over immediately. This way, we may be able to plead with the hateful beast emperor and ask him to spare your life. A group of beast kings spoke up one after another. Brush. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan's face suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, since these 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs belong to the hateful beast emperor, this young master will naturally not want the 158th level earth treasures. Now, this young master wants all the more than 308th level earth treasures, as well as the 7th, 6th, 5th and 1st level earth treasures in this area of the Taiku forest. Otherwise, even if you kill me, don't even think about getting these 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs back. What? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a cry of surprise rang out. Boy, you are playing with fire. You're looking for death. Be brave. Hand over the 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs immediately and I will leave you with an intact body. Earth-shaking roars rang out. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered. Hateful beast emperor. The beast kings and demon kings in front of him are afraid of him, but Ye Bufan is not afraid of him. Not to mention that the human race, the demon race, and the wild beasts are mortal enemies. Even if the Hate Heaven Beast Emperor is a strong man at the level of a 9-star Beast Emperor, he would probably not dare to run to the human territory to hunt him down. What's more, the old man is also a hidden Jodian realm strongman, and he is at the same level as the hateful Beast Emperor. Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 41, So Audacious. Shut up, all of you. Pointing at the furious demon kings and beast kings in front of him, Ye Bufan roared, Hate the Heaven Beast Emperor. Who is he? You are afraid of him, but I am not. Believe it or not, if he was in front of me now, I would slap him to death with one slap. You, boy, you are looking for death. Asshole, you dare to insult the hateful Beast Emperor, I will kill you. What is the hateful Beast Emperor? Ye Bufan, the supreme overlord and king of the ancient forest, actually insulted their king in front of a group of beast emperors. He was simply courting death. Come on, kill me. Don't be polite to me. In fact, I don't want to live anymore. Feeling the anger and murderous intent of the beast kings, Ye Bufan pointed at himself and said, looking like a scoundrel. Son of a bitch. However, facing such a Ye Bufan, the beast kings were furious. Kill him. What if I kill his 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs? What should I do if the hateful beast emperor blames me? Angry, hateful, yet helpless. That feeling is like having a fish bone stuck in your throat, unable to be pulled out or swallowed, and it is extremely painful. Shut up, everyone. At this time, Man Shang roared, his fiery eyes staring at Ye Bufan. Boy, what do you want? What do you think? I said, you must exchange all the treasures from level 1 to level 8 in your territory. Not a single one less. Ye Bufan said with a wry smile. It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew that these 2 purple dragon king ginsengs belonged to the hateful beast emperor, how could Ye Bufan be polite to Man Shang? This time, I will take away all the treasures in your Taiku forest. Ye Bufan's words made Man Shang grit his teeth. All the treasures. Now, Man Shang finally realized how great human greed is. It is simply a bottomless pit with no limits. How could he not know that the reason for this situation was entirely because of what he had said? The other party had grasped his weakness. He knew that these 2 purple rhythm dragon king ginsengs were what the hateful beast emperor valued. He could not give up at all. At this moment, Man Shang felt so regretful and miserable. Who can I blame? I'll give it to you. Gritting his teeth, Man Shang said 2 words that even he couldn't believe. Just 2 words seemed to make him collapse instantly. After Man Shang finished speaking, all the demon kings and beast kings around him fell silent. What if you don't give it to me? Hee. Looking at Man Shang, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. In this case, please help me get all the treasures from the earth. I need time, Man Shang said. How long? The ancient forest is so huge. Although the area under my jurisdiction only occupies 1/20th of it, it is still 1/3 the size of your human empire. It will take at least 10 days to gather all the treasures from level 1 to level 8. Kindness. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. 10 days. Although it took a while, Ye Bufan was sure that even if Man Shang had lied to him, the time would not be too different. After all, the ancient forest was too huge. However, facts are facts, and whether or not one can accept them is another matter. Ye Bufan understood the principle that delay leads to changes. It's been too long. So, let's take the 8th level treasure first, then the 7th level, the 6th level, and so on. Ye Bufan said immediately. Hello. Man Shang was furious, but helpless. In that case, let's get started. You 6, go and get all the 8th level treasures for him now. Man Shang said to his 6 beast kings without wasting any time. Yes. The 6 beast kings responded and left one after another, but before they left they all glared at Ye Bufan fiercely, and their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. Why don't you go? Watching the 6 beast kings leave one after another, Ye Bufan looked at Man Shang and the other 2 barbarian kings and asked. Snort. Man Shang snorted coldly, his face full of anger. We are going too. Boy, you are dreaming. If we all leave, what if you take the opportunity to escape? Aren't there still so many powerful monsters? Ye Bufan said with an embarrassed smile. I don't trust them. Man Shang glanced at the purple flame black eagle demon king and said coldly. The 3 barbarian kings did not leave because they were guarding the purple flame black eagle. This time, such a big thing happened, and the purple flame black eagle demon king was the culprit. Hearing this, the purple flame black eagle demon king gave a helpless smile. He knew very well that this barbarian hero was trying to prevent him from escaping. Ye Bufan stopped talking upon seeing this. The three barbarian kings naturally did not continue speaking either. Even the hundreds of members of the demon clan fell into silence. There was dead silence all around. Brother Kwang, brother man, this kid is still so calm, he must have some means to save his life. As long as we get 2 plants of purple dragon king ginseng, don't hesitate, take action immediately, and kill him at all costs. At this time, Man Shang sent a message to Man Kwang and Man Ba through their spiritual consciousness. I understand. Even if the 3 of us barbarian kings join forces, can we still let this kid run away? If that's the case, we really have no chance of survival in the future. Man Kwang said immediately. It wouldn't be wrong to be careful. Yeah, I understand. Brother Shang, if we kill this guy but can't get your treasures back, what will you do? At this time, Manba suddenly asked. Humph, if that's the case, then I, Man Shang, admit defeat. What's more, as he spoke, Man Shang glanced at the purple flame black eagle demon king again. After killing this human kid, we still have this eagle king, right? He is the one who caused all the trouble this time. I will make him pay me back 10 times the amount of my losses. Good. Clever. Ye Bufan naturally saw all the actions of the 3 barbarian kings, Man Shang, Man Kwang and Manba, and knew that they must be secretly discussing how to deal with him, but Ye Bufan didn't care about it at all. Leave yourself behind. Kill yourself. That depends on whether they have the ability to do so. Ye Bufan had confirmed with Qin Shin no less than 10 times. Although he didn't know how Qin Shin made him escape, she told him with certainty that she would take him away immediately if he said the word. Moreover, even without his order, she would take him away immediately if she was sure that his life was threatened. In this case, what does Ye Bufan have to be afraid of? Inadvertently, Ye Bufan's eyes would always secretly glance at the last purple rhythm dragon king ginseng in the distance. This was the main reason why Ye Bufan had not escaped. Compared with the 9th level earth treasures, those 8th level earth treasures were not worth mentioning at all. However, Ye Bufan was still about 50 meters away from the last purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. At this distance, even if the 3 barbarian kings did not expect him to snatch the last purple rhythm dragon king ginseng in front of them, his chance of success was not great. Moreover, he only had one chance. If he failed, the 3 barbarian kings would know his crazy idea, and he would no longer be able to take the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng away. Therefore, Ye Bufan waited and thought of a solution. Time passed by minute, and after 4 hours, the sky gradually darkened. The 8 beast kings also returned one after another, and they also brought back a total of 301 level 8 earth treasures. This number made Ye Bufan very helpless. Man Shang said that there were more than 300 level 8 earth treasures in his territory. How could it be such a coincidence that there were exactly 301 level 8 earth treasures? Ye Bufan didn't believe it, but didn't say anything. Give it to me. Looking at the 301 earth treasures brought back by the 8 beast kings, Ye Bufan said excitedly. Although the value of 301 level 8 earth treasures may not be better than that of 1 level 9 earth treasure, it is better in quantity after all. Just imagine what it would feel like to have 300 level 8 earth treasures piled together in front of you. Give it to you now. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Man Shang asked. Of course, what else do you think? Ye Bufan frowned slightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. No, wait until we have collected all the treasures, then we can exchange them with each other. If I give it to you now, what if you come back? Oh, hearing this, Ye Bufan sneered. Do you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me now? As soon as he finished speaking, a purple rhythm dragon king ginseng immediately appeared in Ye Bufan's hand. He looked at Man Shang again and said in a deep voice, if you don't hand over these 8th level treasures to me now, I will destroy this purple rhythm dragon king ginseng and we will go our separate ways. Man Shang was furious. Brother Shang, just give it to him first. They are just a few level 8 treasures. They are not of much value. If he destroys the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng, then Lord Beast Emperor will blame us, and we can't afford it. At this time, Man Kwang on the side immediately looked at Man Shang and comforted him, while not forgetting to give Man Shang a wink. Snort. Man Shang snorted coldly and said nothing more. Instead, he looked at the 6 beast kings and said, give it to him. The 6 beast kings did not hesitate at all. Although they were gritting their teeth in anger, they still threw sandbaling and an 8th level earth treasure to Ye Bufan. After collecting the 301 8th level earth treasures, Ye Bufan didn't even look at them. He turned to the 6 beast kings and said, "Everyone, don't stop. The next one is the 7th level earth treasure." Snort. The 6 beast kings snorted coldly and left one after another. Being ordered around by a human boy was a great shame and humiliation for them. They had secretly vowed in their hearts that they would not let this human boy walk out of the ancient forest alive, not even his corpse. "Oh, I'm hungry after a busy day. Fortunately, there are many monsters here. Tisk tisk, barbecuing at night will definitely be a special experience," Ye Bufan said with an embarrassed smile as he watched the 6 beast kings leave. The last purple rhythm dragon King Ginseng is ready for action. Chapter 42, Big Lie, just for the treasures of the earth. The night is slightly cool. Deep in the ancient forest, in the land of the barbarian king, a cluster of flames danced in the night, like an elf in the darkness. It was a bonfire, on top of which was a demon king's thigh, which was emitting the aroma of human flesh as it roasted in the flames. "Everyone, don't you want to come?" Ye Bufan sat in front of the fire, holding a large piece of roasted demon king meat in his hand. He raised the roasted meat in his hand and looked at the demon kings and beast kings and asked. As he said this, he took another bite. Not bad, worthy of being a demon king. The taste tisk tisk, it's better than those low-level wild beasts and demon beasts. You guys really don't want to come with some. Tisk tisk, that's a shame. Snort. Seeing this, Man Chong just snorted coldly. Grilled meat. He only eats raw meat. What's more, at this moment he had no leisure time to think about eating. All he was thinking about were the 2 purple dragon King Ginsengs and cutting the human boy in front of him into pieces. While the barbarian hero was like this, the faces of the demon clan all turned pale. Roasting the demon king of the demon clan in front of them, this kid was simply a provocation and a slap in the face of their demon clan. He was simply seeking death. However, the situation was stronger than the person. With the 3 barbarian kings in front of him, even the purple flame black eagle demon king did not dare to act recklessly. He could only watch Ye Bufan do whatever he wanted. Belch. It's comfortable. After eating nearly 10 kilograms of demon king meat, Ye Bufan burped with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then, he stood up from the ground again, stretched his hands, shook his feet, twisted his neck and said, "Walk 100 steps after a meal, live to 9009, eat enough, stretch your muscles and bones." Punch. Banksai side kick, upper right support punch, Bangda side kick, right crushing punch, turn around and chop palm, insert step and chop palm. In front of the 3 barbarian kings, 7 demon kings, and hundreds of demon beasts, Ye Bufan practiced the tiger leopard thunder sound force as if no one was around. Although his strength could not be increased, he had other intentions. Ho 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 ho. With every punch and kick, there was a rumbling sound of thunder inside the body. Looking at Ye Bufan, Man Chong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Arrogant, presumptuous, and outrageous. This human boy is so arrogant that he actually practices human martial arts in front of so many demon kings and beast kings. Does he think that they are just decorations? If Man Chong is like this, the others are not much better. At this moment, they did not realize that as Ye Bufan continued to practice the tiger leopard thunder sound force, he was getting closer and closer to the last purple rhythm dragon King Ginseng. Of course Ye Bufan did it on purpose. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 26 meters, this is already the limit. If we continue to get closer to the last purple dragon King Ginseng, I am afraid it will attract the attention of the 3 barbarian kings. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan finished practicing the tiger and leopard thunder sound force, but began to think secretly. 26 meters. With my current strength, even if I run at full speed, it will take at least 1.5 to 1.5 seconds. Plus, if I pick the purple rhythm dragon King Ginseng, I'm afraid it will take at least 2 seconds. 2 seconds. That's too long. There are too many variables. With 2 seconds, I'm afraid these 3 barbarian kings can easily stop me. No, if I want to succeed, I must find a way to gain more time. What to do? In an instant, hundreds of methods flashed through Ye Bufan's mind, but were rejected one by Ye Bufan in an instant. Yes. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was delighted. Let's do it. Success or failure depends on this one move. Anyway, we have obtained 2 purple rhythm dragon King Ginsengs and 301 level 8 earth treasures this time. Even if we fail, it doesn't matter. The whole process seems long, but it only takes 1 second. Call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath and finished his practice. Comfortable is. This sigh brought about a cold snort from the Demon King and the Beast Kings. Ye Bufan laughed, then looked at Man Shang and said, Man Shang, aren't you surprised that I am just a flesh-refining realm warrior, but I am not afraid of so many Beast Kings and Demon Kings. Forehead. Ye Bufan's words stunned all the Man Shang in front of him. Not strange. It would be strange if it wasn't. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King again and said with a smile, Eagle King, we met a few days ago, have you forgotten? Forehead. Ye Bufan's words once again stunned the Demon Kings and Beast Kings. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the cold and angry eyes of the 3 barbarian kings fell on the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, and those eyes seemed to be saying, do you know each other? Upon seeing this, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's heart suddenly tightened. Bullshit, kid. As you humans say, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want. How could I, the dignified Demon King, know a 2-star ant like you? Stop slandering me. Then, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King glared at Ye Bufan and roared. To get involved with Ye Bufan at this time would be simply courting death. It seems that you really forgot. Well, let me remind you. Facing the anger of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, Ye Bufan smiled softly and said, do you remember how your wing was broken? Buzz. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King trembled instantly. How did the wing break? How could he forget that old human, that powerful Jodian realm demon emperor level warrior? He would never forget it in his entire life. It was simply his nightmare. A few days ago, this young master encountered a little accident and was kidnapped by thieves. Grandpa was just about to rescue him, but who would have thought at this time, a stupid bird actually jumped out to provoke the old man and even tried to devour the old man's blood. Tisk tisk, you are lucky to have a big luck. You only broke 1 wing but survived. Facing the shock and fear of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, Ye Bufan looked at him and said with a smile. Boom. Suddenly, the body of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King shook again, and the scene from a few days ago appeared in his mind again. That day, he failed in his search for treasure in the ancient forest. That day, he happened to meet alone, Shenyuan, warrior from the human race. Xian Xuanying clearly remembered that at that time, in addition to the human Jodian strongman who he mistakenly thought was in the Shenyuan realm, there was also a human 6-star big man and a human boy who was held hostage by the big man. However, at that time, he only had eyes for the human Jodian strongman, and didn't pay much attention to the other 2. Now that I think about it, it's you. Looking at Ye Bufan, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King exclaimed instantly. Now, he was sure that the boy in front of him was the young man who was held hostage by the human man that day. Yes, it is me, young master. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Who is that old man in the Jodian realm to you? Without any hesitation, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King stared at Ye Bufan and asked. Hiss. The 3 barbarian kings present, including Man Shang, instantly gasped. Hiss. The 3 barbarian kings present, including Man Shang, instantly gasped.